trailblazing these paths right now for a lot of our younger generation. And, that's a lot of really hard work comes with that. And sometimes we look at people who are, in positions who are influencers or, and we don't understand the work that goes behind that. And a lot, it's very, very exhausting. And so, I just really want to give thanks for their presence and being here today and, being here to share with our youth. So we're gonna start this women's empowerment panel off with Shayla Stonechild. And I'm going to introduce her to you. So Shayla is part of the Muscophetan First Nation and a founder of the groundbreaking podcast, The Matriarch Movement. She's a steward of Indigenous wellness, representation, and leadership in the mainstream. She believes that the arts, meditation, movement, and reclamation of Indigenous ways will lead us towards our healing. Her Matriarch Movement nonprofit organization has amplified Indigenous matriarchs, highlighting Indigenous stories and experiences, and including myself. So thank you for having me on your podcast. Through her work, Shayla hopes to bring difficult and necessary Indigenous topics to the forefront. She has seen the impacts of intergenerational trauma and lost her father to suicide at the young age of 16. Shayla is a prominent figure in the First Nations community, and she has worked with her brands as an influencer and was recently featured on the cover of Yoga Journal. And she was also on ET Canada recently as well, too, which is quite huge. So thank you very much. And with no further ado, Shayla Stonechild.
Hola, I got like 7 cups here, but how's everyone doing? Woo! Yeah, sweet. Okay, I know I only have like 15 minutes, so I'm going to try to keep it within the span of 15 minutes. But Danse, hello. My name is Shayla Olette Stonechild. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm Métis and Nehiyaw from Muscophegan First Nation Treaty 4 territory. However, I was born and raised in Medicine Hat, Alberta. A little bit about me, I'm the host of the Matriarch Movement, nonprofit organization, an online platform and podcast that focuses on amplifying Indigenous voices and providing wellness workshops to BIPOC women and Indigenous youth across Canada. I have a history of working for APTN on Red Earth Uncovered, and also now working with brands and utilizing messaging through partnerships and through campaigns. This work is really important to me, but I have to give credit to my mom, who is also in the crowd, Lori Olette, who is Red River Métis, and then my dad, Kevin Stonechild, who is Nehiyaw from Muscophegan, and he was a writer, and my mom was a dancer. She's like a dancing social worker, and my dad was a really strong advocate for Indigenous rights and Indigenous sovereignty, despite having every statistic against him, despite going through the prison system here in Canada, which we know is largely made up of Indigenous men because of the genocide and because of colonization. And so even though he had all the statistics against him, he was a really strong advocate for Indigenous rights within the prison cell. He would actually write letters to magazines within prison. And so he showed me what was possible, even when the world is against you. And so I want to open up this space by connecting to our breath and connecting to our inner guidance system, because that's all why we're here. We have an inner voice that is always guiding us towards our purpose and towards our path. We may just be a little confused or a little lost, but it's always there, and it's always in connection to Creator. So I invite you to join me by taking a tall seat and then firmly placing both your feet onto the earth. And I want you to take a moment and just briefly make eye contact with every person sitting across from you at your table. So just take a moment, and maybe not too intently, but just noticing who's in your space, who's in your environment. And then when you're ready, roll your shoulder blades onto your back. So open up your heart, open up to Creator. And then you can have your palms face down if you need to be more grounded this morning on your lap, or maybe palms face up if you need a little bit more energy. Take a moment and root your tailbone down into Mother Earth, And then it's like you have a string pulling you from Mother Earth to Father Sky, get taller. Now, again, gently scan your environment, observing the room you're in. And then when you're ready, either gently close your eyes or bring a soft gaze to the floor in front of you. Take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale, side out your mouth. Taking another deep breath in through your nose. Exhale, side out your mouth. Letting your morning go, letting this week go, and just arriving here right now. So taking another deep breath into your belly, your ribs, your shoulders. Exhale from your shoulders, ribs, belly. Do 2 more cycles. Inhale to your belly, ribs, shoulders, and exhale from your shoulders, ribs, belly. Do this for 1 more cycle, and on the inhale, you're getting taller, you're expanding. And on the exhale, you're releasing, you're softening a little bit deeper. And now I invite you to notice your breath. And now create an intention for today's session, for today's workshops. What are you here today to cultivate? This can be a word or a mantra. What is your intention for today? So think of that intention, breathe into that, and then gently open your eyes, coming back to the present moment. And now I want you to think of that intention and see if you can influence someone with that intention. So if your intention was for gratitude or presence, or maybe it's for forgiveness, how can you influence and impact the world around you through that intention? So hi, welcome, welcome. Super excited to be here. Now, you can follow me on Instagram at Shayla0H, or you can follow the matriarch.movement. Go on to the next slide. 1 second. All right, so meditation, I realize we only have a limited time, so I'm just going to go over this briefly. But why I like to start each presentation with meditation is because meditation, you have the ability to tap into your subconscious mind. Your mind is controlled 90% by the subconscious mind and 10% by the conscious mind. So Nike's slogan, just do it, is great for the conscious mind, but you actually won't see change in your life unless you start tapping into the deeper layers of your psyche, and that's the subconscious mind. That controls your habits, your behavior, your conditioning, your childhood trauma. That all lies in the deeper layers of your psyche. And so if you want to change your life, you have to tap into the deeper layers of the subconscious mind. And how do you do that? Does anyone know? How do you tap into the deeper layers of your mind? Meditation, self-hypnosis, therapy, ceremony, sound frequencies. There's so many ways to tap into that deeper layer of your mind. And that deeper layer is the theta state. And so you're going into like a state that's in between waking up and sleeping. And so you want to tap into that layer because that's how you begin to shift your reality. And that's how you begin to shift the limited perceptions and conditioning that you may be holding back and running your life on. And so I speak of this work because before I took up space within these spaces, I really took a lot of time to work on myself, to heal from my own intergenerational trauma. I spoke of my father who committed suicide when I was 16, and that was a really big shift in my awareness. I had to really think of how could someone take their life? And unfortunately, this is a reality I believe every one of us has either felt or has known someone that has committed suicide, because suicide is the leading cause of death within our communities, and most of our communities are made up of youth. And so I feel like a big way of shifting that is realizing that we have the power to shift our reality. We don't have to live up to these statistics that were thrust onto us. We have the power, and it all lies in connecting back to the land, connecting back to ceremony, connecting back to our language. We literally have the toolbox. It's just the willingness and the commitment and the discipline to make that happen. And so when you start meditating, when you start shifting your life, I want you to commit to it for 90 days. Because the thing about your brain is your brain will start working against you. Your brain will go back into the comfortable habits because that's what your brain knows. And so commit to your goal, commit to your vision for at least 90 days to start to create a new hardwire in your brain. And then that's what your brain gets used to. But it's going to be scary and it's going to be uncomfortable, but it's also going to be really liberating. And you're going to find new experiences and new people that also align in that thinking and in that state. And so these are just some of the things that you can do to start to rewire for resilience, even though we're all resilient here. Investing in your education, in your trainings, reading. I love Sherry Mitchell. I love Dr. Joe Dispenza. Podcasts, connecting with nature, journaling. So these are all little tools for you to tap into your power. And then I mentioned sound therapy, meditation, yoga, movement, ceremony, and really having a strong awareness. I know how much time I have left? Because I could go on. I want to respect the other speakers. And so why is all this work important? And so I took yoga teacher training, and when I was in my yoga teacher training, I was getting very overwhelmed with everything that I was learning because, I'm Nehiao. I come from those teachings. And then here I was learning from an entire different lineage. And I was getting overwhelmed. And there was all these gods and deities, and there was, chanting and Sanskrit, and there's a whole nother language and a whole nother philosophy. But what I realized is a lot of the teachings that come from the Eastern lineage also connect to indigenous ways of being. We just call it different things. And when I went to a sweat, there was a medicine man, and he told me, Shayla, I know you're studying a lot of different cultures and a lot of different ways of being. We may call it different things, but it all connects us to the same source. It all connects us to Creator. And so the word yoga means union. It means union of mind, body, spirit. I am Nehiao. That translates into the 4 aspects of being, the 4 directions, which are the foundations within the medicine wheel, which is that interconnectedness of mind, body, spirit connection. And so these 2 worlds kind of connect you to your own spirit, but it connects you to something greater than just yourself. And so yoga allowed me to purify and let go of things that were holding me back. And so when I talk about this work, a lot of people don't realize the stuff that happens behind the scenes, like Ali was mentioning earlier. I took a lot of time up healing from a lot of breakups. I'm sure you guys can relate, but a lot of breakups, and also my own substance, drug and alcohol abuse that I had endured when I moved to Vancouver alone at 18. And so I took 2 years off to really find myself in these trainings. And after those trainings, I started getting visions in my dreams. And this is the power that we hold as Indigenous people. When we start to bring into balance our mind, body, spirit connection, we start working on our goals, our visions, our intentions, we connect to ceremony, you will start having Creator speak to you in ways that you never thought before. And so the matriarch movement actually came to me in a dream. And I believe it was a message from either my father or my ancestors. And so this is the power that we have as Indigenous people, is connecting to other realms. We're multidimensional beings. And to know that we have these tools, I mean, I'm getting chills right now just thinking about the power that we have as Indigenous people. And so this led me to do the work that I'm doing now. And a big part of the work that I'm doing now is finding ways to get messaging out into Canadian consciousness through brand partnerships and through essentially just the work that I do. And so I spoke for September 30th. I hosted ET Canada's National Truth and Reconciliation Day, dedicated to Orange Shirt Day. We just won 2 Canadian Screen Awards for that episode. And so that also shows the power of collaborating with non-Indigenous people, with collaborating within community. And now non-Indigenous people are waking up to how, dope we are, and they're wanting to now collaborate with us. And so that shows the power of working together, of working through all my relations, that interconnectedness, that community. And I know I'm probably at 15 minutes, right? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. A really big thing that I'm working on right now is creating a connection and learning my language. I'm working with a mentor. And so I find a way to stay connected and for me to remain accountable to myself and my practice is by intertwining the language in campaigns that I'm doing. And so this way I'm also learning, but also an audience is learning around with me. And so my invitation for you is, what do you want to connect to? What is your vision? What is your purpose? What is your why? Because this is you're gonna continue have to come back to this despite all the statistics that are against us. And so coming back to that intention, now think of the impact behind that intention. How can you influence the world around you through that? Hi, thank you. On my relations, I think it's Kendra up next. All right, Ali. Hi.
Yeah, you were definitely giving me chills, probably most of the room. That was very, very enriching to hear. And we were all very fortunate to be able to have Shayla share all that knowledge and wisdom with us. And, how self-discipline really, really goes a long way. And, it's not easy and it takes time to learn. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to have you come do a quick draw for our youth. If you could pick a name so they can win something for the youth that are here this morning and in the room, and I watch. So just pick a name. Candy Capo Pratt. You in the room? Hey, yeah, come get your prize. Huh? Oh, it's supposed to be youth only. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Andre. He said that. No, just kidding. Okay. Only youth can put their names in this draws, guys. Okay. We have Avery Sinclair. Is Avery here this morning? No? Okay. Elena Wesley. Oh, there we go. Elena's here. Okay, awesome. Come get your iWatch. That's cool. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, come upstairs. Okay. So next, I'm going to introduce our next panelist, and that's going to be Michaela Shannon. So Michaela Shannon is a Nehiyaw, Irish, and Lakota member of Frog Lake First Nation. She's a TV host and personality journalist, model, actress, and facilitator. Michaela began hosting her career on APTN. She was on the series The Other Side, which was about ghosts and haunted houses, and she did that stuff. I remember always seeing her on APTN, and I'm like, oh my God, there she is in this haunted house again somewhere. She's now a guest correspondent for eTalk, an associate producer for CTV News in Regina. And prior to this, she's a freelance fashion and beauty expert for Toronto's City Line and a journalist for CBC Life. And she was also one of our first Miss Teen Saskatchewan here in Saskatchewan when she was younger. Michaela is like a little sister to me. I've known her for many years, and I'm just very, very proud of how far she's come since her Miss Teen days. And one of Michaela's largest campaigns was for Nordstrom, which she was featured on the largest billboard in Canada on Dundas Square in Toronto. As the first Indigenous woman to achieve this, she was given a platform to demand for more Indigenous representation in the mainstream spaces. Michaela's goal is to shift the paradigm through visible Indigenous representation in the film, television, and modeling industry, with hopes to change the way Indigenous people, specifically women, are portrayed in the media. And on top of all of this, Michaela is still working full time, and she's also about to be a brand new mama, which I'm so excited about as an auntie. And so, and talking about sisterhood and how important that is, that we continue to support and uplift each other. So with that, let's hear from Michaela and some of her story.
How do I? Oh, is yours on? Hello? Okay. I'm going to sit because, yes, I'm, like Ali said, I'm pregnant and it's easier for me to catch my breath when I'm sitting down. Thank you for that introduction, Ali. I don't have a PowerPoint today, but I'm just going to speak, from the heart and share my story. And for those of you who don't know me, I'll fill you in and where I'm from. So I am from Treaty 6 territory, Frog Lake First Nation. This is where I'm registered to. That's where my biological father is from. But my stepfather who raised me is from Treaty 4 territory in Cowessess. So I was actually raised here in Saskatchewan in a little small town called Bigger. I know we're all very familiar with that town. But yeah, today I am an associate producer for CTV Regina. I'm a model, I'm an actress, a TV host, journalist. But this wasn't always something that I wanted to do. And, growing up in a small town, I experienced a lot of bullying and racism and discrimination. And this took a huge toll on me as a child and a youth growing up. So when I was about 12 years old, you got that awkward stage when you're hitting puberty, you're experimenting with makeup, you're trying to figure out your way into junior high school. My mom put me in these modeling classes here in Saskatoon, and it was more so for self-esteem building and trying to navigate that awkward stage. So I did this over a summer, and this really helped me break out of my shell and kind of guided me to where I am today in the arts. When I finished the course, the agent who was putting on the classes said, "Oh, I have this audition for you. It's for a TV show on APTN called Rabbit Fall." And at 12 years old, like no experience, I did the audition and I got the part. So I was kind of just thrown into the world of arts. But before that, before I found that path and found that healthy outlet that I needed as a child, I wanted to, play basketball. I wanted to be a forensic pathologist, and, I wanted to go to university and continue my education when I got older. But being thrown into the world of arts, I was able to realize that this was something that would help me heal and help me have healthy coping mechanisms and a healthy outlet, which is so important to have and learn as an adult. So obstacles, was asked to share my story and talk a little bit about the obstacles that I've overcome. I can talk all day. I mean, you listen to my bio, everything that I've achieved. I could talk about all the good things, but I also like to talk about the things that I've experienced, that I'm sure you've experienced, and that you're trying to learn how to overcome right now in your lives as youth. I want to be able to give you those tools to heal and, find your own paths and some guidance. So some obstacles that, I've had to overcome in my life. I've experienced, a lot of violence in my life. Having my biological father was a part of the 60s scoop, and my stepfather is a residential school survivor. So I experienced a lot of intergenerational trauma growing up. And So I've experienced domestic violence, a lot of lateral violence, sexual abuse. And so when I found the arts is what really helped me overcome these hardships and barriers in my life. And those coping mechanisms, finding those healthy coping mechanisms, it took me a long time to try to figure it out, and I struggled. And I'm sure a lot of us can agree, like, we didn't always have healthy coping mechanisms. Drug and alcohol abuse in the past, hanging out with the wrong people in the wrong crowd, and being influenced by the mainstream dominant society. It's so easy to fall into the lifestyle of the big city, especially when you're coming from the reserve for the first time, from the res, and you're moving to the city and you don't know what to expect in these big cities. So yeah, healthy coping mechanisms. Sorry, I have a few notes here. I didn't just wake up one day and feel like I healed my trauma and feel like, oh, I've overcome this obstacle. That's not how it works. Our trauma, it stays with us for our entire lives. And it's all about, finding something healthy to express that energy and express that pain and that suffering and that hurt, and putting it into something and getting something positive out of it. So what has helped me overcome those barriers is, writing, singing, dancing. For some people it's sports. That's a huge one. Powwow dancing, yoga, channeling that hurt that we feel and making it into something that we can give back to the world and share with other people, and help give them the tools to overcome their own traumas as well. Another huge thing that I've experienced, and I know since this is a women's empowerment panel, and I'm sure like each and every single one of us up here have experienced the lateral violence that happens within our communities from our own friends, our own family members, our own communities. When we don't support one another, and we don't get support from our own people in our own communities, that really affects us. And we already have a hard enough time trying to navigate this world and navigate our way through the white world, dominant society. We already have enough people trying to push us down and hold us back and discriminate against us, and we don't need to add to it. We don't need to be doing that to our own people and to each other, especially as women. I see this a lot on social media, tearing each other down. And, we talk so much about, the rising of the matriarchs and becoming a matriarchal society. But there's so many women and so many people that aren't acting in alignment with that goal or that vision. As women, we need to support one another and be there for be there for each other, and help each other rise. When we're in positions of power, it's important for us to make sure that we open the door wide enough so that more women after us can enter those spaces too. And that sisterhood that Ali was talking about is really important to achieve this goal of becoming a matriarchal society again. But yeah, that's, those are my main messages for today that I really wanted to share with you. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Michaela, for sharing with us. I know you had a few people choked up out there. I seen my mom crying, and and I just want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, like, I love you, and I'm here for you, and baby, and I'm so excited for you. So you make me choked up too. So Joe, let's do one more draw quickly. Oh, is Wasey Albert in the room? No, Wasey is a young girl. I know her. Well, we'll put her back in for later. Thomas Starr. Are you here, Thomas? Okay. Would you like a jersey or a hat? Your choice. Signed Ethan Bear jersey. Woo! Okay, we're gonna move on to our last panelist, and after this, we're gonna have a few questions and answers for the crowd. So if you guys have any questions for our panelists, please think of them now. Kendra Jesse. So Kendra Jesse is a Cree and Ukrainian woman from Sucker Creek First Nation in traditional Treaty 8 territory in northern Alberta. Kendra has a Bachelor of Sport Management honors degree from Brock University, and she is a fancy shawl dancer. Certified fitness trainer and a wellness advocate. Kendra has played hockey growing up for 15 years and competed at the university level. Her passion for health, wellness, and movement is driven by her experiences as an athlete. Through her work, she has goals to inspire the future generations and continue to reclaim spaces for Indigenous people and their voices within the wellness and sports industries. Thank you very much, Kendra. I look forward to hearing from you.
Just in like a second, yeah. Tanse, hello everyone. I just want to say that I'm really honored to be here with all of you this morning, and I'm really grateful that you're all taking the time and the energy to be with us this morning and to hear us share a bit about our story. And yeah, I have a little PowerPoint that I want to share with you guys today. It's something that I'm really, really passionate about, and it ties into a lot of the work that I do. Like Ali kind of introduced me. A lot of the work I do is it's focused on reclaiming space for Indigenous people and their voices and their knowledge in the sport and wellness spaces, because as a youth who grew up playing sports, so many times I was felt that I didn't belong there, or that I shouldn't be there, or that it wasn't a safe and inclusive space for myself. And so growing up with those experiences, it's something that, I have younger siblings. It's something that I don't want youth and the future generations to have to experience. So this is why I put my full heart into it, because just growing up and having those experiences and wanting different for the future generations. And so that's where I get a lot of my motivation from, is from future generations and just wanting to make changes for them and make sure that they, have a better future and a better experience than what I had. But you could start the PowerPoint now. And so the message that I really try to deliver is something that just I wish that I could have heard as a youth growing up, and that's that our ancestors were athletes, because I grew up hearing just so many negative, awful, racist, and rank stereotypes about Indigenous people, especially because I am mixed. I am a Cree and Ukrainian woman. And so that's a really huge part of my story, is that I am mixed. And so I didn't get to grow up with my culture or being around ceremony or being around elders and knowledge keepers and powwows and everything. That's something that I started to reclaim as I was a young adult, and I really went about my journey, and I started to learn more about myself, about the history of Indigenous people. I learned about residential schools and intergenerational trauma, and so it really was a big priority in my heart to reclaim and reconnect with the ways of my ancestors and to reclaim my identity as a mixed Indigenous person, because for so long I tried to really suppress that and I didn't know how to embrace it. But it's something that I've really put in a lot of work on my journey to be connected with knowledge keepers and elders and good mentors and going out in community and making connections. And that's really, I've had so many amazing mentors in my life who have helped me on my journey and helped me with reclaiming my identity. And so I know that colonization has really tried to minimize us down to nothing as Indigenous people, but growing up and hearing all these negative stereotypes, I never understood why I was hearing them or where they were coming from. I never understood. And it wasn't until I was an adult and I started to learn more and realize that many of these issues that currently affect Indigenous people are an effects of colonization in residential schools. You know, it's not because our people are less than or they're unworthy, you know, it's because of colonization in residential schools. And so as a result of this, Indigenous peoples are often they're stereotyped and their cultures are misrepresented. And I think growing up, a lot of us have really experienced that and not understanding what it means to be an Indigenous person. We just kind of hear those negative stereotypes that exist out there. And I'm going to skip past this one, but just learning more about the culture and getting connected with more people in community, I was able to just start learning more about our traditional ways of life and how wellness was a way of life for our ancestors. It wasn't something that kind of in modern day we practice, we make time for wellness. It was, our cultures have always been rooted in wellness. And, we never labeled it as wellness because it was just a way of life for us. And it was something that was so enriched throughout a lot of our traditional ways of life. And I think it's important for youth to know that, know that our ancestors were, the OGs in wellness, and they had a lot of contributions to it, and it's something that in modern days, I know Shayla talks a lot about this, and I've gained a lot of inspiration to speak up more about it because of just the lack of representation of Indigenous people in the wellness space, even though they have so many contributions to wellness. And a lot of our ancestors have ancestral knowledge that's so powerful and so valuable in life. And just there's a lot of coping mechanisms that are in our culture. And there's movement, dance, song, sleep, breath, and prayer. And Western science is now just coming to, they're just learning and just coming to the realization of all the benefits of, all these kind of things that our ancestors have been doing since the beginning of the time. And, they didn't call it wellness and they didn't do it for their wellness. It was their way of life. It was their culture. It was their ancestral knowledge. And so, a lot of you here today probably have elders or knowledge keepers that you may be connected with. And so I really encourage you to try to learn from them, try to learn that ancestral knowledge. Growing up as a youth, I didn't have those connections. And so I really strongly encourage you, if you have elders or any knowledge keepers or ceremony people in your life, and language speakers, especially, reclaiming the language is so important. But I really encourage you to spend time with those people and to learn from them, to listen to their stories, because, that knowledge they have is so valuable and powerful. And, it's something that we're not going to have those elders and those people around forever. So it's important to learn from them while they're here. And for myself, movement, I like to say that movement is my culture. And, because for Indigenous people, movement really was the culture. It was a part of our lifestyle as Indigenous people. And we moved for survival, not for pleasure or for play like we do in modern days. Movement was essential for our life. And it was not something we just did for play or for fun. It was something that was really a huge part of a lot of our cultures. And so, in my own life, I really try to make a lot of time for movement, and I try to make it a priority because I just know a lot of the benefits that come from movement. It really helps with my mental health and my emotional health, and letting go of a lot of anger and trauma that I've been carrying since I was a child, or anger and trauma that's not even mine to carry. It's been passed down to me. Movement has been something that's really helped me to navigate a lot of the negative emotions that I've had in my life. A lot of that anger and that rage. Movement and sports has really been a good outlet, a good healthy outlet for me to let let go of that and to not carry it anymore and let it weigh me down. But ceremony has also been something that's really completely changed my life. And I seriously don't know where I would be without ceremony and without my ceremony family, the Eagle Tails, who are from Tsuut'ina Nation in Treaty 7 territory. You know, a lot of our ceremonies also were really rooted in a lot of movement and a lot of, you know, really physical activity, you know, like dancing and fasting and building lodges, getting, you know, the sweat lodge ready, getting, you know, rocks ready for the lodge, or picking medicines and, you know, carving wood or setting up a teepee. There's a lot of parts of our culture and just our way of life that is so enriched with movement. And ceremony too is just something that's really, there's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and it's really something that's requires a lot of movement. And even like hunting and fishing, there's so much movement and so much, you know, rigorous activity and hard work that goes into that. And for our ancestors, that was just a way of life for them. You know, you have ancestors who hunted buffalo at one time, you know, and I just think that's really powerful. And I want to also just talk a little bit about some of the contributions Indigenous people have made to modern day sports, because our ancestors had very amazing and important roles in advancing and developing and sharing modern day sports. And I think it's important for youth to learn that and to know that, because I know for myself, when I was in sports spaces, I was always felt like I didn't belong, or I shouldn't be there. You know, I remember growing up playing hockey, and I was probably about 12 years old, and it was after the game. It was a real close game, and we beat this one team, and there was quite a bit of Native girls on our team. And after the game, when we're shaking hands, the girls are telling us to go back to our teepees and all this stuff. And then a big line brawl broke out, and I'm like, we're only 12 years old, and like it's youth already having like views and opinions and like stuff like that. And so I feel like there's a lot of racism that really drives our youth out of sports and out of those spaces. And I think that it's important for you to know that they belong, because their ancestors had many contributions to modern day sports. And, you know, they had a lot of knowledge that really has shaped the modern day sports that we have today. And the first one is lacrosse. You know, lacrosse is also called its creator's game. It was, you know, gifted to the Iroquois people. And Indigenous people had really big contributions with lacrosse, with canoeing, with hockey. And I grew up playing hockey for over 15 years. And, you know, a lot of times I was felt like I didn't belong, but, you know, the Mi'kmaq people out in the East Coast had really big contributions to hockey. They were actually the first people to make hockey sticks. They were original creators. There's that top kind of slide there where it talks about the Mi'kmaq hockey stick. And so I think it's really important for you to know that, you know, to know that their ancestors had knowledge and contributions to sport, because, you know, we're so often made to feel like we're not meant to be there. And so, you know, I want youth to know that they deserve to be in these spaces. They deserve to take up space and to succeed and to thrive and compete. And, you know, to remember that, you know, to play for your ancestors, or, you know, to do whatever it is in life that you're passionate about, you know, to do it for your ancestors, you know, because there was points in time where they couldn't do the things that we're doing nowadays. So that's really what I try to do a lot of time, is just doing things to honor them, and, you know, going out and taking up space in places where they never could or where they couldn't before, and just even practicing culture and learning that. But there's also archery and snowshoeing and dog sledding, you know, and dancing. Powwow dancing for myself too is something that I learned as an adult, and I really reclaimed that part of my identity. And it's helped me a lot on my journey. It's really it's helped me with my journey with sobriety. It's brought me on, you know, a good path with staying sober, and it's introduced me to so many different mentors across Turtle Island, and just different people who have helped me with my dance journey. And, you know, dancing for me is really something that's so beneficial for all aspects of my health, my mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual health. It's really helped me a lot on my journey, and really with my identity and reclaiming that. It's become a really huge part of my identity, and it's something that I'm so passionate about. And I often talk about this. I was talking about this with Shayla yesterday, and how I've been getting asked to kind of do dance performances and stuff, but I don't really feel called to do it, because like I love to dance, but I don't love to perform. I like dancing at powwows and, you know, dancing on my own time, but I don't really love to perform. But dancing is something that I'm really passionate about. And I just wanted to share a message also before I'm done for the youth, because I was asked to kind of just share just a message, like a good message of empowerment and encouragement. And this is something that, I wish I would have heard as a youth, and that is to believe in yourself, to love yourself, and be proud of yourself, no matter how much the world tries to stop you from doing so. And I know it can be really hard navigating this world as an Indigenous person or as a mixed person, and just feeling like you're not enough, feeling like you're not, enough. And I think that, it's really important for you to just always just believe in yourself. My lodge keeper, he always says that the only way that it will happen is if you believe. And so you really have to believe in your goals, your dreams, your vision, and your prayers. Believe in your prayers, and Creator will answer them. He'll come through with the help that you need. And it may not be what you think it is, but just always believe in your journey, believe in your path, and believe that you deserve good things. That was something I really had a hard time with growing up. I didn't believe I deserved good things till I was like a young adult. And when I started to finally believe in myself and believe that I deserved to have a good life, I started to get good opportunities in life. I even just like this, like getting to speak at youth conferences, like as a child, this is something I would have never imagined myself doing or never would have seen myself doing, because I was just kind of shy and really unsure of myself. And I was just didn't believe that I deserved a good life. But I just want you all to remember that you do, and remember that you have a really special and sacred place here in this world. You have gifts and knowledge and abilities that you offer the world that nobody else can. And so remember that you have a purpose that Creator's put in your heart, that only you can fulfill that. And we need you all here. We need you here to fulfill that purpose that Creator's put in your heart. And I'm kind of humble. I don't really love talking about myself. I get kind of shy. But for myself, when I really started to believe in myself and be proud of myself and love myself, and I started to learn more about Indigenous people and their history and their cultures, is when I really started to step into my power. And I just want to talk about one of the accomplishments I've done that I'm kind of proud of, and I was in a Nike campaign recently, and I'm proud of that. It's hard for me to say that I'm proud of something I've done, because growing up, I never really heard that. I never heard good job or that I'm proud of you. But yeah, I don't know if it's gonna play, but do you know if it will? How do I play it? Oh, whoops. Guess I wasn't meant to. Okay, you just play it then.
My breath holds power to let me start over and try again, a little at a time. With each inhale, I readjust. I move closer to healing. I move into myself. When I'm in motion, my breath carries me beyond limitations. My lungs expand as I root further into my community. Movement is my culture. Dancing for me, it's a meditative state. I hear that drum beat, my heart is just so connected with it, and it's like living as your true, authentic self. My name is Kendra Jesse, and I am a Cree and Ukrainian woman from Sucker Creek First Nation. I am a fancy shawl dancer, an Indigenous wellness advocate, and a personal trainer. And I'm really proud. I'm proud of myself, my family, my community, and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
Awesome. I just want to say thank you so much again. And I'm really just honored to be here and to take up space. And I really hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference and the rest of the speakers. But hi.
Can we give our speakers one more round of applause? That was absolutely brilliant and beautiful, and I'm feeling very, very inspired right now. And I know that such an important message is to actually believe in yourself. It's a really hard thing to do. Like, self-love is really hard. I think we're our worst critics. we can look in the mirror and, maybe sometimes say some awful things, but we need to really start to learn how to love ourselves and believe in ourselves. And then we manifest these beautiful stories and journeys and experiences that we are all deserving of. So with that, we're going to open it up to question and answers or Q&A with our panel. So is there anybody in the crowd who has a question for anybody on our panel? Oh, yeah, we're going to draw one more name as a prize. I forgot about that. We'll get a prize, and then does anybody have a question? Put your hand up, and we'll get the mic brought out to you. It's kind of spelled different. Duncan?
Is it D-E-N-C-O-I?
Sorry, it's hard to read the writing. D-U-N-C-O-I, and then it just says W. It's like done. It ends with an I. Okay, I'm sorry. And then you're gonna win some AirPods.
Okay, this one.
Okay, Shania Kulak. Is she here?
Not here.
No? Okay. Our rule is you have to be here to win.
Oh, Isabella.
Oh, Isabella Kulak. No, they're not here right now? Okay.
She's not picking very good.
It's okay.
Okay,
Morgan Watney. Is Morgan Watney here? No? Oh. Okay, Theron Daniels. Theron Daniels here? Okay. Where are these guys? Huh? Okay, Brianna Carter. Yay! Brianna's here.
I'm just gonna put these back in.
Okay. Yeah. You can choose a hat or AirPods, whichever one you would like. Would you like a beaded hat? Yeah? Okay, choose. You can choose one, and then we'll take a picture of Kendra giving it to you. And then is there anybody who has any questions for our panelists? And we can, sorry, I can't see anything. Okay, we already got somebody with the mic back there, and then I see another question over here after that. Is that Kaladu? Yes. And we have Justin Holness, aka Jakota, with a question. Is the mic on?
Nope. Now it is.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for sharing your heart, sharing your story. It's heartfelt and it's appreciated. My question is, what does it take to sustain the career paths that you have all chosen, or the career paths that have chosen you? We all get to see the final product, the sparkle, the views. So my question is really, what does it take to sustain the career paths that you have chosen, the work that goes behind the curtain?
Hello? All right. I guess I'll start because I actually have a flight to catch at 12, so I may have to dip out early. But to sustain all the work that I do, honestly, it takes a lot of, I spend a lot of time alone, to be completely honest. I keep my circle really small. I only invest in the relationships that are reciprocal and respectful. And it also takes a daily, my daily rituals. So like waking up, saying my prayer, smudging, visualizing how I want that day to go, writing stuff down, also knowing what my values are. And because when you know what your values are, you can have the ability to say yes to one thing and no to another, because you know who you are and where your values lie. If you don't know your values, then you're going to be, all over the place. And so really staying connected to those values and letting that be your guiding point, because your personal values relate to your business values. They're kind of like interconnected. And so really define define what those look like, and also be okay with saying no. Sometimes I don't know my bandwidth, and I'll say yes to everything because I still have that survival instinct within me that I don't have enough. I still have that scarcity mindset that, you know, I grew up in poverty. So I'm always constantly saying yes, and then I burn myself out. So also realizing when, you know, the colonial system is kind of like taking advantage of you. And so making sure you're not even exploiting your own self. And so saying no when things aren't in alignment with those values that you have. I don't know who else wants to go next.
Yeah, I'll go next. Hello. Honestly, doing the hard work, you know, battling with yourself every day, and you know, to what Kendra said, you know, some of us don't feel like we deserve a lot of the good things that come our way, and sometimes we're our own worst critics and our own what's the word?
Worst enemy.
Worst enemies, yes, thank you. Our own worst enemy, and we self-sabotage, and because we don't feel like we deserve those things. So the hard work is really dealing with your own trauma and overcoming that trauma, you know, and that's going to therapy, going to ceremony, you know, speaking with an elder, having those healthy coping mechanisms and outlets to turn to when you are feeling down or when you are feeling like the world is crashing down on you and your trauma is too much. You know, healing is not linear, it's a roller coaster. Sometimes you're going to be awesome and really good for a long period of time, and sometimes you're going to hit a rough patch and be back at square one and have to reset. And what in those moments, those are the moments that it's really important to figure out what it is you're going to turn to that's healthy.
Yeah, I think for myself, just remembering that it's a journey, and like there's going to be ups and downs, and that the journey it's meant to take you to different places. That's what I try to remind myself all the time, is that it's a journey, and to trust the journey that Creator's given me. And with that, just also really trying to prioritize like self-care. Like self-care is different for everyone. There's different things that work for everyone, but trying to prioritize my own self-care so that I can be able to go out and like take care of like the other things in my life, or the other people in my life that need to be taken care of. But again, it's like focusing on your own self, your own healing, your own self-care, your own wellness, so that you can go out in the world and really, you know, be able to help others, inspire others, and share with others. But yeah, just remembering too that like it's a journey, and like Michaela said, there's ups and downs, and just to remember to trust that you know, life is, it's not meant to just be a one climb up a hill, like it's going to take you all over like a roller coaster, but to just trust the journey and enjoy where it takes you.
You have to go. Is it working? Yeah, I don't.
I gotta leave real quick, but I'll just give two more things. One, shadow work. So understanding your successes and, you know, your highlights as a person is great, but you also need to understand your shadow side. And so those are maybe the toxic patterns and the habits that keep you in vicious cycles. And so really start to think of like, what is my shadow? Who do I hide from the world? Who do I not want people to see? Because when you understand your shadow, that will allow you to heal it and transmute that pain, but also integrate both aspects of your being. So the shadow and the light. Another, I just want to put an invitation out there for plant medicine. I utilize flower essences. And so I would invite all you to look into flower essences because they work on your subtle energetic body. And so there's a flower for every emotional state that you may be going through. And so these are tools gifted by Creator that are in connection to nature. And so I would suggest looking up flower essences and looking up shadow work. I'm sorry, I got to go run to a flight. I got to go to Banff, but thank you so much, Hi, for having me and for being here.
Well, thank you so much to Shayla to making it here. She's very busy and high demand, and have a shout out to her family here who supports her. It's so awesome to see. And quickly before her brother goes, he's a own superstar in his own right. He's a trickster star. I'm not gonna lie. Anything indigenous, I support it. So I was sitting there watching all those shows with my kids, and they're like real creeped out by the skinwalkers. I'm like, oh, don't look at this bird. But anyways, it's great. Love your show. Loved it. So thank you for being here. And we're gonna go have one more question for our panelists here, and then we'll go to the next
Hello. Hey, everyone. I'm Kaladu from the State Country Nation. Great honor to be here today. Have all of our youth represented here. Thanks to all ladies for sharing your information with us today. And I guess my question is more specifically for Kendra. Working with Nike, one of the biggest corporate companies in the world, was your vision and your voice heard while working with them?
Hello? Yeah, definitely. I feel like it was. How I was connected with Nike actually was originally through N7, which is their like Native American kind of department of the brand. And so N7 does a lot of community work with Nike, and they work to just the how N7 started was just kind of grassroots, like to combat the diabetes rates within a lot of indigenous communities, and that's how N7 started out. And so they do, they support a lot of funding for like sports and wellness grassroots initiatives. But I was connected with Nike through N7, and so Nike did a really good job of having indigenous people included. Like the director was an indigenous man from Arizona. His name is Tomas Carmelo. So he did a really good job, and we filmed it actually mainly on Tsuut'ina land. We filmed it at the Sportsplex there, and then a little bit like in Calgary. So we had someone who was from Tsuut'ina who spoke the language. So she was there as like a cultural advisor, helping throughout the day and making sure everything was done in a good way. And when we started off the day, we started off with a traditional prayer from her, and we smudged, and we did everything in a really good way. And I really felt like they valued me as an Indigenous person and my story and my experiences, and they wanted to have people from the community included as well to make sure that it was done in a good way. And I really was happy with the outcome and how there was traditional people involved, and how it almost felt like a ceremony. We opened in a good way, and we closed in a good way also.
Thank you, Cal, for your question, and thank you for being here. And to all the students who are here during final exam season, I see you guys grinding and writing papers right now. So thank you so much for being here with us. We have one more question over here from Mr. J.R. LaRose.
Tante, good morning. This isn't really a question, it's more of a comment, and I just want to acknowledge the four amazing ladies that are up there. I know Shayla just had to leave, but there's a saying, you can't be what you can't see. And we have someone that's a lawyer, a vice chief, someone that's on a Nike ad, someone that's been on TV. Me and my son were shopping for a dress shirt at RW & Co. And I was like, hey, I've met her before. And so the platform that you're using, I just want to say thank you, because that gives us hope, knowing that if we can see this, we can achieve this. So thank each and every one of you. And I know Shayla left, but I've been following all of you, and I'm just so proud to see such strong women. And as well, we got Ray here and all the other amazing women that spoke yesterday. Thank you for all that you do, and just being bad. Well, I can't swear. I was going to say bad, but being bad and bougie. Thank you.
Thank you, JR. And yes, this is, proof that any of you can achieve what you want to achieve, what it is your goals are that you set out for, and, creating those spaces and trailblazing. Thank you so much for both of you and all the work that you do, and for our youth to be able to see themselves in those spaces. Yeah.
Hello. I know some of you might be shy to ask questions, so I will be around a little bit longer. My fiance is speaking today at 1 o'clock on the sports panel, so I will be around if you want to come say hi or ask me anything in private as well. Thank you for
I'll be around for a bit too today. I think I'm flying out at like 7 or something. But yeah, don't be shy. Don't be say hi. I can tell. I love meeting you. Thank you guys so much.
And I think the podcasters would like to interview you if possible. We got some of our First Nation podcasters in the back. And we actually have one of them is they do Cree, it's Cree Lingo, and they do their podcast in Cree as well. So it's really cool. So yeah, they're in the back and they would love to interview you guys. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys and your presence and your work and everything that you do. And we're running a little bit behind time, but that's okay. We're gonna move on to our next panel. Before I think maybe you guys should have maybe a quick break, quick 5-minute break, and then we will get our next panel, which is walking into worlds. So yeah, take a quick 5 minutes, and then we'll have our next panel come up here right now.
Test.
Is Nikita here? Is Madison Noon here?
Yeah.
Hi. Hey, Maddie. And yes, one of our other panelists is Nikita Kapeswiat. It's really bright and hot up here. Coming? I see her right there. She's coming in. Okay. So we are kind of running out of time. What's that next break? Okay. So should we finish because Suzuki's gonna come on at 10:30. I mean 11:30. Okay. 10:30. Suzuki's cutting right in between your guys' chat. Suzuki's on the panel.
Is there something else after us?
Suzuki's right after you.
Okay, so then that's enough time.
So yeah, it's 10:20. So I don't know. Do you want to maybe start doing it?
Okay. I was gonna do that.
You want to do it after?
No, I don't think I'm gonna do it anymore.
Okay,
I don't think myself.
that's totally fine. Yeah. And if you want to do like
Testing,
a pop
test.
dance thing later,
Okay.
like because we have this whole
Alrighty, we're just summit.
Recuerda pedir de Sebastian from Lingo. But yes, I'm from Thurston Pontiac, Shamble Lake, Saskatchewan. I'm here live here at the Epstein Youth Conference.
Youth Summit at Dakota Dunes. It looks like we're going to have a couple of youth join us here for a quick interview, and we'll get this going as they're going to have the next panel up.
Okay,
Good morning. Good morning. We'll just start by introducing you.
Drew
bathroom
Gunn.
lineup, I heard.
Natalie Machisme.
Natalie and Drew. Natalie and Drew. Where are you two from?
First Nation.
Yellow Quill.
Yellow.
All right, on. So, what do you think of the youth summit here so far? The last, well, we're on day 2, so
It's pretty inspirational. It's nice being here. I really like it.
what tools do you hope to take home from this youth conference to overcome challenges?
I don't know.
Not sure.
No, I'm not sure.
Just feeling inspired so far?
Yeah.
that's a very good question to ask too. Is a lot of they talked about not having stuff like this growing up to be presented to them. What do you think you'll take away from this? Just to it's good. It's one thing to be inspired, but there's probably one thing that you relate to that you're gonna do and go home to Yellow Quill and say, "Hey, I'm gonna do this." What is that thing for you that stood out?
The water sessions. I really like them because they're important. I don't know.
Our education is extremely important.
Do you see yourself working, to help the environment and water in the future?
Just like being more mindful of what we're doing, like not spending, not wasting enough, a lot of water, like what they say.
Cool, and that's doing good stuff. Well, I want to thank you, Drew and Natalie,
For joining in this morning, and we can chat again soon.
Thank you.
Alrighty, I want to say thank you to Natalie and Drew. We are going to go to the next panel, and we'll be back with the last panel. I'm going to join Roberta is going to take interview over.
Yeah, I'll be interviewing a few of the speakers, so hopefully get some more words from them. The youth that are watching live. For anyone that's watching live, actually. We go say a moist test later. I'll be right back.
That's in Ontario. She currently lives on Coast Salish territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples in Vancouver, specifically in East Van, as a BC lawyer. Rihanna's passion and career focus is on water protection, fish restoration, and Indigenous law revitalization, while supporting the awareness and education movement of transforming harmful narratives of Indigenous peoples and our inherent rights to govern ourselves and our territories. Rihanna began this advocacy journey as a 19-year-old on her nation's youth council, which inspired her to pursue her dreams. As a young Kwe who attempts to live a good life, Rihanna is also a dancer, singer, snowboarder, longboarder, and dreamer. Her most cherished and important role however, is the privilege of being an auntie. So with that, let's hear from Rihanna and her story. We're very honored to have you here today. Panamaye.
Wujuu, Nintana we Maganituk. Manganis, Gan Jean Jean Kutuk, Indigenous Kaz, Makwan Dutam, Neongashing and Dunji. So my English name is Rihanna Seymour Huri. I come from the Anishinaabe of Neongashing and Treaty 3 territory. Treaty 3 territory spans northwestern Ontario and goes into Manitoba along the US border. And the center of our territory is Lake of the Woods. So yeah, just as Ali said, I live on Coast Salish territories right now in Vancouver, BC, and I practice law there. So I'm an environmental and Indigenous rights lawyer. So I just wanted to share a little bit about my personal story on how I got here. Because yesterday I spoke about my work with water, and I've been working with water like my whole career. And I know I will continue to work with water. And just to kind of speak a little bit about water too, when we take care of the water can take care of everything and everyone. So that's really why I focus on the water, because we need water to survive, and so does everything else. And you know, when the water is nourished, it'll nourish the forests, it'll nourish the fish, it'll nourish us, it'll nourish the animals and our relations, right? So I just wanted to start too by kind of talking about big points in my lifetime. So I remember when I was about probably 11, and there were so much things that were happening in my life that were out of my control. You know, I have alcoholic parents. I'm sure that's a common experience. I was living in a small town that is very racist, and I talked to myself and I spoke to myself and I promised myself that I was going to do everything in my power to change the way that I was living when I can, right? Because I couldn't do that as a child. But I knew that I would have the agency as an adult to make the life that I wanted and that I deserved, right? So that was when I was about 11. I set this intention that I was going to, you know, just attempt to live that good life and try to be happy. So fast forward to when I was 19, I moved back home because I was kind of growing up all over the place too, like Edmonton. I was out in Peterborough, Winnipeg, all over my territory in different reserves and the towns and things like that. So I would be living with, you know, my dad. I would go live with my mom. I would go live with my sister. So all of these people who are helping raise me. And I already also had that agency to kind of choose where I wanted to be and choose who I wanted to be with. So I think that taught me a lot too on just kind of living my life and making those decisions. So when I was 19, I moved back home and I wanted to go into school, but I decided to take a year off because actually I got rejected from my first application to university. And that at the time that was devastating, but then it wasn't the end, right? I was like, I'll just try again next year. So I took the year off and I worked and I went back home. And then I ended up becoming part of my nation's youth council. And this was before I found my voice. I used to be extremely, extremely shy. And so this position really inspired me and kind of pushed me to step out of my comfort zone and to start speaking, because I was talking with youth and I was their representative. So I had to tell people what I was being told. And I had to sit in meetings with chiefs and councils. I had to go to special chiefs assemblies, and then all of these different meetings and gatherings to share back what I've been hearing from the youth. And every single time, and still to this day, what I hear is that, the access to the culture and learning our culture is the most important piece, is the most important thing to our young people. So, you know, um, yeah, that's when I started that journey, and I was on our Treaty 2 Youth Executive Council for 4 years, and that provided me a lot of opportunities to travel around Turtle Island and to listen and to learn from other nations as well, other youth, and just to kind of find that pride and that inspiration as well. So around this time, I was also kind of struggling, so I went to elders in Shoal Lake, and I ended up getting my second name, Ojama. And they told me a lot of things that made sense years and years later. They said that I was supported by my ancestors, that I was a Kupun in my past life. They said that I was going to find my voice and that it would be powerful. And my name actually translates, it can't really be translated into English, but it means a female thunderbird coming from the west. And I'm understanding that name a bit more because I live in the West and I'm learning from those nations. I'm learning from their indigenous laws. I'm learning what their strategies are on, getting their land back. So what I'm coming to understand is that I will be returning home back to the East, but I'm going to be coming from the West. And all of my work over there is focused on water. And it's focused, on those beings within the water. So I started college at 19 in Winnipeg, and my territory's in Ontario. So I did a lot of travel back and forth, a lot of solo drives, and just getting to know, that drive and know myself too, because it's kind of nerve-wracking too, driving, 5-6 hours alone, especially at 19. But I was dedicated, I was put in this position to go to these places and to share back what I've been hearing from the youth. And that's exactly what I still do to this day. I sit with elders, I sit with community members, I sit with young people, and I share back what I hear in those spaces where they're not in, right? So by the time I was 21, I was graduating with my first degree and applying to law school. And I started right after that. So I started law school when I was 22. And at this time, at 22, I made another intention. I sat with myself and I said, I'm going to make good friends. I want friends who care for me. I want friends who inspire me. I want authentic connections. Because I felt like I was really missing that. So at 22, I made that decision. I'm going to expand my social support. I get through law school, and I don't mean to undermine how difficult that was, but throughout law school, I made really, really great friends. And they supported me, and I supported them. And I even met so many Indigenous upcoming lawyers all across Canada, such as Ali, and just creating that collective support system that's needed to navigate these really difficult institutions if we choose to navigate those institutions. And I just want to also, it's not just education, the post-secondary or those systems that we need to get into, but it's those lodges, those ways of knowing, those universities, those Bush universities that we really need to learn from, right? And so when I was in law school, I met who's a really great friend of mine, a sister actually, Professor M.A. Kraft, and she became my mentor. And she's the one who introduced me to the fact that I could actually work with our own knowledge systems and our own laws with being a lawyer. So that's really what grounded me throughout law school. So I used to say, I study Canadian law during the day, but I study my own law during the night, right? So at 25, I graduated with my law degree, and then there wasn't much. I always knew that I wanted to do land work. I wanted to do land protection. I wanted to do water law work. There wasn't much opportunities for me in Manitoba or even Ontario. So I really set an intention. I was like, if I don't get the position that I want, then I'm willing to wait for it, right? So that would postpone my being called to the bar and all of that, but that didn't matter. I wanted a job that I loved and that I felt passionate about. So at 25, I moved across the country and started work at West Coast Environmental Law. And we're a public interest law firm out in Vancouver, and we serve British Columbia. But there is a really interesting program in there called RELAW, and that stands for Revitalizing Indigenous Law for Land, Air, and Water. So I just wanted to back up a little bit. So moving to Coast Salish territories was something that I didn't see myself doing. I really wanted to stay home and stay close to my family. But, I was like, I might as well just go. And at the time, my partner at the time, his name is Ben, and we were already together for many years. And he supported me throughout my whole education. And he moved across the country with me to support my dreams. So yeah, I was living there, and then I had to go through the whole Law Society of BC, so that's a whole other thing. And I had to take a bunch of exams, a bunch of assignments to get called to the bar. And the first time I actually failed. So I'm outlining my failures, or the times that I didn't succeed, to outline that, we're going to come across these hurdles that might feel devastating at the time, but then later we'll recognize that that was actually a really important lesson. And I understand that I was like, I just got to do this again. And I remember my niece, Robin, she said, "You're not a failure in our eyes." And like that just touched my heart, because it's like we let these stories, these messages come into our mind that we're not good enough, that we don't belong in these spaces, that we're not smart enough. And I was realizing that that wasn't my blood memory that was coming out. That was like that colonial story that was saying, you're a failure, but then my niece reminded me, she's like, you're not in our eyes. So yeah, that was a really important lesson for me. And so living out there in Vancouver, I've been there for almost 4 years now. And it was really hard to leave, because especially my niece, Kalia, she was 1.5 at the time. And I was so fearful that she was going to forget me. And I'm happy to say that she has not forgotten me. She's turning 6 this year, this September. So yeah, just making the virtual auntie work. We have these phones and things to be able to connect with their family. So I'm really grateful for that. And I try and make my way home every few months, but that doesn't always work. So yeah, and I just wanted to outline too that when we follow our dreams, it's going to be uncomfortable and it's going to be hard, but it's totally possible. And we have all of these other, stories and different things impacting us, and like recognizing that we have to heal too, right? So I just came back from visiting my dad, and he just recently had his foot amputated because of diabetes, and he also has dementia. So that's really difficult to deal with. And then recognizing that there's healing that needs to be done with our relationship, because there's still an opportunity for us to really nurture that. So I've been thinking about my dad a lot lately, especially from just seeing him and witnessing how fast dementia can impact. And then also recognizing the diabetes as well. So what my dad teaches me through what he's going through right now is to really take care of my body, to eat good food. And we just heard about, exercising, taking care of our whole selves, but then also living a really good, fun life. So I work hard, yes, but I love to have fun as well. So in all of my work, if I'm doing work on water, then in the evening, we're gonna be kayaking on that water. We're gonna be swimming in that water. If I'm working with the fish, then I'll be eating that fish later and enjoying that fish with my friends and my relatives out there. And I also just wanted to say, some of us will decide to leave our homelands to go pursue our dreams, and there will be this guilt. And people will even tell you, when are you going to come home? When are you coming back? When are you going to come share back what you've learned? There's going to be all of these pulls to come back. And for me, I do intend to go back, but not yet. I'm still learning out there. And when I first moved out there when I was 25, I dealt with a lot of this guilt. And I talked with an elder who I'm still really close with, doing work out there. He's a Smukmik Siok elder. And he told me about his ancestors and how his ancestors would travel to different indigenous nations all over Turtle Island. And they would go live there for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and they'll go learn from them, go learn their languages, go learn their laws, go learn about their territories. And then they'll come back and they'll share that all with their people, and their people will be enriched with that knowledge and that information. So that really stuck with me, because that was what I intended to do. But the timing is a different question, right? Because I really enjoy it out there. I love my work. And I'm thinking probably the only way I can come back home and do this work is to create my own, organization. So we will always be, when we're pursuing these dreams, there's going to be so much challenges. Sometimes there'll be loneliness, and but I think it's all worth it, right? Like, I really, really enjoy what I do, and I'm glad that I moved, because it introduced me to such interesting, important work. And I spoke about it a little bit yesterday, but it's about kind of that bridge. So here's our laws, our Indigenous laws, our ways of knowing, and then here's the Canadian, the colonial laws that are have created all of these problems that we're facing today. And I kind of navigate that place in between. So I try and recognize and uphold the teachings that I hear from the elders that I work with, and really share back those principles and their languages too. So yeah, I'm learning a few Indigenous languages out there because I'm learning about their legal traditions. So learning legal traditions, language, and law are so intertwined. And yeah, I think I'll end there, but I just wanted to encourage all the young people to follow your heart, and don't let people diminish your dreams. I remember when I first started law school and I said I want to be an environmental lawyer, and then the law professor was like, there's not environmental jobs out there. And like that was really discouraging. I'm like, and I still continue to say that. And then now I am an environmental and Indigenous rights lawyer working for a really great organization and just learning from so much Indigenous peoples out there about their strategies. So yeah, I just wanted to also recognize everybody who has supported me on getting here. You know, I wasn't alone. I had a lot of mentors and my family has supported me. They're watching right now, so shout out to my family. And yeah, I think just staying true to your intentions, to yourself, and just seeking that a job that inspires you and that you love. And if you're not liking it, then there's a change to be made. And maybe that just starts with setting an intention. So I just wanted to say Chimigwich for listening to me and a little piece of my story. And it's not over yet. I'm just still going. It's just the beginning. Chimigwich.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for being so open and vulnerable with everybody here and sharing your story. It's not easy to do, and all the work that you do. Relaw is like my favorite. And when I heard Relaw was hiring a lawyer, she like let me know this summer, and I was like, oh, I'm running for chief. I really want to do that job though too. Like that's the most important work, revitalizing our Indigenous laws and implementing them in today. So just thank you for the work that you do. We can give her one more round of applause for that. That's amazing. We need more lawyers doing that work for sure. So we're gonna do a quick draw for the youth that are in the room. Lenny Kashane. Lenny, are you here? Oh. Lenny is not here. Gordon Washday. Gordon Washdawish? Gordon? Wow, a lot of these youth that are in here.
There's a lot of them today.
Okay. Destin Owatch. Destin? No? Okay, we're going to try again. Casey Chokan. Hey, there we go. We'll give them some. Got some AirPods and a gift certificate. So we had Rihanna and Nikita talk yesterday on the Woman in Water panel, as they are our lawyers and scientists of this world and coming up. But we wanted them to kind of share more about their stories because, you know, there's a lot more to it than the work that they do. Nikita had a great presentation yesterday with an amazing PowerPoint. I'm gonna introduce you today. So Nikita Kapesiat, she is an environmental science student in her 4th year currently. She's an Indigenous researcher, model, powwow dancer, leader, and brand ambassador. She's a Nehiyaw Plains Cree from the Moosomin First Nation in Saskatchewan of Treaty 6 territory. Nikita is studying environmental science at Mount Royal University, located on the Mohawk Treaty 7 territory, where her research focuses on water quality on Indigenous communities, environmental inequality, and developing an understanding for traditional ecological knowledge. Nikita passionately advocates that Indigenous ways of knowing and Western science are equally valid knowledge sources, and both ways can be used to protect and preserve the environment. Aside from studying environmental science, Nikita uses her social media platforms on Instagram and TikTok to educate others on beauty of Indigenous cultures. Thank you so much, Nikita.
Hello. I spoke a little bit about my journey going through post-secondary yesterday, but there wasn't that much people because a lot of parents were at the casino yesterday. But now you're all broke sitting here, so. um, so, like I said yesterday, I got into water quality when I was growing up on my reserve, and I was that bad kid with silver teeth because I drank a lot of pop. I didn't brush my teeth. My parents just kind of let me run wild, and I just remember never trusting the water that came out of our tap. I never liked swimming in our lake, Jackfish Lake, because it was just green and kind of stunk a little bit. But that was kind of my introduction into why having access to water, clean water, is so important for us because it impacts our livelihood. And this final is called Living in Two Worlds, Walking in Two Worlds, Running, Sleeping. And, kind of reflecting back on getting into university, I remember when I first started in my program, um, my friends, people who are my friends now, I remember them asking me questions like, oh, I heard Indigenous people don't pay taxes. Or, I heard you get everything paid for. And that was kind of like a shock to me because I grew up with my people. I wasn't really used to, having to explain these things to non-Indigenous people. So, I educated them, but it took a lot of work to get to this point of my life. And I think something that a lot of people don't talk about is like how hard it is, to walk in two worlds. And I'm still learning how to balance that. I'm still learning how to be, true to myself, but also, live in the white world, the Western world, the science world. And I feel like that's my biggest struggle right now. But you just got to keep trying. This is the new world we live in. This is, the world you're coming up in. And what's exciting for your generation is there's going to be so many more jobs in 5-10 years that didn't exist, that don't exist right now. And I never thought that I would be in this type of industry. I didn't even know this existed when I was in high school. Like, I had no idea what I was going to do. I had no idea what my interests were. And actually, how I got into it was, around 19 years old. I was living in Saskatoon here, just kind of working, dead end jobs, not really doing anything, and just kind of feeling, depressed. Like I'm supposed to be doing something. I just had that internal feeling like I'm supposed to be doing something. I'm supposed to be somewhere, but I'm lost. I don't know where I'm meant to be right now. And so I brought these up to my mom, and she took me to a ceremony. And I was able to ask Daffy Puyak, who was leading that ceremony, like, what is my purpose? Why am I here? Why am I an Indigenous woman in this time? I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something, and I can't connect the pieces by myself. And so in that ceremony, I was told that I'm here to protect the innocent life, so the plants and the animals, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the water and the land. I'm here to be a protector. I'm here to use my voice. And I thought that was real sacred. Hear my purpose in a ceremony, but that's what kind of initiated that spark. It's like, okay, well, how do I get in this industry of environment? And that's when I'm like, okay, well, no one's gonna listen to me if I don't have some kind of education. Brown Indigenous women, things weren't kind of lining up for me in Saskatchewan, so I started looking to other provinces and other programs. And that's when I got accepted at Mount Royal University for environmental science. And kind of began this journey, and now I'll be finishing this June. So that's really exciting. And I guess the biggest things that I would say if you're gonna enter into science or just university in general is
what's really helped me is to get grounded. And then being grounded means different things to different people. I've always been very spiritual, and I've always been very connected to my culture, to dancing. That's what kind of kept me grounded throughout this whole time was when I went over there, I had to find my people, I had to find my elders, and I also had to find other Indigenous scientists who have already done this journey and they can help me when problems arise. Like, I remember last summer, I'm working for an environmental consulting company, and we were out in the field doing land surveys, and my mentor, who's like this white doctor with many years of experience, he made me feel like I wasn't smart enough or I wasn't good enough to be an environmental scientist, and that experience kind of stuck with me throughout this whole year. And it wasn't until I went to ceremony and kind of like cleansed myself of that energy, or I'm like, that's something that we face as Indigenous people, is like that self-doubt. And I know it's come up in this panel and the other panel before, but it can really mess up your life if you start believing that you're not good enough. And I feel like that's something that we're taught on the res. That's kind of an idea that is passed down to us, and that comes from residential school. Those aren't our thoughts. Those don't belong to us. And I think once we start doing that healing work of realizing your worth and realizing how valuable you are as Indigenous youth, that's when you can live your full potential. And that's where, things start coming together. And so, throughout my university experience, I've had to do a lot of emotional work on top of learning the Western ways of science. And that's what's kept me grounded, and that's what I would recommend, that you start looking into if you're going to go into these fields. You got to find your people, you got to find your community. And I know high school can be a really bad experience for a lot of us. It can be very violent, but, just remember that it's not going to always be this way. You're going to graduate, you're going to go out into the world, and you're going to make a better life for yourself. And so I'd like to leave with that. So thank you so much. Okay.
And having to educate people who are uneducated about who we are in those spaces, that's a lot of an extra burden that we take on.
Alrighty, hey, welcome back here. We've got Justin Wholeness, Justin Wholeness, from Ocean Man First Nation. I apologize here, but yeah, I'll just get you real quick to introduce it.
Chande washte nambe chimnuzintano. Owichigisa imagiabano. Oshimano yade shida hawahi.
He was born and raised in Saskatoon.
Masicho. So you've, I believe you brought some youth up here from your reservation. And what do you think of the youth summit here so far?
I think very highly of this youth summit. I think acknowledging the organizers to put this together.
question, how do you maintain this level of success, I guess, when you get somewhere? You know, I know some of the panelists, they talk about, hey, you should come home. You know, you should come home and do this, or maybe it's your family and friends trying to get you back home to be closer. And, you know, what is you bringing youth up here? What does it take for someone in the community to maintain that stuff so that youth get to experience it?
Yeah, I think it was an interesting response to hear some of the speakers say how they get called home. I actually came home. I was living in Algonquin territory for about 10 years. And during the pandemic, it just kind of called me to come home. I'm attending the First Nation University, and a big part of it is for me to be closer to my community so I can help out and support my own people, support Madago Yabi, my family. So I think that is a very important aspect to the journey I'm on right now. And I think it feels good to be in your home territory. It feels good to be alongside your family. And I think it helps you step into your heart.
Cool. Nazum, if
I have one more question. How do you deal with criticism like throughout this journey, like chasing your dreams? You know, we all deal with it, like especially like Indigenous youth. We have these like extra doors that we have to go through. What advice would you give youth or anyone just chasing their dreams?
That's a very great question that I've encountered a lot. And I think hearing that criticism from your own community hurts the most. And I think the biggest defense that you have against the haters, against the naysayers, is actually stepping into your own truth, knowing your own story, and really just owning that. Your story, your truth, what you've been through, where you want to go, that's yours. And regardless of other people's opinion, you know who you are. Your family knows who you are. And I think really focus on people wanting us to make, wanting us forward. I think that's essential. And just tune out all the noise. Just rock it up. And if you want to make sure that you focus on that vision, whatever you want to manifest, it's more important than the struggle. And that's going to help you out. Whether you have all the goals, and all the things that are help. So I think really stay focused on that vision.
Absolutely agree with that. Just sticking to your values, knowing what your values are, and like your goals, and going after it, and then having that support system. Absolutely, that's a great answer. Thank you.
Cool. Well, I want to thank you, Justin, and just leaving here is a hot dog.
Yeah.
All right, there you have it.
All right.
They're way down south of Carlisle.
Center, facility, youth, health, any organization I could get on. Just because I needed to be around my people. I was so lonely. I had no one there. You know, I moved by myself to Toronto, 19 years old. And all those people reached out to me. And the thing about being in Toronto and being a big city is that the community is super small. So our Indigenous people, we're really close together. You always have to be around the people in those big cities because you barely see anyone. So as a dancer in my community and in the dance community, being the only Indigenous person, I've always had to realize that I was not only walking this lonely path, but I'm also building a path for other youth, like other little Indigenous girls that want to dance. and I go into communities and I go teach dance classes, 2-day dance intensives from kindergarten to grade 12. So, when I go to Thunder Child, I'm usually doing my 2-day intensives and my kindergartens to grade 5s are really good. They're listening. And then grade 5 to 12, it's really hard to get them listening because they're either going to say, "Can I go to the bathroom?" And you're like, "Okay, go to the bathroom." But I know for a fact they're not going to come back because they don't want to learn this dancing. But that's the thing about when I go and teach my dancing and my talent to my people, is that they get to see someone and they get to hear that, I'm doing all this stuff and I live in Toronto and they can see a role model. And as a little girl, I always would get on anything I could do. I would always be in any club. I was always busy. And the reason why is because I could never sit still. I'm always like that. I can't sit still. I can't stand still. So as a little girl, I joined basketball, soccer. I was in volleyball. I was in band. I was a theater kid. I was also doing helping with the teachers cleaning up. I was helping Boys and Girls Club. And the reason why I did that was because it allowed me to be busy, but I also had quite the elementary life of not having a lot of friends. I was always teased. And that's a big part of what my story was, being, bullied as a kid to the point where I had to move schools. And it shaped me to the person I am today. And I will always, look back on it and look at, okay, well, I was doing all these stuff to keep busy because, I didn't have much friends. I didn't have a lot of people that wanted to be my friend. And I never understood why they didn't want to be my friend because, I was always energetic and wanted to be friends with everyone. But as I grew up, I started getting better at what I was doing. And the reason why I started getting better is because I was training every day. My life was committed to dance. My life was committed to the sports I wanted to do. Because I feel like when you hear these people speak about their journeys and how they're successful, is that they put in the work. And the work becomes long hours. And the days that, you feel like you want to stop, but you keep going. And the reason why you keep going is because you see that for yourself. And to this day, when I'm in Toronto, I thought that in high school, my dance and how hard I was training, I thought that was really hard. And I thought like, oh my gosh, can't get any more harder than this. I'm training every day. I'm in school. I'm working towards trying to get on honor roll. I want to get all these scholarships. I want to get into my dream school. This is really hard. I don't know if I feel like when I get into university, it's all going to be just like fine. But I got into university and I got into one of the top schools in Canada for dance programs. And when I got there, it wasn't like what I expected. It's much harder, and I'm dealing with a lot today. I'm the only Indigenous person in my entire program. That means as a drama kid, production, singers, actors, and dancers, all combined, I'm still the only Indigenous kid. There's no Métis people, but that's always how I was as a kid. But being in that situation to this day, it's a lonely road, and I've learned how to walk that path, and it's both really strong, and like it makes you feel resilient because you know that you're doing this and that this is my purpose. The Creator gave us all something. In this room, every single one of us has a gift, in the sense whether it's you're an educator, you're a leader, you're a sports player, you're a rapper, you're running for this, you're in school, you love piano. I don't know. Every one of us has a purpose. And the reason why is because the Creator gave us that. The Creator gave us this path. And it's not because, you're good at it. It's because the Creator gave it to you. So whatever you do, you gotta roll with it. And if you roll with it and you follow that path, you'll be extremely successful. And that's a big thing in me, is I always trust the Creator in whatever I do. Go into this
this institution at Ryerson. It was really hard for me because I'm always with my mom and I'm always with my dad. And when I moved to Toronto, it was really hard because I didn't get to be with them. But I started realizing that, the creator put this for me and my path is this way, and it's just the beginning. Just like my bio said, I was recently in a Tribe Called Red's music video as the lead role, and I was both an actor and a dancer. And just from that, my opportunities are growing. I'm going to be dancing for Snotty Nose Rez Kids on May 12th. I also, yeah, we love bougie natives. But I've also, like, as a kid, I've always looked for opportunities. Roberta Bear, I've done things for her where I would dance. I would dance at Think Indigenous. I would literally dance on the carpet at these conferences for no reason. I would be doing a real sad piece just because I wanted people to see that I could dance. And I followed just my opportunities as a little girl. And I trusted it, and it got me to where I am today. And I will be a professional dancer. I will be having my own company and having my own studio. That will be me, and we'll all remember. And yeah, hopefully I'll come to your res one day this summer, because I will be going to some reses and going to do some dance camps. And yeah, that's basically it. And I think it's David Suzuki coming up soon, which is pretty exciting because as a kid, I did science camp for like 4 years straight at the University of Saskatchewan. I was a hardcore science kid. Like, I would always be like, oh, this is the week. I'm gonna make so much friends. And I'd wear like the sci-fi shirt. And the camp that I always do was David Suzuki's camp. So it's crazy. I was always a Suzuki kid. So the fact that he's speaking today and I went to his camps learning about David Suzuki, and I called myself a Suzuki kid. It's crazy that he's gonna be talking in the next 20 minutes. So yeah, hi, miigwech. I'm so grateful to be here, and yeah, thank you.
Oh my goodness, I'm just so proud of you, Madison, and everything that you're doing. And you're a wonderful speaker and presenter, all of each and every one of you. So can we give our panelists one more round of applause? I'm just so grateful to have each of you here and to be able to share your stories and your visions and how you've navigated these spaces with our youth here today. And, not again, to let them know that they can do that and achieve anything that they want to achieve, and they are loved. And so with that, we're going to go into questions. And so is anybody...
Right, we're back here live at the Epicyan Youth Conference. Roberta Beda and Sigilason from Cree Lingo. And then
Mia Buckles from Houses First Nation.
tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am 20 years old and I'm a young mother. I'm also the chair of Houses First Nations Youth Council. And I'll be going to university in the fall.
Okay, so are you one of the youth candidates here?
No, I'm not. I'm not running for that this year. But
No, not this year. Why not?
I don't know. I feel like I don't really have very much matches under my belt yet. Really, I'm kind of just getting my footing in with what I want to do for my future and stuff. So I thought maybe I'll be just making the qualifications for next.
Okay, so next go around, you're gonna do it for sure?
Yeah, I'm hoping so.
Well, ask the youth candidates we have here, get some experience. What are they doing? Take some notes, so then that way in the next 2 years you're gonna be ready.
Yeah.
Do that. Take it all in. Ask them what they're doing. Even the ones that are in.
Yeah, I've spoken to a few of them, so I kind of see how they're moving and what they're doing. So I'm getting ideas, just kind of, and plus I'm already on a youth council, so I have.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna see you in 2 years, and that's going to be awesome. What do you like so far from the youth conference?
fans of us. Go talk to them one on one. Take some tips with you. Yes, for sure. Those social media platforms, TikTok. Do you plan on doing TikTok? That would be like a fun way to do it. TikTok, like connect with everyone. Maybe we should do it. Yeah, it's a way to connect with like everyone as well from different nations. More the merrier. We need more Indigenous podcasts for sure. All right, well, it was awesome to meet you. That thought, I've been thinking about my relationship right now because we actually have to go home and experience with husband, brother, suicide. So he's been in my heart and my mind a lot right now. And the reason why I got the help too was because he did support me and we got together when I was 18. And before that, when I was a teen, I made a decision that if my partner doesn't support me in my dreams, then I gotta leave them. That was my ultimatum. If they don't support me, then they're not gonna.
You know, me and Benji, we moved out to Coast Salish territories together. But at 28, after 10 years together, I decided that I wanted to be on my own. I wanted to pursue my dreams on my own. So that was really hard. It was a hard decision because we did love each other still, but I felt like he wasn't pursuing his healing journey as much as I was. And it was impacting me because we all deal with our own traumas. And if our partner isn't really dealing with their journey, then it will begin to impact and slide into your other partner. Right. So I had to make that hard decision. And still to this day, we are really good friends, you know? So we still support each other. We got mad respect for each other because we were together for 10 years. So it's been about a year and a half where we haven't, but we still communicate. We still support each other. And I know he's going through a hard time right now, so my heart is with him. And I've been going through a hard time with my dad too, so he's been a support for that. So also just recognizing that when we break up with people, it doesn't have to be the complete end of contact. I think a lot of our parents, that's what we were taught, right? Like they would never talk again. Or it would be really tense when they would be in the same room. And I learned from that that's not what I want. I want to be friends with those that, you know, I've been with after. And that's what happens now. So yeah, thanks for that question. And thanks for allowing me to complete that thought. Miigwech.
We got time for one more question. Oh, I see this hand shot up really quickly. Storm? Right in the middle there, or to the left of you.
This
And
is for
then-
Madison. Do you do dancing workshops within Saskatoon, or is that something you're going to be planning on doing for the youth?
Oh. So growing up, when I did live in Saskatoon, I used to do dance workshops at White Buffalo Youth Lodge. And but now since I live in Toronto, I do a lot in Toronto. But in the summertime, yeah, I'll be looking into doing some in Saskatoon. So if you wanna make sure and like get updates, just like Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, I post a lot on that stuff.
Around for a little bit and then once it comes back to the questions later. Also podcast that and with that's our book panel. So thank you so much. You guys are phenomenal women. I'm very inspired by each of you. So thank you for coming and joining us today. And we're going to get Andre back up here to introduce our keynote speaker, your role, and thank you so much. We have to do it. Okay. Thank you all guys for very good.
Picture. Oh, a picture. Yes.
Agree.
Soda.
Soto.
Yeah.
What's her name? Shakira.
Yeah.
Shakira. Alrighty, hey, welcome back. We've got Shakira and Renee. I'm just gonna. Where are you ladies from?
Muscopedian. Pasqua First Nation.
Muscopeding and Pasqua First Nation. What do you think of the youth conference here, the day 2, number 2 here?
I think it's really good, and yeah, I think it's a good experience and an opportunity to what's it called?
Alright. What tools do you guys hope to take for this conference and what they were saying and the advice that they're giving? What is one thing that stuck out for you guys? Reflections? I don't really know, but the information that they were giving and so the inspiration you want to grow as an individual, staying involved in the community, that's what you want to do. That's awesome. Can't wait to see it. Thank you.
Well, hey, I want to thank Shakira and Renee for joining us here. What do you think of the first interview? Girls did good though. That's one day girls gonna be up there sharing their.
name is Jordan Bear. We are from Ochapowace First Nation, which is located on Treaty 4 territory in southeast Saskatchewan. This is our story. At the age of 3, Kyle and I first stepped on the ice with our two older brothers, Kirk and Josh Bear. We were also involved in other sports like baseball, volleyball, and track and field. In the minor hockey, we played with Ochapowace Thunder up until grade 8. In grade 9, Kyle and I went to Melville, Saskatchewan, where we played for the AAA team at Melville Prairie Fire. After the 2 years, the team got discontinued. Kyle and I had to move to Penticton, British Columbia for our grade 11 year, where we played with the Okanagan Hockey Academy. In grade 12, Kyle and I moved over to Kelowna, British Columbia, where we played for the Rink Hockey Academy. Thanks to our awesome coaching staff, we got D1 scholarships. We are now in Rochester, New York, attending Rochester Institute of Technology, where we're playing D1 with the women's hockey team. Along the way, me and my sister have faced barriers and obstacles. We grew up with racism. All 4 schools we attended were different in education, and it took some time to get used to. When playing close to home in Melville, we were able to see family after playing hockey, and our family was also able to watch us. Playing in BC, it was kind of hard. We were far from home, so our family came to less games, so we didn't get to see them as often. Advice for the youth: hard work beats talent. Talk with your family members every day or every chance you get. Be proud of the culture where you come from. Educate people when they ask who you are, what your identity is. Thank you for having us.
All right, we're still waiting for Dr. Suzuki on the line. So while we wait, I want to see if anyone has a joke to come and tell the crowd. If somebody has a joke, please come to the front. We'll give you a 50 card, either a beaded hat or some AirPods. That's you. Okay, I have one coming right now. That's a joke. Podium.
All right, we're I'm currently like a university student at my university.
Really around Indigenous people. So yeah.
Okay, we spoke with you yesterday a little bit, so we got to know each other. But one of the things I wanted to ask, like every speaker, is like, how do you deal with criticism? Like, yes, because I know it's like inevitable, like when we're chasing our dreams and whatnot.
Yeah, so as a dancer and like growing up in the dance community, I had some old school teachers, which means that they're really harsh on you. So, and it's not
at 10 years old, sometimes I wonder, is this good on her psyche? So what was it like for you to grow up with that? You've done that from a young age. And now, knowing what you know, and you want to have your own dance studio one day, how are you going to change that?
Yeah. So growing up with all the dance teachers and as a young kid, hearing a lot of stuff is that kind of in the sense of hard work and not hard work. And what's the word? Just the feeling I feel of being strong. That's a big thing of being strong in those spaces. And when you love something, and as a young girl, I always knew I loved dance. So when you love something, it's just you're just gonna do whatever you want to do. And especially when it comes to all that stuff as a little girl, you're gonna have to learn how to be around it and learn how to deal with it. But in the long
About the future for my grandchildren. I have no hidden agenda. Indigenous people know the importance of balance, and as one myself, I believe this is the most important time of my life. You see, like all elders, I've lived an entire life, and during that time, I have made a lot of mistakes. I've suffered failures, celebrated a few successes. In short, I've learned a lot from these life lessons, and it's my hope that I can pass them on so that young people like you don't have to repeat my mistakes. At my age, I no longer seek a job, a promotion, or a raise, so I don't have to play games or kiss anyone's ass. I can speak the truth from my heart. And if people are offended by what I say, that's their problem. Greta Thunberg galvanized the world with her simple call for action by boycotting school every Friday. She explained that school she taught to take science seriously, and the science shows if we continue on the path we are on, young people like you won't have a future. So why bother going to school to get an education? She's right. Your future is in jeopardy if we don't change our path. And I believe Indigenous people have much to teach us that can get us onto a different path. You see, we are at an unprecedented moment in all of human history. Scientists call this the Anthropocene epoch, the age of humans. Our power has come from the sudden coming together of a number of factors. First is population. I was born in 1936. There were 2 billion people in the world. Can you imagine? In my lifetime, the population of the planet has quadrupled. And every new addition of a person has to be fed, clothed, and sheltered. That gives us a very heavy ecological footprint. It takes a lot of air, water, and land just to keep us alive. And we're expected to add another 2 billion by the middle of this century. This explosive increase in population has occurred when the development of new technologies has also exploded, enabling us to drill deep into the Earth's crust, take vast quantities of fish, cut down entire forests, communicate instantly around the world. All of this increases our ecological footprint. Ever since the end of World War II, consumption, shopping, has become an important form of exercise and entertainment. But most important, consumption now is what keeps the economy growing. My parents married during the Great Depression, the 1930s, and that shaped their outlook and values, which they pounded into me and my sisters. Save some for tomorrow. Share, don't be greedy. Always help your neighbor. They are part of your community. And most importantly, work hard for money to buy the necessities in life. But don't run after money as if having fancy clothes, a big car, or a new house makes you a better, more important person. Those are values that they acquired during the Great Depression. Everything that we buy comes out of Mother Earth. And when we're finished using it, we throw it back into the earth. And now the economy has been globalized. And what does that mean? It means we look all over the planet looking for raw materials to serve that economy. And then we use the earth to dump our toxic waste when we're done. And when we're done with them. And now every human being is a potential consumer of products. And when you add all of this up, our population, our technology, our consumption, and our economic globalization, that's why we are having a huge impact on the planet. The problem is we are so puffed up with our sense of self-importance that we lack the humility to acknowledge we don't know enough to take over the whole planet and manage it properly. For example, in the 1930s, Paul Mueller discovered that DDT kills arthropods, especially insects, and he won a Nobel Prize in 1948. But after farmers ramped up the use of DDT, bird watchers noticed a decline in birds, especially raptors like hawks and eagles. Biologists followed this up, tracked it down, and discovered a thing called biomagnification. The pesticide was concentrated up the food chain. So when you get to birds and fish and people, DDT was found tens of thousands of times the concentration when it was sprayed onto the land. Over and over again, we find that we're great at inventing things, but so ignorant about how everything is connected that we inevitably find unpredictable consequences of our new technologies. When atomic bombs were dropped on Japan in 1945, we didn't know there was a thing called radioactive fallout. That was discovered years later when bombs were tested over Bikini. Still later, electromagnetic pulses of gamma rays that knock out electrical circuits were discovered. And then the possibility of nuclear winter. CFCs were used widely in refrigerators and spray cans, and only years later, it was found that up in the high atmosphere, chlorine-free radicals are broken off CFCs and scavenge the ozone layer. And now scientists informed us that we have kicked off a massive extinction crisis that threatens another 1 million species of plants and animals. And they've also told us burning fossil fuels on a massive scale has created a crisis of climate change. How on earth did we arrive at such a moment? Ever since humans first gathered around a fire, I am sure they wondered, who are we? How did we get here? Why are we here? What is the purpose and meaning of everything? Every culture has its origin stories that answer these eternal questions. Today, science provides origin stories that go back far beyond human memory. For example, by comparing DNA of different groups of people, scientists can determine their degree of relatedness and then infer the movement of human beings over time by those relationships. All of the trails lead back to Africa 150,000 years ago. That was our birthplace as a species. I keep waiting for the Ku Klux Klan to invite me to give a talk to them so I can tell them we're all Africans. That was our origin. What's your problem? Back when we first appeared, we were just an two-legged, furless ape. The grasslands, when we appeared, were filled with animals in abundance and diversity beyond anything we would see today. And if you think about us back in that setting, our ancestors were not very impressive. I mean, there weren't many of us. We weren't very big or fast or strong. And our senses weren't that great. I mean, I would never survive without my glasses. I'm sure when we passed by, other species didn't hug their children and say, shh, don't upset them. They're going to take over the planet. There was nothing there to indicate we would have that trajectory. But we did have one impressive advantage that wasn't visible. A 1.5 kilogram organ, the brain, buried deep in our skulls. And that brain, the human brain, more than compensated for our lack of physical and sensory abilities. The human brain endowed us with a massive memory. No other animal has the memory capacity of a human brain. We were curious, we were observant, and we were inventive. We learned from experience, and we could pass those lessons on from generation to generation. So each generation could learn from past failures and successes. That's why social and cultural evolution are orders of magnitude faster than biological evolution. That depends on mutation and shuffling of genes in each generation. But we just use our experience and knowledge and pass that on. So each generation doesn't have to learn those lessons over again. We get it. The capabilities of our bodies were extended by invention of technology. Spears, digging implements, rope, needles, stone axes, clothes from animal skins, and we tamed fire. Now we now know that other animals, from fish to birds and chimpanzees, also use tools. But the scale and variety of our technological innovation puts us into a completely different category. Our intelligence was a huge advantage that enabled us to survive and live well in a variety of surroundings. A big part of our intellectual success was the creation of abstract symbols and concepts. For example, our brain invented an idea called the future. The future doesn't exist. The only thing that's real is now and what we can remember from the past. But by inventing a future, we realized we can affect the future by what we do now in the present. At first, it was simple. You're walking along a path, it branches into two, and you say, oh, yeah, I remember Jack told me he went to the right and he ran into a saber-toothed tiger. But my mom went to the left and she tells me she found berries to eat. So I'm going left. Foresight, based on observation and experience, was the ability to anticipate the consequences, the outcomes of our actions. And so we could deliberately choose to avoid danger and exploit opportunity. It wasn't perfect because we didn't know everything, but it played a critical role in getting us to the present. Stories recounted by many indigenous nations embed foresight over generations. That is, thinking back on 7 generations of our ancestors and thinking ahead on 7 generations to come before embarking on any big activity. It's a crucial part of indigenous culture. Now, I'm not a Christian, but I know parables in the Bible emphasize the role of foresight. For example, Joseph could read dreams, and he warned the Pharaoh in Egypt to get his people to store grain because famine was coming. And because of Joseph's foresight, the Egyptians were able to have enough grain to get through 7 years of famine. In another biblical story, Noah, a carpenter, was warned by a voice, prepare, make an ark, a flood is coming. And he did and avoided drowning. Today, scientists armed with supercomputers and environmental organizations like the David Suzuki Foundation are acting in the best tradition of our species' survival, looking ahead, seeing the dangers and the opportunities, and then recommending appropriate action. But now we are turning our backs on this survival strategy. We boast of our great intelligence. We point to our great achievements. But why then are we in such a planetary mess? We now know that by the late 1960s, the fossil fuel industry knew from its own scientists that burning fossil fuels was warming the planet. But rather than working to find alternate energy sources, and they spent tens of billions of dollars in a campaign to denigrate scientists and to deny that climate change is real. Right to this very moment, that's what they're trying to do, just to serve the bottom line, profit. Now, ever since Rachel Carson published Silent Spring, all about the effects of pesticides on nature in 1962, public awareness and concern about the environment steadily rose and reached a peak in 1988 when Brian Mulroney was re-elected Canada's Prime Minister. That year, 1988, a major conference on the changing atmosphere, implications for global security, was held in Toronto, the first big international meeting on climate change. There were 300 delegates, and among them were cabinet members and government representatives from more than 40 countries, as well as climatologists, NGOs, UN representatives. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney gave the opening address. Norway's Prime Minister Gro Brundtland delivered the keynote speech. Climatologist James Hansen announced he was 99% certain the warming trend that summer was not natural. Canada's ambassador to the UN, Stephen Lewis, chaired the entire meeting. The press release at the end of the conference began, quote, "Humanity is conducting an unintended, uncontrolled, globally pervasive experiment whose ultimate consequences could be second only to a global nuclear war." End of quote. That press release called for immediate national and international plans to confront the threat, including a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% below 1988 levels in 15 years. Study after study showed that the target could be achieved, would save thousands of lives, and result in net savings of tens of billions of dollars. Had we acted on foresight, taken that challenge seriously, we could have totally avoided the crisis we face today. But we didn't even try. Why? The answer is politics. Mulroney knew if he were to do this, the fossil fuel industry would attack him like mad. His conservative supporters would howl at spending tens of billions to reduce emissions, and he wouldn't even be in office to take credit 15 years later. Doing the right thing made no political sense. And the same thing seems to be happening all over under Justin Trudeau. In 1992, 1,700 senior scientists from 71 countries, including over half of all Nobel Prize winners, signed a document called World Scientists' Warning to Humanity. Some of it, what it said was, and I quote, "Human beings and the natural world are on a collision course. Human activities inflict harsh and often irreversible damage on the environment and on critical resources. If not checked, many of our current practices put at serious risk the future we wish for human society and the plant and animal kingdoms, and may so alter the living world that it will be unable to sustain life in the manner that we know. Fundamental changes are urgent if we are to avoid the collision our present course will bring about." 1988. The document then lists the areas of collision: the atmosphere, water, the oceans, soil, forests, species extinction, and overpopulation. Then the message grows even more urgent. Quote, "No more than one or a few decades remain before the chance to avert the threats we now confront will be lost, and the prospects for humanity immeasurably diminished. A great change in our stewardship of the earth and life on it is required if vast human misery is to be avoided." End of quote. The document ends with 5 areas of change needed immediately. Stop environmental degradation and protect and restore nature. Manage crucial resources sustainably. Stabilize population. Eliminate poverty. Ensure sexual equality and guarantee women's control over reproduction. The World Scientists Warning excuse me, Warning to Humanity was released in anticipation of the Earth Summit in Rio, the largest gathering of heads of state in history, to signal a shift in the way that we live on the planet. But to entice the US president, who was an oil man, George H.W. Bush, to get him to attend, the climate target was watered down to stabilize 1990 levels of emissions by the year 2000. Canada and the US signed, but didn't even try to meet the target, as our emissions have risen steadily. 25 years later, in 2017, a second World Scientist Warning, now signed by more than 16,000 scientists, declared all the problems warned of in the first warning, except for ozone depletion, are worse. And there are new problems that weren't anticipated in 1988. How many of you have even heard about the World Scientists Warning? We're turning our backs on the survival method of our species. Look ahead, see where the dangers are, use the opportunities, and get on with it. We don't even seem to realize that Canada is especially vulnerable to climate change. We are a northern nation that is already warming at twice the global average and 4 times the average in the Arctic. That's why the Inuit have been telling us for decades that something is happening with climate. The ice is changing and disappearing. We have the longest marine coastline in the world, so sea level rise is already hammering us. Glaciers that are a crucial source of water that feed many of our biggest watersheds and cities are vanishing with astonishing speed. Our great areas of wild nature that are our proudest boast are are being impacted, being pulled apart by the effect of climate change on land and the sea. Forests are the best way to remove and store carbon. 30 years ago, 900 people were arrested for protesting logging old growth in Clayoquot Sound on Vancouver Island. Yet those logging practices have never stopped. They have continued to this day, which is now why more than 1,100 people have been arrested at Fairy Creek. And they're protesting the same thing that people were arrested for 30 years ago. And then there are the climate impacted areas of the economy: agriculture, forestry, fisheries, tourism, and winter sports. And people in these areas have been telling us for years something is going on with weather and climate. Burning fossil fuels affects every aspect of the way that we live. The homes we live in, the clothes we wear, the food we eat, the way we move, our entertainment, jobs, savings, our future. Climate change impacts every aspect of our lives. In 1997 in Kyoto, industrialized nations, that is the rich countries that had created the problem of climate change by our massive use of fossil fuels, agreed. We have caused the problem. We've got to cap and reduce emissions by 5 to 6% by 2010. Canada signed and ratified that agreement, but the United States didn't. In 2009, in Copenhagen, Canada's Prime Minister Stephen Harper offered a plan that shifted the base level. We've been talking about 1988, 1990 levels as the baseline we've got to refer to. Harper switched it from 1990 to 2005. During that time, from 1990 to 2005, our emissions grew massively. That year in Copenhagen, Canada was humiliated by being classed the fossil country of the year. In 2011, Harper pulled Canada out of the Kyoto Agreement, the only nation to do so, because he wasn't committed to reduce our emissions. Harper declared trying to reduce emissions was crazy economics. So by saying that, he raised the economy above the atmosphere that gives us air to breathe, that gives us weather, climate, and the seasons. In 2015, Justin Trudeau was elected and announced Canada is back and signed the Paris Agreement to keep temperature rising more than 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels by 2100. Trudeau said we should aim for 1.5 rather than 2, and the science says he was absolutely right. Because above 1.5 degree rise, all hell breaks loose. That really makes us ask, can we survive the changes? With that target of 1.5 degree rise above pre-industrial levels, simple physics enables us to determine how much more carbon we can add to the atmosphere before we reach that 1.5 level. That's called the carbon budget. In 2018, Trudeau bought a pipeline saying we have to triple output of the tar sands for the taxes to pay to reduce emissions. I'm sure all of you are going, huh? That's like saying cigarette sales are an important part of the economy, but we know smoking causes cancer, so let's increase the sales of cigarettes so we can get more tax money, not to stop people from smoking, but to treat lung cancer. Huh? In October 2018, an IPCC special report declared a temperature rise by more than 1.5 degrees this century will lead to climate chaos, but can be avoided by reducing emissions by 45% by 2030 and 100% by 2050. The day after the IPCC report was released, marijuana became legal in Canada, and all discussion about climate change was swamped by stories about pot. Trudeau has now been in office for 7 years. He says some good things, but those are just words. Our emissions have never stopped rising. Our new environment minister, now the former environment minister, came back from Madrid in December 2019 and announced Canada is committed to net zero emissions by 2050. That's the message repeated over and over by Trudeau and the Liberals. Even the fossil fuel industry claims that is their target. Net zero by 2050. Think about that. Net zero, no emissions from fossil fuels by 2050? Wow, that sounds great. Wait, how many elections will there be between now and 2050? At least 7, probably more. And every government acts as if anything the previous government did was crap. We don't have to pay attention, so forget it. And how many members of parliament today will still be in office by 2050? None. So who is accountable when we don't meet the target? Who will go to jail or pay a fine for not meeting the target? No one. Net zero by 2050 is no commitment. It's a political promise, and Canada has never even tried to meet a single political promise to reduce emissions. Now, the World Meteorological Organization suggests there is a 40% chance we will reach a 1.5 degree rise, not by 2100, but by 2030. And we are currently on a trajectory to reach 2.7 degrees or more by 2100. Most climatologists say we've already filled our budget for a 1.5 degree rise, but say we should still try to aim at keeping it to that level. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has declared the climate crisis is a code red cry for humanity, but that countries and corporations that claim that they're acting to avoid the crisis are, in his words, lying. This month, Guterres said any investment in new fossil fuel infrastructure like pipelines is, quote, moral and economic madness, end of quote. Yet 2 days later, the Trudeau government, supported by the NDP, approved the Bay du Nord deepwater oil program. Climatologists I've met tell me we are screwed, but they use a word starting with F, not screwed. We know the primary cause of climate change today: burning fossil fuels and destruction of natural systems like forests, wetlands, and peat bogs that remove and store carbon. A study last month in March in PLOS One looked at the claims by Exxon, Chevron, Shell, and BP, the 4 largest companies that are producing the majority of oil. They looked at the claims that they are working to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050 and conclude it is a massive fraud, a total greenwash. The IMF, the Intermonetary Fund, Intermonetary Fund, reported that in 2020, global subsidies of fossil fuels, this is the most profitable sector in society, in the world. Why are they getting subsidies from governments? The total global subsidies was $11 million per minute. Think about that. Think about that in the context of a recent report by McKinsey, an international consultation group, that the cost of meeting net zero by 2050 will be $9.2 trillion a minute. Every year, until 2050. How did we get to this moment then, when the very survival of civilization is in peril, when we have been listening to scientists for over 40 years, warning of the dangers, showing us the opportunity, yet we who claim to be an intelligent species are not responding to this as an emergency? Why is that? For 95% of our existence, we were just another two-legged furless ape following plants and animals on their migrations through the seasons, lugging everything we owned on our backs. We were hunter-gatherers for most of our existence, and we knew very well we are utterly dependent on nature for our survival and well-being. After 50,000 years on the African grasslands, we began to move into new territory. Scientists don't know why. Perhaps there were clan conflicts, shortages of plants or animals, or just a search for nature. I think of it as teenagers, looking for action. And we know that we mated with Neanderthal people. Maybe teenagers heard stories about good-looking Neanderthals over a mountain, and they did have bigger brains than we do, but they weren't as smart, apparently. Anyway, whatever the reason, we began to move after 50,000 years out of the plains of Africa into new territories. And when we moved into new territories, we were an invasive species. We didn't know how things worked in these new lands, but we were smart. And even with simple tools, we were a deadly predator. And we had to learn to live in balance in these new surroundings through what people saw, their mistakes, successes, and failures. That, the experience of these early settlers in these new lands was priceless knowledge to live sustainably. And that is the foundation of indigenous cultures around the world. We've always known that we are one small strand in a complex web of relationships with all other species of animals and plants, and that with the air, the water, the soil, and sunlight. Other species of animals and plants are not resources or opportunity, they are our kin. They are related to us through a shared evolutionary history, and in acts of generosity, allow themselves to be taken by us. That is what I call an ecocentric way of seeing our place in the world, where everything is connected. So anything we do has repercussions and therefore responsibilities. An ecocentric perspective demands reciprocity. We celebrate and thank nature for what we receive from her, and we acknowledge a responsibility to act properly so she can continue to be abundant and generous into the future. The recent trucker strike in Ottawa was disgusting because these calls for freedom overlook the fact that freedom in society is only possible by fulfilling responsibilities. Otherwise, it's anarchy. The air in my lungs, when breathed out, goes straight up everyone else's nose, and vice versa. The absence of reciprocity makes these calls for freedom ludicrous and dangerous. 10,000 years ago, the last 5% of our existence, we discovered agriculture. And that changed the course of human history. With a reliable source of food, we didn't have to move around looking for things to eat. We could build permanent structures, houses, live closer together in settlements, which became villages and then towns. As populations grew up in one place, there had to be specialists like ranchers, farmers, carpenters, teachers, and I'm sure politicians. Religions developed as our settlements grew larger to guide our behavior and our relationships with each other, and seemed to suggest we're special. We're different from the rest of life on earth. Nothing illustrates that better than Christianity, that declares Jesus, who is a human being, was the Son of God. So that makes all of us, because he was a human being like us, as gods. And our Father, you know, the big guy with the white beard sitting on a cloud up there, he instructs us in Genesis to go forth and multiply and fill the earth and have dominion over all of nature. That's a very different way of seeing our place on the planet. It's what we call anthropocentrism. That anthropocentrism is we're at the center of the action and it's all about us. That's very different from ecocentrism that says we're a part of a web of relationships. By the Renaissance, the 1400s, Francis Bacon proclaimed scientia potestas est. Knowledge is power, and scientia, science, could be used in the service of society. René Descartes said, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. The brain had become paramount, and we were smarter than any other species. But the body makes the brain functional. The body connects us to our surroundings by its need for air, water, and soil. But no, the brain. Isaac Newton, the great mathematician and physicist, thought of the universe as a clockwork mechanism. It was kind of mechanical construct. So he thought it could be studied by focusing on the parts, you know, the springs, the wheels, the cogs, to see how each part works and then put them back together again and get a picture of the whole thing. That approach is called reductionism. Reduce what we're looking at to the smallest parts and then build it up. Today, reductionism is the primary lens through which scientists study objects, but it is fatally flawed. We can't predict the behavior of the whole just by adding up the properties of the parts, because there are what scientists call emergent properties, properties that result from combining the two parts. Then there are new ones that result from their combination. In other words, the whole is more than just what you add up from the parts. That's why, even though we know everything there is to know about atomic hydrogen and everything there is to know about atomic oxygen, when you ask a physicist, knowing what the property of those two elements are, what properties are, then what happens when you take two atoms of hydrogen and combine them with one atom of oxygen to make a molecule of water? And the only honest answer is, I have no idea. Because water behaves in ways scientists still haven't figured out how the heck it works. And it can be predicted from the properties of the individual parts. Furthermore, by focusing, we fragment the world and we lose sight of the interconnections and the context within which the object of study exists. That's why, despite field studies or studies of DDT, first in flasks, then in growth chambers, and finally controlled field plots, biomagnification could not be detected by these studies. It's not possible. The wave of exploration of the planet that began when Europeans found ways to sail away and return back allowed this moment of exploration so that Europeans discovered new places. Africa, North and South America, Australia, New Zealand, filled with opportunity, resources. The only problem was there were already people there, if you want to call them people, and they had a different relationship with their home, one based on a sacred relationship with the earth. It's no accident that in each continent, genocidal policies were practiced so the invaders could get at the land, whether it's gold, trees, fish, soil for farming. That's what was wanted. The Industrial Revolution, beginning 300 years ago, created the delusion that our intelligence enables us to escape the limits of our biology, our muscles, our senses, even the laws of the natural world. We created telescopes, microscopes, machines that work tirelessly around the clock, vehicles that travel faster than the speed of sound. We can pierce the Earth's crust, dive the deepest oceans, even escape gravity and explore other planets. The only limit seems to be our imagination, and we've invented computers to imagine for us at the speed of light. So it's easy to see why we've come to think we're so special and intelligent, as we've exchanged ecocentrism for anthropocentrism. Now, we are the most important species. After all, it's the Anthropocene epoch. We are at the center of the action, and everything out there is for us. We just have to be more careful with the environment. But we're so smart, there are no limits to what we can do. And if we create problems, we can invent ways to solve them. So with that mentality, we have created the systems to guide and constrain us in the modern world, legal, economic, and political, that are embedded in our anthropocentrism. Laws define property and human rights, but where in our legal system is the right of a bird or a fish to live its life as it evolved to, a forest to exist as a community of organisms, or a river to flow as it has for millennia? Now, Quebec recently recognized the legal status of the Magpie River, but that's because it is treasured by us for its beauty and recreational values. But who the hell do we think we are that we have the right to confer rights on everything else? Our laws demarcate borders around countries, provinces, and property. But the invasion of Ukraine by Russia shows there's nothing sacred about those borders. And nature doesn't care either. Air doesn't stay within national borders. Alberta Premier Jason Kennedy doesn't know that when he tells the rest of Canada to butt out of Alberta's fossil fuel use. He doesn't have Alberta air, different from us. When international groups set up to manage transboundary issues, when they meet as stakeholders, they aim to protect their national interests rather than the ecological integrity and well-being of ecosystems. So our legal system is based from the wrong premise. Our economic system is based on the philosophy of cancer, endless growth, which is impossible in a finite world. But when we think that growth is the very measure of progress, we never ask the important questions. What is an economy for? Are there no limits? How much is enough? Are we happier with all this stuff? Why is anyone allowed to be a billionaire? The pursuit of endless growth is suicidal. And today, many ecologists say the global economy is the driving force of global destruction, and it's already way too big and must shrink. And because the economy is built on human creativity and human production, nature is considered an externality. So when we destroy a forest, flood a valley, or burn down an ecosystem, that's just collateral damage, the price of doing business. Mark Carney, in his book Values, Building a Better World for All, points out that Amazon, the colossal company, is valued by the economy in the hundreds of billions, while Amazon, the greatest ecosystem on the planet, is only valued economically when the forest is destroyed and the land becomes productive for human uses with dams, cattle ranches, soybean farms, and cities. Today, our actions are leaving enormous ecological deficits that are not on today's payrolls, but will be paid for by you and future generations who will have to live in a profoundly degraded planet, an egregious abrogation of intergenerational responsibility. It's suicidal when our very lives and well-being are made possible by nature. The economy itself rests on nature for raw materials, energy, and waste disposal. Finally, we're told that democracy is the best political system ever built, a system in which government policy and action are guided by the voting patterns of all citizens. In our system of governance, voters elect political representatives. So the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans isn't there to protect fish in the oceans, but the interests of voting people who use them. The Environment Minister doesn't represent and protect the environment, but the voters. The Minister of Forests doesn't fight for the best interests of trees, and so on. I think you get my point. And those most affected by what governments do or do not do are children, our future generations. And for that matter, fish, trees, birds, oceans, the atmosphere, none of them vote. So they're not on the political agenda. We can't get out of the crisis we face just by tinkering with our legal, economic, and political systems when they are so profoundly defined by our anthropocentrism. In wars, we've always fought each other. We've never had a battle, except when invaders come from outer space, where we have to fight together for survival. The problem is that humanity's wonderful diversity of cultures, of languages, ethnicity, religions, customs, and beliefs dominate our perceptions and priorities. So we fight to protect them and forget the fundamental fact that all human beings belong to the same species, because we are animals. And biology defines the most important elements for our survival and well-being. We have to begin our conversation in a different way, not by confronting each other over carbon taxes, pipelines, emissions, renewables versus fossil fuels. We have to begin from a foundation of agreed values. Otherwise, we're not having a discussion, we're just arguing from a position of self-interest, our stake in the game. What do I mean by a different conversation? Our home is the biosphere, where our lives are shaped and constrained by the laws of nature that we can't do anything about. We have to live within those constraints. We've come to think we're superior to all other animals. So if we call someone an ape, a snake, a pig, a worm, or a chicken, that's an insult. In 2002, I was asked to speak at the first annual Green Building Conference in Austin, Texas. There were 3,000 people in the audience, a lot of them children. So at the end of my talk, I said to the kids, if you remember one thing from my speech, remember we are animals. I was really shocked at how pissed off people became. A woman rushed up and screamed at me, "Don't call my daughter an animal. She's a human being." I was completely taken aback. I stammered, "Madam, I'm a biologist. If she isn't an animal, she must be a plant." As animals, what is our most fundamental need? It's not a job, it's not money or the latest fashion, the newest car, the biggest house. It's a breath of air. If we don't have air for 3 to 4 minutes, we're dead. If we breathe polluted air, we sicken. Clean air is a sacred gift from nature. Humans aren't making it. Nature creates it. We should appreciate and value and carry a responsibility to protect it. Our bodies are 60 to 70% water, but it leaks out of our skin and our eyes and our mouth and our crotch. If we don't have water for 4 to 6 days, we die. Drink contaminated water, we sicken. And indigenous communities know very well the way we have treated water. Pure water is like clean air, a sacred gift from nature that we have a responsibility to protect. We can go a lot longer without food, but 4 to 6 weeks without food, we die. And all of our food was once alive, and most of it grows in the soil. So clean soil and food, like clean air and clean water, is a sacred gift from nature. All of the energy in our bodies that we need to move and work and grow and reproduce is sunlight. Sunlight captured by plants stored in molecules that we then get to put in our bodies and burn those molecules when we need the energy to do anything. So photosynthesis is a sacred source of energy. And that is carried out by all of the green things in the oceans and on land. So these are the foundation on which all human societies depend, and surely must be protected and nurtured above all else. And all of these life-giving elements, earth, air, fire, and water, are created, cleansed, and replenished by the web of life that is called biodiversity. Plants created the oxygen-rich atmosphere we depend on and capture all of the energy from sunlight by photosynthesis that we store in our bodies, or that we liberate when we burn wood, dung, peat, coal, oil, or gas. All of that is sunlight captured by plants. Plants and animals are part of the hydrologic cycle that alters water as it passes through us, and soil is created from the carcasses of plants and animals. Our ancestors have always informed us that our lives and well-being depend on this legacy from nature, which we inherit and pass on to generations yet to come. We're not free to do anything we want. We are saddled with enormous responsibility to care for Mother Earth that delivers these sacred elements so that we can live. Other things, capitalism, socialism, the economy, laws, corporations, governments, markets, currency, these are not forces of nature. We invented them. So they can and must be changed to conform to nature and natural laws. These are the only things we can alter when we confront the ecological crisis. Corporations talk about adopting ESG, environmental, social, and governance criteria. In their activity, in all they do, they're going to apply ESG. But it's all baloney, it's greenwashing, because they don't address the fundamental root problem, which is externalization of nature. Nature's not relevant, and nature's services, and their constant drive for endless growth. Until they do deal with those things, they're not serious about the crisis. You see, incremental change, small changes, a new law, a regulation here, an economic incentive or tax there, a new park, a promise that politicians make to quell protests, they're not enough, because we need transformative change, not incremental. That means switching from dominance of anthropocentrism to more humble, ecocentric ways, from supercomputers, consumers, to restorers of nature's generosity, from the focus on the next election to the perspective of 7 generations. The great opportunity today is that there are still people who live through ecocentric values, who fight for their territory, which is everything to them, because aside from the benefits they gain from nature, They have an overwhelming sense of responsibility to protect and care for the land. Of course, I'm speaking of Indigenous people all over the world, the only people with a track record of living sustainably in place for thousands of years. No corporation or government can make that claim for even a decade. Settlers like me have to learn what matters from Indigenous perspectives and values so we can shape our policies, strategies, and actions, because clearly the dominant paradigm doesn't work. I'm not saying Indigenous people have all the answers. You don't, because the world is radically changed from the one in which your cultures were developed. For example, it took Haida months to cut down a great cedar tree, to build canoes, longhouses, and totems. They burned, and then they chipped the charcoal with stones. They burned, they chipped for weeks, if not months. They had to build cradles to let the tree fall slowly and carefully down over the weeks. Today, one person and a chainsaw can fell a giant tree in minutes. So now, working within an Indigenous perspective and values, scientists can provide guidelines such as EBM, ecosystem-based management, built on the principles of ecology. What Indigenous people offer is the way they perceive our relationship with nature that guides and shapes their actions. I'm always amazed that despite all that has been done to stamp Indigenous people and your cultures out of existence, you are willing to teach and share with us. I have been told over and over again by Indigenous people, quote, "We are all in the same canoe. We have to paddle together." The principles of UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada provide a path for settlers to find social justice for the Indigenous people, but just as important, to help guide all of us to find a better way of living on this planet, because we must not go back to the way things were before the COVID lockdown a couple of years ago. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to open it up for 2 questions for Dr. Suzuki. If any youth, young people have anything to ask of Dr. Suzuki, now is your chance. Okay, we have 1 question over here and 1 question over there. So those will be our questions. So we'll start with the young lady in the front. What is your question for Dr. Suzuki?
My question is, how do we now, as a young generation, able to help the world with climate change and
Well, to me right now as a settler, the big challenge is to get the recognition that Indigenous values, Indigenous people have to be at the leading leadership level for the transformation that we need, not for the trivial little changes. They have to lead us and guide us into the transformation. So I spend a lot of time trying to uplift Indigenous people so they're in a position to take that role on and be recognized by the dominant society. But I tell non-Indigenous people, the big challenge is that we need big decisions made yesterday. And that is to begin the reduction in our output of greenhouse gases. The decision that was made to allow the Bay du Nord development. It's a huge development that will be 1.5 kilometers down to the ocean floor. So there'll be a big drilling platform to get that oil out of the ocean. Is a purely political decision and must be stopped. So I'm calling on environmentalists now to go and start peppering their members of parliament and saying, we demand, doesn't matter what party, we demand that this challenge be taken as the biggest crisis we face now, climate change, and that you must stop the Bay du Nord development, and then join with the Tsleil-Waututh and people who have been fighting the Trans Mountain Pipeline, and then join with the Wet'suwet'en people who are fighting the pipeline for LNG up in the northern areas. Indigenous people across Canada are fighting on behalf of all Canadians, it seems to me, and we have to support them to make government now start. We can, as non-Indigenous people, we can demand that government start listening to these the challenges. So that to me are those are the two things that are needed, is the empowerment of Indigenous people. And in order for Indigenous cultures to flourish and be strong, you also need your land. So I'm a very big supporter of the land back movement. There's all of this land that the government calls crown land. That's not crown land, that's Indigenous land. Give it back, because you need your land in order for your culture to be strong, so that you can show the leadership in the in ecocentric ways. And where we, you know, like I live in Vancouver, this is Indigenous land, and if we're not willing to give all of this back, then for heaven's sake, pay rent. I'm happy to pay rent for what is Musqueam land, and I think everybody should. And that can empower and strengthen the people that must be the leaders into the new world.
Thank you very much, David. We will move to our final question, and then we are breaking for lunch.
Hi, David. Yeah, you hit some really good points here today. So I just wanted to follow up with a question. You talked about they did implement like different resources, like back in the 80s, they had electric cars, they had, hemp-based, oil-based vehicles. They ran off of hemp. And how come they don't implement these through the 90s, where you said they had catastrophic emissions and just different things like that? How come it wasn't pushed then, and how come it's not like now we're just now seeing electric cars being more and more on the roads?
Yeah, well, it's it's a classic thing. It's profit and power. The fossil fuel industry, their own scientists knew in the 1960s that burning fossil fuel, I mean, Frank Eichard, the president of the API, the American Petroleum Institute, which is like this CCPA, the Canadian, Council of Petroleum Producers. Frank Eichard said burning fossil fuels is warming the planet, and by the year 2000 could very well be out of human control. They knew. Exxon scientists in the 1970s were saying, we've got to look to fossil fuels as a cause of global warming. What the fossil fuel industry did was they began to hire PR people from the tobacco industry, and they spent literally tens of billions of dollars, led by Exxon, to say, no, it's not happening. This is natural. Climate, as carbon dioxide levels have fluctuated always. This is perfectly a natural cycle, or this is bullshit, this isn't happening, or these scientists are just trying to get more money. They were very, very successful. And one of the ways they have the influence is lobbying. They lobby like mad. Just look at how many times the the fossil fuel industry has called Trudeau's government. And for every environmentalist that gets to call, they've called hundreds of times, and they get direct access. It's lobbying. At the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, who had the largest delegation at the COP26 conference? It was the fossil fuel industry. 500 fossil fuel representatives were at the Glasgow conference. They've got to be shut down, and yet they're the biggest lobbying group, and they are having an effect. So you have to look, the cause ultimately is capitalism that puts a price on everything. Capitalism has no place for the sacred. Capitalism is simply built on making money. And it's money that is driving the fossil fuel industry. And to this very day, they are saying, oh, yes, we're investing in windmills now. We're doing things on carbon capture and sequestration. They are not doing anything about reducing their output. And they've got to be shut down. But Trudeau said right from the beginning when he was elected, no country would leave the fossil fuels that we have in the ground, leave them in the ground. So he's clearly indicated he wants to pump it out of the ground. And, you know, in order to keep any semblance of control, 80 to 85% of our known reserves has to be left in the ground, or else we go way over budget for our carbon budget. But I guarantee you what's going to happen now, our government is going, if it doesn't shut down Bay du Nord, our government, and it already has started, is putting massive amounts of money into geoengineering. So we've created a problem. We're not going to shut down our burning of fossil fuels. We got to find a way of engineering the planet to cool it or to capture that carbon and put it somewhere else so it's not in the air. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. They're not going to have the courage unless we make them, we the public make them. They're not going to have the courage to do what has to be done.
Thank you. So everyone wave goodbye to Dr. Suzuki. Hopefully you'll see him again sometime. Thank you very, very much for your time. Hi. All right, so is everyone hungry? I know I'm starving. I'm getting hangry here. You don't want an angry MC, so we better get to eating. If you want, please visit the elders in the back. Ask them what they would like to eat and serve them first. Young people, especially the candidates running, you need to serve your elders. That's part of our custom, our protocol. And then how we're going to do the food is whoever's the oldest at your table will grab their food first. And you wait until that person comes back, and then the next oldest will grab their food. All right? So find out who's the oldest at your table, and then that person is going to go get their food first. Oh, wait 1 second before you grab your food. The opening prayer from our elder, Judy Pelly. Say hi, hi. Say mi gwich. Marcy Cho. Padamie. All right, so oldest first. Come and grab your food. Make sure we're serving the
Testing 1, 2. All right, you guys. We're on a little break here. We're gonna continue to be live and do some interviews here. We're gonna have a couple guests come up, but I hope you guys are enjoying the show right now. We do apologize with the audio. I think it was being interfered with some other little thing. And anyway, Roberts, what did you think so far? I think touch talk there. It's on. We're good. Let us know.
Honestly, with David Suzuki's presentation, that was very informative. He was very blunt and honest about his opinions, which was
Right?
awesome.
Yeah.
Good
No,
to hear.
that was good. It was nice to that he was live and it wasn't pre-recorded, eh?
Yeah, that was awesome.
And he took the questions after, and the kids were excited. And honestly, you know, I think he almost talked for 2 hours, but it was like, or no, let's see how long. He talked for about an hour and a half, and you know, when you're in a room full of youth and you're talking that long, it's you lose the youth's attention right away.
Yep.
But these kids were so involved with David Suzuki, they were just like, you know, when he was talking, it was just everyone was glued to the screen. No one was really on their phones paying attention to him. So that was awesome. What about
Yes, I agree. And then he's not afraid to call anyone out either. Like he's very straightforward with that, which was awesome to hear.
Yeah, so yeah, we are eating right now, but we are going to be continuing to go live. That's what we're here for, to kind of entertain you in between and get some interviews here. I think there's some afternoon entertainment or something like that, but we are going to continue to interview all the nominees. Is that even a word? The nominees.
The youth representatives,
Yes.
yes.
We're going to continue to interview them and then keep on going on with the program. But yeah, all the guests you guys see up there, we're going to try to get them on. It's going to be a long, long day. We're not even close to near done. I think we're heading on to 9 p.m. tonight.
Yes, but we started a little late though, so it might go on longer than that.
Well, yeah, let's see who's got the endurance for that one. So
we'll see how it goes.
It was a long day yesterday, but we'll see what we can do. But we're going to look around here for some guests and try to keep you guys entertained. So please stay on the channel. We are live on YouTube as well. I want to let you guys know Facebook only allows you to go live for 8 hours. So I think probably around 5, I'm going to have to reset the feed. It'll probably only take about 30 seconds to a minute. But if you guys want to watch the continuous feed, you just go to YouTube. We are live on my YouTube channel at IOPPS. Put it right on the screen there. IOPS, that's how you spell it. So just go put that in the search bar on YouTube, and we're live there as well. So, yeah. So what's your thoughts so far?
Well, yeah, I also wanted to mention that we also have like the main feed for the FSIN that's not interrupted. This is a secondary live. So if you don't want to have any interrupted feed, you can go on their page and watch there.
Yes. So we're going to go back to Andre Bear here for a bit here for a second.
We got our sponsorship from Farm Credit. That's awesome. Who has good credit in the house? Raise your hand. There are no hands raised. There's no hands. Oh, there's one hand raised over there. You have good credit? You must be from Muskeg. No, where are you from? White Bear. Oh, good job, White Bear. Keeping your credit score strong. Right on. Creation Youth Empowerment Grants. Beautiful. Thank you very, very much. We want to thank Mosaic for helping us out with the conference. Government of Saskatchewan, SaskTel, Ramada, Samagnus Worm, shout out Don Worm, the Saskatoon Inn, and Tourism Saskatoon. So those are our 24 sponsors that made this all possible. And of course, we have our host, the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, File Hills Quabbel Tribal Council, the Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation, and Muscopeding First Nation. So all of these are the people who made it all possible. So thank you very, very Do we have the video ready? Yeah, we'll get the video ready. So because we are running behind schedule, I'm gonna need you guys to all eat really, really fast. Just kidding. But we're gonna play this video while. And it's about
Is it the cello zone? That's the one. Lady Bayet, Fond du Lac First Nation. So there's a TikTok artist, influencer, two-spirited comedian, and auntie. Leighton Bayet from the Fond du Lac First Nation. Shouts out Fond du Lac. Any people from Fond du Lac here? Yay, Fond du Lac's in the house. Okay.
I think there's two. What are they eating?
How are you doing? I'm great. My name's Leighton Bayet, or otherwise known as Auntie, or Shell's on the real on TikTok. A lot of names go by. It's me. Where are you from? I am from Treaty 10 and Treaty 8 territory. Treaty 10 would be Buffalo River Nation, Dillon, Saskatchewan, and then Treaty 8, Fond du Lac First Nation, Northern Saskatchewan. And you grew up there? Both communities, yeah. I lived in both at different times in my life, but I mean, like, I identify as both because I lived there and learned a lot growing up in those places. So.
So you're well known to everyone as Auntie on TikTok. How did that come to be?
How did that happen? Like, I didn't even plan it to happen. It was something that just kind of came naturally. We're all bored during the start of the pandemic. Like, nothing else to do, and TikTok was just one of those things where we can, like, express ourselves. And it was a good place to just be creative in a time when there was nothing to do. So I started with drag. As a drag queen, I've been doing like performances and makeup for many years, and I thought that's what I would be doing. And it was okay, it was fine, I loved it, and still love doing it, but it wasn't until I saw Sherry McKay, you know her on TikTok, that she's amazing, and then a lot of other Indigenous content creators, so I was like, oh, you can be Native too, you know what I mean? It's like someone giving you the permission to be yourself, so as soon as I saw a lot of other Native TikTokers, to me it was just like, yeah, you can do that too. You know, like the council girls were the bigger north at that point. And so my first thought was to like what I saw growing up was whenever something was happening on your bed, so the aunties like run to the window and are really snoopy. And they start talking and talking about it in not nice way. So that was the first time I did something like that, and yeah, I don't know, it's appropriate. So it was funny, you know.
Oh, I it wasn't even planned. It just felt right to do, and I did it. And I was like, oh yeah, this could be something. But Auntie as a character was like a little more later on as like a regular thing. So that's where it started, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you think it's evolved to now?
My work, my life, you know, we're here today, and I'm grateful for it. I really am. I don't think I'm so grateful. I didn't think that I'd be able to do something like this as you know, work, and it's a great thing to be celebrated for Indigenous identity, Indigenous work, Indigenous comedy, First Nations comedy, and I don't know. I think Auntie to me is that voice I needed growing up, you know, someone who's a little tough, but loves still, like, you know, there's a heart of gold. And for this world that we live in, as Indigenous folks, different tribes, it's a lot to face. There's a lot of hardships we have in our communities that you need that sense of humor for. You need that auntie to kind of get you through a lot of those things. And the character is obviously inspired off of the women in my life who raised me, because they were the first ones to accept me for who I am and didn't really care, didn't ever make a fuss about it or tease me about it. It's just like, that's who you are, but we love you. And their sense of humor was the thing that kind of made like life good. So that's why Auntie has become this voice for, I guess, specifically Native women. I do it for love out of Indigenous women and, you know, their strength. But I think it means a lot for people too, to just have the humor to get through these times, which are really hard. It's not easy. But you know, that laughter is medicine. I think if we could laugh at something, then it's like you're able to deal with it. It's not bigger than you. So that's what she is to me. And I think for a lot of other people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agree. I was going to say a lot of the content revolves around First Nation culture and humor and where you grew up. And is that a very important aspect of what you do?
Yeah. I mean, it's people, I guess, like to ask, like, where does it come from? And like, what does it mean? It's like, well, it's just the way I grew up. It's familiar to me. There's not a lot of, there wasn't enough of that humor that I saw anywhere else. And it's a very specific type of humor. I got lonely for it because I've lived all over Saskatchewan. Like, those are my home reserves, yes, but I've also lived here in Saskatoon, Prince Albert, and, you know, smaller towns down near Regina. So when you move to these places, you can feel isolated and lonely. And without other Indigenous people, that feels like home. Like, without the humor, like, you can say Native jokes to non-Indigenous people and they just don't get it. Yeah. So it's very important to bring a piece of home. I found that actually a lot with the comments is always like, you know, it reminds me of home or where I grew up. Even non-Indigenous people who've lived near a reserve or, you know, have friends who are Native, it just reminds them of that familiarity. So yeah, the culture of that or the community of this character is very important because it wouldn't exist without my community. Yeah.
I saw one comment online that said something about they love the anti-Native TikTok, but they were wondering if it was appropriate for them because they're non-Indigenous to like it, and if they thought that wasn't okay or if it was, but they just love it because it's just so wholesome and they loved it. So I wonder how, like, what your thoughts are on that.
I think, sorry, just clear my throat. There's a lot of questions because we've talked about cultural appropriation for many years now. People are more aware of it, you know, thankfully, because some things were wrong. But there's that difference between appropriation and appreciation. You know, and people like, what's the difference? And the difference is respect. That's it. Like, are you looking to consume Indigenous culture? Are you looking to take from it and make a mockery out of it? Or, you know, like, use it for your own advantage, for money, for profit, because people do that as well, unfortunately. Or are you looking to share and be a part of that community or that circle? And that's the biggest difference. So like, it's not up to me to answer whether or not it's okay for you. Are you okay with it? Right? Like, do you respect it? Because to me, that's all that matters. Yeah.
So I think you touched on it a little bit, but you seem like a very confident person, authentic, to yourself. What motivates you to be your authentic self every day? And how did you become so confident, or is it just natural?
It's not natural. It's not. There's like a lot of things that led to this. It wasn't just like perfectly glamorous. I know we're sitting here today and it's cool, but I mean, I don't ever want to lie that there was a lot of struggles growing up on reserve and with intergenerational trauma. I talk about like residential schools survivors, like my family, and even my father is a residential school survivor. And there's a lot of issues to talk about with that. And there's a lot of intergenerational trauma, which we don't talk about, I don't think, is like, there are the survivors and then there's the children of survivors and the relatives of survivors. And like, how does that then pass down? So I was very depressed for a long time. Didn't have the confidence to express myself. Didn't want I guess I didn't want to be vulnerable because of, as Indigenous people, through community, through trauma, we're taught to build all these walls that, you know, the world is harsh, and it is. And to be Indigenous, you're challenged with a lot of things. But there was always part of me that knew there was something more to life, I guess. There has to be a reason. Even in the lowest times for me, where I felt like, what is the purpose of this? If this is life, why is it worth living? Sadly. I mean, I wish I could go back and tell the younger version of myself that, you know, things will get better. Because it is true, but to have to think that way or to be in that way, even in those lowest moments, there was just that voice of like, there has to be something else. There has to be something more. There must be a reason for this. And I'm grateful enough to have people in my life, like my mother, who always said, you know, there's a reason. Like, you're going to help people someday, people who've faced similar things. They're going to relate. And, you know, some people just don't have the right words to put it together. And I think just by speaking about it allows those people to have a voice and like, that's what it is. You know, I feel exactly that way. And I know it's the truth. I'm not going to lie about saying like, oh, my life was great. It was perfect. It wasn't. It was really hard. And been through a lot of stuff that I had to heal from and open up about, which is not easy. It's, you know, we talk about the healing journey or just healing in general. And we think it's this beautiful thing where it's like, oh, I'm letting go. It sounds so beautiful when you use those words, but in reality, it's a lot of painful and ugly things to admit these things. But that takes strength. You know, we talk about like, where does it come from? It's like, well, you build strength through healing and through admitting that life wasn't great, or how you have been affected, or how you affect others because of the way you were treated. So it was a lot of work, but I mean, worth it now, you know, and I'm finally at a place where I don't question myself as much as I used to. And days are never perfect. There's times where I still stress out, and there's times where I still like get back into a spiraling mindset, but it's like, there's beauty to this life, and I'm more aware of that now. And I'm so grateful for it.
That's a good message. So yeah, my next question was how do you relay a message, which I think you already answered, of others that are struggling in that area? Yeah.
So to the youth, know that, how would I word this the best way? Know that whatever is happening to you currently, or whatever you're facing, is not always your fault. I mean, unfortunately, as children or youth, we don't have control over what adults do. We don't. And we have to live with that, those issues and traumas until we're old enough to try to fix it ourselves. But that's the thing, when you get to a certain point in a certain age where you're capable of taking care of yourself and feeding yourself and all these basic things we need to survive, that there's extra work to go into healing. And it's hard. I mean, especially if you don't have someone to tell you what to do or where to go, or even just where to start. A lot of people don't know where to start. And to the youth, it's like, that starting point is your community. That starting point is your elders and your family members. Yeah, sure, not everyone's going to be willing to talk, but to start figuring out where all these issues come from and asking questions when you're ready, and when the other people are ready to, you know, talk about these harsh things. It's where it is. And, you know, it's up to you to figure that out if you want to heal. And that's everyone's choice, really. It comes down to choice. It's not easy, but if you want something for yourself, you have to be the one to go out and get it. Yeah.
What message would you give your younger self?
What message would I give my younger self? Don't listen to what other people have to say about you, because it's really, one, it's none of my business to care about what other people have to say. And usually that's just a projection of their own insecurity. I mean, like, I was just a kid and people were saying some pretty rude stuff, you know, and it's like, yeah, you have all these judgments for me, but that's what they think of me. What's important is like, what do I think of me? Because that's all that matters. And I've learned is if you always put the importance or your life or your value in what others have to say about you, you'll never be happy. Because you're always going to be listening to everyone else's opinion. You're always going to be listening to what do they think? What is their opinion? Yeah, it's okay to ask, but if you rely on everyone else's opinions, you'll never be in control of your own life. So that's like what I'd say.
Yeah. So you identify as being a two-spirited person.
Mhm.
Do you mind sharing a bit of that journey with us?
Yeah.
Or your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So when I was about like 13, 14, I had heard the term for the first time. And I really just did not understand what it meant. I mean, it was a word that kind of was around, but it wasn't something I identified or knew about. And it wasn't until I talked to a medicine man who asked, like, are you two-spirit? I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just like figuring this stuff out. And it's something that you learn about, that two-spirit journey is not one way. And the definition for each person is going to be very different. Two-spirit is not just one identity necessarily. It's a role and responsibility to your community. I think we view a difference in gender or sexuality through a Western or colonial lens too many times and try to say that that's what it is. But being two-spirit has nothing to do with your sexuality or gender, being gay, bi, straight, lesbian, or trans. It is about your responsibility to your community. And that includes being a spokesperson, that includes building relations between peoples, being that bridge between masculine and feminine as a two-spirit person. That looks different for every two-spirited person. And I always like to call it like two-spirit people are the bridge between worlds, between communities, between groups, between men and women. We sit somewhere in between and try to bring communities together. That's the purpose of our existence. But also, a lot of people are uncomfortable with two-spirit people because we always bring in change. And not a lot of people enjoy change because we get so used to things being one way for so long. To have someone to come in and challenge those ideas that we as two-spirit people know don't work anymore, it becomes not so appreciated. You know, there's people always talk about, I guess in some tribes, it's taboo to talk about trickster spirits or these spirits that are like change things or cause all these horrible things to happen. But I always find that because of their influence, because they came up and shook everything around, the group came out better at the end because of it. Like, we always view it as these like cautionary tales, but it's like, you learned something though. And two-spirit people almost act as these trickster spirits or the people who change things. It's just uncomfortable to go through. But once you've questioned and challenged these things that don't work, it's like you have to evolve and adapt. And two-spirit people are always that voice or that energy for the community, I find. So that's sort of the way I describe two-spirit for myself. And that's going to look very different for every other two-spirited individual.
And also for like, I don't know if you've noticed, but in the past, let's say decade, there's been a shift in television, the media, or not the media, the television and that industry of more diversity and more inclusivity. What are your thoughts on that?
So like,
and how important is that shift for you?
Right. Like, to me, I've always thought that when we talk about inclusion or diversity, it's like, to me, it just makes sense to have people that are represented from all different walks of life, because you get a fuller picture, you get a more perspective. This world is always narrow sometimes on ideals or thoughts or ways of living, that it's like you need different backgrounds to learn more. You can't just stay one way. It's not always going to work. And having the diversity is so necessary because you need to see people like yourself to feel heard or feel seen. I mean, I didn't see someone who is like Two-Spirit or queer on TV until 2020. And that was Alona Verley on Drag Race Canada Season 1. So I didn't see someone like myself until 2 years ago.
Right.
So it was the first time I was like, oh, like it was like so important to see someone who is of a similar experience, who is like me, because you finally feel like there could be something for you. I mean, we need role models. If I'm going to talk specifically about Indigenous communities, we need to see the possibilities because sometimes we can't just imagine and make things happen. We need those people who are like, oh, that's an Indigenous politician. That's a First Nations designer. That's a First Nations comedian. Like, you need every single person in every field to see where you could possibly go. And I think that's sort of the beauty of what we're seeing now with inclusion is that finally we can see ourselves in these spaces because of fashion designers, because of comedians, because of entertainers, that we can show the youth that there's something that you can go to. There's a future if you fight for it and you should so choose. I mean, it's important. It was important to me, and I mean, I didn't get it. Unfortunately, I didn't get it until really late, and I'm still trying to push for more Two-Spirit inclusion and voices and stories. But yeah, I think it's very necessary because that means hope for the future and for the youth to look forward to something. That's a huge reason why there's like mental health and depression is because we don't see a future for ourselves, unfortunately. And having that representative to show you that life could be better, that makes a whole difference in your outlook on life.
When did you make your first TikTok video?
Actually, it was right before the pandemic. I think it was January 2020. Yeah, because it was starting to be popular then. I remember people were arguing whether or not it was cool or for kids at that point. But I downloaded it. And it was fun.
Yeah.
You spend that first hour on there and you're just, and then you're hooked.
And then you just decided you were going to make a video?
I wanted to do something. I mean, it made sense for me. Like Instagram is just photos. YouTube takes too long and the res Wi-Fi doesn't allow you to upload anything. So TikTok made sense. And that's honestly, maybe that's why we're all on TikTok is we can actually upload videos on res Wi-Fi. That's why there's a lot of native TikTokers.
And also, when did you, because you're getting so well known, when did you start to realize that you were that you were blowing up?
I still don't. I honestly, like, it's not even a joke. Like, I still don't. It's just like, I'm me. Nothing changed about me.
Yeah.
I'm still the same
you
person.
must know that you have so many followers and you're such a role model.
Okay, yeah, but like you see numbers and I don't think our brain realizes numbers. And then like, because trying to translate a number to like the amount of people there are is really, I guess I just can't imagine it. Yeah, and also we haven't had any like crazy events where it's like meet and greets or anything. So I don't know.
Are you looking forward to something like that happening in the future?
I hope so. I hope we can have something like a convention for Indigenous people. You know how they always have like Comic-Con? Let's have a Native Con. Indigicon.
Good idea.
Right? We can start it.
Yeah.
We'll write it up right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I want that. That'd be so cool.
And were you always funny?
No.
Like,
I'm kidding.
You're like an actual performer, so I just wonder if did you grow up funny? Like, did people always say you were a comedian?
Not really. No, actually, it's like, so to me, I want to say I was relatively shy as a kid.
Oh.
I was quiet. I was really quiet, believe it or not.
Oh.
Actually, you want to know what it is? I was a kid, and I remember my brother is always bullying me for being too loud. I was like 3 or 4. They were like, they called me I think they called me like microphone because I was so loud, or like speaker or something. It was just really loud. because, you know, that's who I was. And I played dress up and it was fun. And then because of their bullying and also like knowing that it wasn't accepted to be different or even dressing up, I was looked at weirdly. Getting my nails painted, it was horrible to my father. So I started to close myself down. You start to realize that training is like, it's not accepted. So you censor yourself, and that's for everyone. I feel like we're taught shame and we're taught to not like love who you are naturally, because let your kids be who they are, because they are the most natural. When they're first born, they're just behaving how they are authentically feeling, and when you start to teach them that's wrong, that creates so many problems. But I had to unlearn all those things, and comedy was just, I guess, a part of that. I find it's like a way to cope. So it was one of those things that helped me through a lot of hard times. And yeah, I just got really good at making fun of the hard times. It happens. It's the easiest way to deal with things. Not therapy. Not therapy. Comedy. Go to therapy. If you need therapy, go to therapy. Joke's not going to heal everything.
But it's a way to get through it.
It's a way to start. It's a way to start. Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to sit down with us and tell us a little bit about your story and where you hope to go from here. Where do you hope to go from here?
Where do
you hope to go from here?
You take me to the gas station.
Well,
pack of smokes and a coffee. I'm kidding. That's where I hope to go. No. For the future, I want to I think like act and be on TV, because I'm like, I've always loved that. I've taken drama in high school. So I have some projects coming up, which I can't really talk about because non-disclosures, but we'll talk about it after. But yeah, there's something coming up that I'm really excited about. And I think for the future, I want to get into more acting and more like, even if it's like plays or TV, I think there's room for that now. And I'm starting to see a lot of like things like Reservation Dogs. I want to get on Res Dogs so badly.
They need you.
They have a casting call.
They need you. You need to.
I'll put in an audition.
You
I'll
need
do
to
that.
audition for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, we thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you telling us a little bit about yourself and getting to know you. And thank you for being who you are and for being a trailblazer for the First Nations youth, the Indigenous youth. Well, to all of us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Merci, Cho. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Round of applause. So we saved the best for the very, very best of this entire conference. We saved for 1:21 p.m. right now after lunch. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to, actually, I'm going to introduce them one by one. Okay, first of all, we have Preston Fleming from Stanley Mission. Give a round of applause. Come on up. I'll do your bio in a second here. I know everybody can read on their own, but it sounds more official when I read it from here, right? Okay, so Preston goes by he, they, is a proud Nahio Métis mixed two-spirit. Preston was born in Yellowknife and grew up in Amacho, Stanley Mission in northern Saskatchewan on Treaty 6 territory, and now calls Gistapininak, or Pininak, Nick, Gista, Prince Albert. Okay, PA. Cha. Preston uses his platforms and uses his voice to uplift Indigenous youth, two-spirit, indigiqueer perspectives. He promotes wellness and advocates for mental health and 2S LGBTQ+ equity and rights. Preston shares poetry, think pieces, and discusses sobriety and healing with a focus on intergenerational wisdom. Preston has worked in northern and central Saskatchewan in multiple roles, supporting Indigenous clients and communities over the last 6 years. This background and lived experience has led him to advocacy and assisted him in understanding and identifying his own trauma and story. Preston's goal in life is to show the youth how to live instead of telling them. Please welcome Preston Fleming. If you guys haven't seen the Instagram page, it's like famous. It's called Decolonize Myself. Anybody ever see that before? That's him. Isn't it? Oh, I thought it was him. Oh, I guess it's not him. Ignore that. So next we have another amazing speaker. We have Keisha Irwin. So her name, her Cree name on her profile is Wapaksis, which I thought means mouse, but it actually means white fox. So she is a two-spirit Cree emerging artist, academic, and band member from Lac La Ronge Indian Band in North Central Saskatchewan. They are also Afro-Caribbean Jamaican on their mom's side. Keisha holds a Bachelor of Arts and Honors in the Indigenous Studies from York University and is beginning their Master's of Educational Foundations this spring at the University of Saskatchewan. With a research focus on community-led language revitalization, Keisha is a second language learner of Nehediwin and is illustrating and translating a Cree kids book. Cool. Keisha's dreams are to get into filmmaking and animation and tell stories in their Indigenous language, Cree, to inspire and encourage youth to learn Cree, as language loss has been devastating to Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island and across the globe. Please give a very warm welcome to Keisha Irwin. So I'm going to sit down on the panel with our panelists here and move the mic, and we're going to have a casual conversation as we tell their stories and share a little bit of advice for our young people in the room. I think this is gonna fall down. Sorry, Ethan. Ethan Bear's jersey isn't getting the love it needs. Okay, so who would like to go first? Yeah, we can go off the questions. So first off, I just want you guys to introduce yourselves in your own way. So it can only be a minute or whatever you feel like, just how, yeah, whatever you'd like.
It's on? Okay. Good afternoon now. Tanse, Preston Sigasan, Amachuis Mumunik Ochinida. So I grew up in Stanley Mission, Saskatchewan, Treaty 6 territory, northern Saskatchewan. I was born in Yellowknife. My mom moved us out of there at a very young age to pursue her education at U of S, but this is also where our family is from. My late Cookham was born in Stony Rapids on the trap line. My late Musham was born Wanlis, Manitoba, which is just outside of Opaskwayak Cree Nation in Manitoba. And yeah, I've been taking up some space on social media in regards to Two-Spirit advocacy. And I'm just really grateful and honored to be here with all of you today and to share space with such amazing speakers and amazing advocates. And I look forward to having this conversation with Keisha and Andre.
Thank you, Preston. And next we will have Keisha.
Tanse kakadaw gidaw kishin siyasan kaskatuwidan orgone hidoni dama nuagamaganok miste sagahine kigo matris pomoni kigo nupsipi hokchi widaw maga trano chinida no go mistiaso shida eninu iguan mushrom istiaso John Isaac Roberts. Hi everyone, my name is Keisha. I am an off-reserve band member of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. I grew up very disconnected. My dad was part of the 60 Scoop, so he was taken from his reserve, Sucker River Reserve, about 20 minutes north of Mississauga-Hinik, La Ronge, when he was about 5, and then he bounced around foster homes until he was 9, and he was adopted by a non-Indigenous family in Ontario. My mom is Jamaican. She was born and raised in Jamaica. She came to what we currently know as Canada when she was 17. So my parents met in Ontario, Sarnia, Ontario, and I was born in Toronto. I really look forward to talking with Preston and Andre. Yeah, thank you.
So if you haven't realized already, we all identify as Two-Spirit people, and we seen a little bit about our friend on the screen while everyone was having lunch. Had shared a little bit about his experience or their experience.
as a two-spirit person. And so just to get the conversation started, I also identify as two-spirit. I don't always do it so openly because something that's really important to me as a man is that I always want my the things that I do for people and how I make people feel. I want that to be how people how I identify. And so that's something that myself and Preston had a conversation about yesterday. And so this is why we're here. It's about our identities. And so the very first question that I have for each of you is please share how you identify with everybody here, and then a little bit about why that is important to you. We can start with Preston or Keisha, whoever's ready.
I identify proudly as two-spirit, and it's taken a lot of years to get to that place. I'm 30 years old, and I came out when I was 24. So it's only been 6 years. And to see that I am now able to share space with such amazing people, but to be a voice for other two-spirit people is quite amazing. But that just goes to show that 6 years was more influential in my life than the 24 before it, because I spent that time suppressing that identity. Being two-spirit for me is a placeholder within community, but also ceremony. And I think it's important for people to understand that prior to colonization and prior to, arguably, I'd say even 200 years ago, we had place in community and ceremony that was not just part of the circle, but we were respected, honored. And it's not to say that we are beyond anyone else's existence, but we had a place in our circles. And that's very important. The reason I'm sharing that is because today in a lot of our reserves, a lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of two-spirit people don't feel that way. A lot of youth that aren't two-spirit feel that way. So that's why it's very important to me to claim this space back. And you see that in today's day through social media and other platforms. Two-spirit people, there's a resurgence of two-spirit people coming. And I think it's a very beautiful time to be alive. I mean, it's always a beautiful time to be alive. But that's why I think it's very important.
Yes, thank you very much, Preston. Yeah, go ahead, give him a round of applause. It takes a lot of courage to come up here and share your story. And who knows, maybe one day it'll be one of you young people up here sharing your story and talking to the next generation. So Keisha, how do you identify and why is that important to you?
So I identify as two-spirit, but I only started identifying as two-spirit recently. For the past 7 years, I've been identifying as non-binary or gender fluid. Because as somebody who's disconnected, for me, two-spirit identity, as Preston mentioned, is something that's very sacred. It comes with a lot of responsibilities. Two-spirited people have always been honored and celebrated in our communities. So yeah, for the last 7 years, I've been kind of referring to myself as non-binary or gender fluid in like Western conceptualizations. But I'm in the process of reclaiming what a two-spirit identity means to me, specifically in terms of what it meant to create communities and how to move forward and reclaim those traditions.
Very much, Keisha. And I also wanted to share as well, for myself, ever since I was 21 years old, I worked with chiefs and counselors and leadership with the FSIN all across Saskatchewan. And being a two-spirit young man, like it was always a concern that our leadership might be homophobic, they might be transphobic or have those kinds of negative issues. And from my experience, I guess I've carried a lot of privilege being masculine and straight presenting. I think they call it cisgender. Is that what it's called? Yeah, okay. And so I always want to acknowledge that for more feminine men, or even women for that matter, they don't always have the same opportunities that someone like myself would have. They don't have the same privileges. And I think it's important that we recognize those things. And tried our best to identify and uplift the importance and power of femininity, right? And so we had that women's empowerment panel, and we regretfully, we wish there was a trans woman or other types of femininity that could have been represented. However, we're always evolving, and we can do better than the next youth assembly that we have, right? And so we're going to move on to the next question here. And so that is, how do you believe we can make Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus youth feel safe and celebrated? Keisha or Preston, who would like to go?
I'll go first. Again, we're both nervous, and I'll openly share that. And I've had a lot of opportunities in my life, and I always feel this way. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, because these, I don't want to say issues, but these barriers and challenges that we are facing are very real, and they're very important to us. Something I always share is, and you hear from everyone, is that ceremony is so important in our journey. But ceremony isn't always accessible for one, but especially for 2S LGBTQIA plus youth. They're not welcome in those circles. And that's not, we can't talk about being harm reductive if we're not ensuring those youth have access to the same ceremonies. Because if I enter a lodge and I have to leave my identity at the door, then I'm not being true to myself. And the creator knows who I am. So why do I have to perform for other people's comfort? Our identities aren't in opposition of male and female. It's never been in opposition. And I think a lot of people like to spin that narrative that we are against men and we're trying to take away space from women, and that's not the reality. We're here to supplement both, and we walk with both. And I think it's very important to invite your Two-Spirit youth back into those circles, because that is how they will be celebrated. I'll leave it with that.
Thank you, Preston. Keisha, did you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Yeah, so I feel like it's going to be very hard to navigate moving forward, especially in terms of colonization and, the internalization of homophobia and transphobia in our communities. Like, that needs to be addressed to ensure that we can create safe spaces for Two-Spirit, indigenous, trans, Indigenous youth. We need to address those things, and those things are going to be very hard navigating, especially trying to navigate the trauma that many of our communities carry from residential school, from the 60s scoop, from, impoverishment. Like, this is going to be very hard to navigate. But, if any folks are in the, audience who are Two-Spirit, who are Indigenous queer, who are questioning, who are on the spectrum, I just want you to know, you have a community behind you. Everybody up here is behind you, and we will support you. And you can reach out to us whenever you need to, whenever you need support. If you need resources, just reach out to us. You have our support. But yeah, I feel like it's gonna be really hard moving forward. What Preston mentioned, I was in my community a week ago in Mistay-Sagahinik, and one of my cousins, he's a ceremonial keeper. He's a lodge keeper. He does sweat ceremonies. And when I enter his lodge, I always wear a ribbon skirt. And I didn't make my first ribbon skirt until 5 years ago, because I was kind of navigating my own gender identity. And if I felt comfortable wearing a ribbon skirt, I felt like I had to identify as an Esquio to wear a ribbon skirt. And when I was up there last week, me and my cousin got into a fight around Two-Spirit identity. And my cousin is also fluent in Hiloiwan, in the Cree TH dialect language. And he was saying, he was saying that if we had something like that, then explain it in the Cree language. And I'm not fluent in my language because of, the impacts of the 60 scoop and intergenerational trauma. So I felt very dismissed and harmed in that moment. And I've been learning the language from this cousin. I've been trying to navigate if I even feel comfortable going back into his lodge, because he feels like that. Yeah, so thank you for sharing that. I feel like it really, it really resonated with me, especially as I try to, navigate that situation.
Absolutely. Thank you both. So I relate completely. I was 18 years old when I started getting into the Sundance and the Sweat Lodge and all of that, and taking our ceremony seriously. And there are very few lodges out there that celebrate Two-Spirit people. And we can never judge other lodges for the decisions that they make or the teachings that they might share with each other. But we have the blessing that we get to choose where we go, where we feel safe, where we feel celebrated. And we're very fortunate when we find those places. And I think often we have to make mistakes first. And that's what happened with me, finding a ceremonial family where I belong. Is I had to go and find the wrong families first. I had to go find places that made me feel ashamed about who I was and the gifts that I held, until I was taken to a place even better. And so I think that's something to share with all the young people out there who might be questioning and wanting to feel celebrated and represented in ceremony, to never give up, because there's hope and love out there. There's people out there that are going to love you and care about you and celebrate who you are, and never stop looking for those people. Your family is out there. So we will move to our next question. So what do you believe has been your biggest obstacle thus far? Preston?
Life, just kidding. Existing. Jokes aside, it honestly, it is existing in spaces where ceremony is taking place at times. And that's really hard. Growing up in the North, there's a lack of resources. There's also a lack of ceremony, and to no fault of the communities. We do have to be very gentle in how we approach elders with these things. And I always advocate for our cis hetero counterparts, or for other terms for everyone else, straight people, to advocate for us. Talk to your elders, talk to those old ones and the knowledge keepers, and just say, what are the teachings and how can we be respectful to make sure they're coming to our lodges? Because Two-Spirit people, we do carry medicine. We carry the ability to, for me, I like to think that we are space holders. I have the ability to hold space for both genders and make both people feel safe and everyone feel heard, because that has been my job my entire life. So when we, as Two-Spirit people, we don't feel safe in our communities, we leave. And I had to do that. I had to leave my community. I had to run away to the city until I could feel safe enough to come out. And I just want to share that, because our communities, we're going through a lot of trauma, active trauma all the time, especially now with all the recoveries of our children that were taken away from us at residential school. And it's just, it's a shame, because our Two-Spirit people, we care so much, and I want to help my community. But if we're not welcome in those circles, we don't bring our medicines home. And it's time to call those medicines home, because our nations need that. Our nations need our medicine. And it's not because I think I'm better than anyone. I'm equal to everyone in this room. But I can share space with everyone, and I can share prayer with everyone. And I think invalidating our experiences is like saying our prayers aren't valuable. And I think that's just ridiculous. So that's been my biggest obstacle, is to find communities where I can bring my medicine, because some nations don't welcome that medicine back home. And I think it is time to bring that medicine back home. We always talk about a circle in healing. Without Two-Spirit people in that circle, it's not complete. And for years, we've been pushed aside. You can pray elsewhere. You're not welcome here. And I don't think that's right. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Preston. Keisha, what do you believe has been your biggest obstacle thus far?
I feel like my biggest obstacle has been believing in myself. So for so long, I've allowed other people's opinions, ideas, thoughts of me to distract me. I've internalized how people have perceived me. I'm obviously very like I'm a mixed Native person, and it's very obvious. I didn't grow up very connected to my culture, not only because my dad was part of the 60s scoop and he doesn't really, know his culture either, but because I was raised globally. So I was born in Toronto on Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat lands. But I was moved to Austria when I was 10 years old. My stepdad and my mom moved me and my sister away. And I came back to Turtle Island when I was 14. They moved us to El Paso, Texas. I didn't come back to what we currently know as the settler colonial state Canada until I was 17. And I was really lost. I didn't know who I was. I wasn't connected to either being Cree or to my Jamaican side. And I really began that journey in Toronto. But when I began that journey, I started entering urban Indigenous spaces. And I would always get these looks of skepticism because of the way I present. Despite, the fact that I'm treated, despite the fact that I'm status, it wasn't enough to prove my indigeneity to people who thought that I couldn't be Indigenous because I'm Black. And I started internalizing that. I started feeling like I didn't belong in these spaces. You know, even though, again, like I could tell people where I'm from, I could name my Mushum and my Kukum's name. I can tell you where my Chapans are from, but because of how people looked at me, I didn't feel welcome in these spaces anymore. And oftentimes when I went into these spaces, I was the only one who was also mixed with Black. Oftentimes I would go into these spaces and I was the only one who wasn't cisgendered. I was the only one who, was two-spirit. And it's hard to be in those spaces when you don't really see yourself represented. You don't see yourself in those spaces and you can't really feel comfortable. As Preston mentioned, like sometimes I would have to leave my other identities at the door because people couldn't really handle, all my identities at once. And I'm all of me all the time. And I allowed how people saw me to really impact me, and that has been really detrimental in my own journey. Yeah, but as Andre said, I found community. I found spaces where I feel welcome in, where I feel comfortable in my full self, where I don't actually have to leave any of my identities at the door. There's people out there that you can find that will love you and support you. And I really hope that everybody, finds that for themselves and you feel supported. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move forward, I wanted to invite a very special guest to join us up here and share a little bit about themselves. James Tuckenow, if you can please come up. Round of applause for James Tuckenow. I was getting their last name right, and I was gonna say Anthony James, or no, yeah, James Anthony, and then they go, Anthony is my pen name. Holy. So you can just have a seat over here. Thank you for coming. So I know it's a little bit last minute, but I really wanted to give James the opportunity to introduce themselves, share a little bit about themselves, maybe with your name and where you're from. And then the first question we had was how you identify and why is that important to you?
Tansay Natsigosun, James Takanaw, Nia Otse, Okanese First Nation. Hello, everybody. My name is James Takanaw. I am from Okanese First Nations, and my pronouns are he or she. And the reason why I say that is because I am comfortable with either pronouns, and you can even just use simply they, them. I have no objection to either one. And I also identify as a two-spirited person.
For that. Would you be able to share a little bit about why do you believe that's important to you as being two-spirit, or Just your thoughts on that identity aspect of who you are.
Well, I think it's important to me personally is because the way that I've been taught growing up and the teachings that my Muslim and Kokum have shared with me was that I am a person that walks in both worlds, right? So that is why I have no objection to either pronoun, that I am a person that walks in both worlds. And so going by either pronoun, I don't really get bothered by it when somebody calls me her, or when somebody calls me him and everything. And yeah, that's just the way that I was brought up, and the way that I've been comfortable with myself was to allow myself to be called either she or him.
That is a beautiful way of seeing yourself in the world. I'm very that actually inspires me, because I'm used to getting it wrong. I'm used to getting into trouble and not using the correct pronouns. But when you're open and fluid like that, like it almost brings this openness and this fluidness. Like there's no mistakes. Like I am both, right? And I guess that might be a meaning for a good interpretation for two-spirit. So thank you very much for sharing that. That's so beautiful. So we will come back to our panelists, and I'm going to ask you all in a row. So get your answers ready. So what advice do you have for two-spirit or questioning youth that might be facing some challenges? We'll start with Preston.
First of all, I would say not to apologize for getting emotional. I have no regrets in getting emotional when I speak, because it's from my heart. And I think we spend a lot of our life suppressing our emotions, and not only emotions, but that comes with our identity. I would tell any youth that there's light in your journey. Even if you feel hopeless, there's light in your journey. I didn't come out till I was 24. And that's sad. That's sad that I was robbed that experience. I didn't get to be a two-spirit child. I didn't get to be a two-spirit teenager. I didn't get to experience love at a young age. I didn't get to have those things that everyone takes for granted. And that affects you. You know, there's a time in your life that coming out was very liberating. And I encourage those who feel safe and supported to do so. But I guess, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Just be yourself. Follow your gifts. Don't suppress your gifts. Take those opportunities, and that includes identifying with who you are. Like Andre said, you're gonna find your family. No matter where you go, you'll find your family. You'll find where you belong. So don't ever think you're alone. And again, like Keisha said, you can talk to any one of us to get resources, or to connect you with maybe a two-spirit person we know in your community or your territory. And I would leave you with that.
Thank you very much, Preston. Please stop airdropping me photos. Just kidding. Okay. Oh my God, you guys gotta quit. Okay, we'll go with Keisha. Do you have any advice for two-spirit youth or questioning youth that might be facing some challenges?
I really want to echo what Preston said and what Andre has said. Find your community. Even if you're struggling right now, there's a community you can access. It might take, a while, but there's people who will love you, who will support you, who will accept you. For me, I started experiencing gender dysphoria at a very young age, about the time where I hit puberty. But it took me about 10 years to really understand where that gender dysphoria was coming from. And it's valid. It's valid for you not to really understand your identity right now. That is valid. You don't have to feel ashamed. It's okay. It's okay to switch your pronouns. It's okay to switch how you identify. You will find community. You will find people who support you. And you are loved. Thank you.
Very much, Keisha. Round of applause. James Tuckenow. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, you're saying it right.
Okay, good. So do you have any advice for two-spirit or questioning youth that might be facing some challenges?
Well, they all pretty much cover that you guys are awesome. But I would like to share a few things from my teachings and what my auntie has always taught me that my kokum would always say growing up. Is that two-spirited people do have a place in our ceremony. They do have a place in our community. We're healers, we're medicine people. We have a place. We're not to be, shunned out from our ceremony. And if we are, that's all right because that's the way that elder was taught or whatever because of colonialism, residential school plays a big part in a lot of our ways or whatever, it's put that box in our ways, I guess. We got put inside that box. I was very fortunate enough to grow up in a community where I can attend my ceremonies, where I can wear a ribbon skirt, where I can sit and pray with the women, but then I could also go to the drum and sing with the men, I could also stand on the men's side. So I was fortunate enough to grow up in a very accepting community. And because I had my Mushum and Kokum, that they were the lodge carriers for our community. And I remember when I first came out, I came out at a very young age, at the age of 12. I first came out as, well, that's a lie. I came out as bi, but then I realized that was a lie too. And so then I came out as gay. And I remember when I shared that with my mom and my stepfather at the time, they just kind of laughed and they're like, "Cha, we know." And I was like, "Oh, and I thought I was hiding it there." But when I first came out, my mom took me to my mushum or whatever, and that's when my mushum started sharing two-spirited culture with me, and he's talked to me and everything. We had a really good long conversation. My kokum was there too. They shared stories about how back in their day when they had powwows, back in their day when they had to go hide in the bush with their powwow, that they had a two-spirited member of the Star Blanket community, and that he would dance women's fancy shawl and also men's grass growing up or whatever. So, when he would dance women's fancy shawl, he danced the other way than the way that we were taught. And so I found that really empowering and everything. And then I remember the first time I wore ribbon skirt to ceremony to one of the elders there. I was sitting with the men at first, and she just kind of looked at me and she called me over. And she was like, "Oh, my boy, you're wearing a ribbon skirt." And I was like, "Yeah, kokum." And then she's like, "Okay, well, you come sit with us then. If you want to wear your skirt, you come sit with the women." And then she started sharing these things with me and everything. And then, after attending ceremony many a times after that, that's when all these other elders would come up and share customs with me. Like, if you're going to wear a ribbon skirt, you got to wear a shirt that covers your shoulders and stuff like that. Or if you're going to sit with the men, you can't wear your ribbon skirt. You got to wear pants down to your ankles, but you still got to cover your shoulders and stuff. So I was very fortunate to have those teachings, to get those teachings shared with me from elders from my community. And so I just want to share with you all that I'm from Okanese First Nations, and we have a rain dance every summer. And I invite you guys to come join us or whatever, because we are a very accepting ceremony people. We don't shun out two-spirited people. As a matter of fact, we honor two-spirited people. I remember when I was younger too, when I was still young, before I even started wearing ribbon skirts myself, we had a two-spirited person come to our ceremony, and he was honored by our elders with an eagle feather, both a men's and a woman's eagle feather. And I found that really powering. And then when I graduated too, that's the same honor that I got from one of the elders or whatever. And it's the little things like that that make you feel empowered, that make you feel like you're accepted, and that you have a place in your community. So I am very fortunate to be from Okanese, from Vile Hills. Hi, hi.
Oh my God. I could listen to this all day long. Oh my God. So I wanted to see if any people from the audience had questions for the panelists up here. We got one way in the back over there. If our mic runner wants to jog on over, it's right across the room. Maybe come meet them halfway, the guy in the red shirt. Yeah, because that's a long way to go. Holy. And we have another question up here. Where? Keep your hand up. Sure. Oh, I see you. Okay, we'll do you next. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Mia.
Where are you
Buckles.
from?
I'm from Kansas First Nation. um,
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for sharing so much as being a part of the LGBTQ community. It's really good just to feel so included and loved and in a safe space. What do you guys want to say to anybody that has any reservations about coming out or is afraid that they may not be accepted by their family?
Good question. Thank you very much. Do we have any of the panelists that would like to say something right off the hop, James?
Well, for me, the one thing that I would say for that is first make sure that you are in a safe space, you know? Make sure that you have safe family members that you can come out to first, you know? Come out to those ones first before you drop the bomb on everybody, because sometimes, you know, you're not in a safe space to do that. You know, you could get kicked out or worse. But other than that, go for it. Be proud of who you are, for you are a two-spirited Indigenous person, and always be proud of that fact.
So beautiful. Preston or Keisha, did you want to share anything?
I just wanted to thank this youth for joining us and sharing their medicine. But just to echo what they said, just ensure you have, for me, it was the necessities of life, honestly. Housing, you can take care of yourself. And that's really sad to think about, that our youth have to negotiate their life just for a simple thing of coming out. But it is possible, and there are resources out there. So just make sure you feel safe. And don't go by anyone else's timeline. Don't feel pressured by anyone. It's your journey. You own that journey. You get to share that narrative in the way you want to. So I encourage you to do that in that way.
Thank you. So when I first came out, I was 17. I actually didn't know until I was about 17 years old. And it hit me in one night that I was like, all of a sudden I'm gay. It just happened overnight. I'm not kidding. I swear to God. It's a long story. But anyways, I remember reading a quote one time because I knew when I was 17, and then I thought, okay, like I want to come out eventually. Like it only took about a year before I made up my mind. I was like, I'm going to come out to my family. And I remember on Tumblr, does anybody remember the Tumblr days? I read a quote that said, for those who, one second. For those who mind, don't matter. And for those who matter, don't mind. And that quote like changed my life. I was like, okay, well, if they want to like be haters or whatever, then they don't matter to me, and I'll just focus on the people that care about me and love me anyway. And so I made the decision to come out, and it was so hilarious because nobody in my family believed that I was gay. Like I had to spend the whole day trying to prove it to them. Like they thought it was a joke. And then I remember one night bringing my boyfriend over, and they're like, okay, well, if you're gay, then kiss him. And I was like, okay. So we kissed, and that's when everybody was like, oh my God, he's telling the truth. Like, yeah, but everyone has their own story, right? So thank you very, very much for that question. I just wanted to share a little bit. So we have another question over here, I believe. Yeah, over there. And then we'll come back to you, and that's where we'll conclude. You might have to meet him halfway. He's putting in work here. Somebody's gonna have to give him a raise.
Hello.
Hello.
Um,
What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Patty Stonechild. I'm from the Okanese First Nation. I'm an elder and a chaperone today, and very proud of my relative James up there. I just
Absolutely.
want to comment. I just want to comment. I drove bus for Okanese for 20 years, and James was on my bus when he was a young person. And one day he came out and he was dressed up all nice and got on the bus, and all these little kids start giggling and trying to make fun of him. So I shut off my bus. I went around the front and I gave these kids hell. I literally told them, not to make fun of James ever, and he was still a student like everybody else on the bus. And not once did they tease him or say anything to him after that, because I told them that they'd have to find their own ride back to school.
Oh, right on.
So coming from the Okanese First Nation, I'm not a spokesperson or I'm not a council, I'm an elder. So I can say this, that we are very, very proud of James and everything that he's done in his life so far, and he continues to strive in a positive way. We're very proud of him. Thank you.
I'm crying now. Thank you. We'll go to the back question over there. What are you doing? Okay, say your name and where you're from.
I'm Riley Delar.
Oh yeah, I remember you.
I already, yeah, most already introduced myself, but I just want to say thank you for saying your story, sharing your stories and with the inspirational words. But my question is what do you have to say to the youth here and at home who are going through hardships with LGBTQ communities? And like not only that, but hardships in school, family, and like within the outside community. Like, what would you have to say to that? To people who are scared of speaking up and being that voice for themselves.
All right, great question. Do we have any of our panelists? James?
Okay. Well, for me, growing up, like my Auntie Patty was sharing with me earlier, or shared with you guys earlier, not just me, was that for me growing up, because I am femme representing, it was very difficult, you know, dealing with bullies and everything. But I learned from a very young age to adapt tough skin. But not only that, but to learn the word kiyam, you know, let it go. And the reason why I'm so femme representing was that I one night watched RuPaul's Drag Race. And I was like, oh, men can wear makeup. All right, then let's get it on. So that's where I first learned that from. And then another good quote that I learned from that show was water off a duck's back from Jinx Monsoon. And what I took from that was, yes, you know, these people will be hateful to you, but like it is water off a duck's back, you know, it's just something that people are always going to have a problem with. And you just got to build yourself up to be proud, you know? And I'm not saying that I was proud right away, because there was days when I would wear makeup to school and it would just be too much for me, where I'd go wash it off in the bathroom or whatever. And those days were very dark. Those days were very hard, you know? Those were some days where I dealt with, you know, suicidal thoughts and everything. And it was hard to get over that barrier, but eventually I did. And I found out how to get over that was to be proud of who I am first, and not to care what everybody else thinks about me, because at the end of the day, the only opinion that matters is the opinion of yourself.
Yeah. Preston?
I just want to add, James is exactly what a two-spirit individual looks like, that's been supported and that's been uplifted and that can take pride as they walk in their life and share their medicine. We carry the same medicine, and James is a lot younger than us. And that's because they've been supported by community and their culture. I think that's really important. Everything you've shared it just touches all of our hearts. When I would encourage also, when you're ready, to take those opportunities that would challenge your identity even, because it does make you a stronger person. I went to Guyana for an international internship for Indigenous youth, and Guyana is in South America. It's the only country in South America where it's illegal to be gay, and I went there. And I thought to myself, I'm going to grow from this. I'm going to grow from this. And that's very privileged, honestly, because I can navigate my voice or try not to present too femme. But I've seen people get rocks thrown at them just for walking feminine. You know, I actually had to end my trip there a little early because of some homophobia that I experienced. But I share that because it made me a stronger person. So when you experience those opportunities that might challenge who you are, and this doesn't just go for Two-Spirit youth, it goes for any youth. Take those opportunities. They'll make you a better person. They'll make you a stronger person.
Thank you. Keisha, anything?
I don't know how to speak after you two. I just want to echo what they both have said. You need to be, grounded in who you are, and that will take a very long time, and that's okay for it to take a very long time. But be grounded in your power and who you are as a two-spirited individual, or as any other identity that you carry. You need to believe in yourself, even when nobody else believes in you. I feel like that what you shared was so like powerful, and it really like just filled my heart. And that's what I hope for Two-Spirit and indigiqueer youth growing up, especially on reserves. Especially when I think of Lac La Ranche, we're a very Anglican community. I really feel for our youth growing up who are questioning their sexuality and questioning their gender. And I really hope that moving forward, there's going to be like incredible like Two-Spirit representation, like these three here. So that youth feel empowered in their identities. And, even if, you can't like come out to your family, you can reach out to us, navigating your journeys. You can have a safe space outside of your family. If you have access to, internet, you can just message us. We can provide supports, resources. So please reach out to us, especially if you're struggling. We're here to support.
One final round of applause for our Two-Spirit panel. They did incredible. Thank you very, very much. So Ethan Bear has hockey practice, so he's waiting on Zoom for us to get on and to do his speech. And so, yes, thank you guys very, very much. You are excused. Yeah. Oh, that was so beautiful, you guys. It's amazing. Yeah, you can stay here if you want. Yeah, you can play. So Ethan Bear was born in Regina, Saskatchewan, and raised on the Achapoase Nation near Whitewood, Saskatchewan. Ethan is of Cree descent and is very proud of his heritage and family. Growing up, Ethan had tremendous support from his family for the love of the game. Bear's family often sent him away, and we're not related, if you were thinking. So Ethan. His family often sent him away from home to play a better caliber of hockey, to surround him with coaching staff that would mentor Ethan at an early age. The Western Hockey League Seattle Thunderbirds drafted Ethan, where he was voted the WHL Defenseman of the Year. In 2015, the Edmonton Oilers drafted Ethan in the 5th round, 124th overall. He made his NHL debut on March 1st, 2018, and scored his first NHL goal on March 25th of the same year. A highlight to Ethan's young career was being the first NHL player to wear a jersey with his name written in Cree syllabics, which we have right here. It's not showing right now, but I'll make it show in a second. Versus the Calgary Flames in 2020. The jersey has become a very popular amongst Oilers fans across the country, and the Bear jersey has been seen overseas as well. Ethan talks about the First Nations role models like Carey Price, Jordan Tutu, and Michael Ferdlin, who he looked up to growing up as a young player, dreaming of being just like them. Today, Ethan has emerged as a role model for not only his community, but for kids growing up wanting to live out their dreams regardless of their race. Ethan is a respected teammate, trusted to play important minutes by his coaches in the Oilers organization. He is without a doubt a fan favorite in the community and enjoys giving back every chance he can. Ethan hosts a very successful hockey school every summer in his community of Ochapois. He is able to pass on life lessons and skills that he has learned along his path to becoming a professional hockey player. So now we are going to share a video of Ethan before he presents here.
I didn't deserve what happened to me. We got to move on. We got to move forward and grow together and educate correct instead of trying to, point fingers and get mad at somebody, because at the end of the day, that doesn't get us anywhere. I'm Ethan Bear from Chapway, Saskatchewan. It's a very secluded reserve. I grew up playing minor hockey there. My dad was the coach. It was basically just go to the rink and go to school every day. My parents owned the store, so right from school, I'd go to the store, get some snacks. Right from there, I'd go to the rink from pretty much 5 till 11 or 10, whenever they wanted to get rid of us or whenever my mom came to pick me up. That was everyday life for us, and that's kind of what brought our community together. It was something that, I'm very thankful I got to be part of. I think about the sacrifices my parents made all the time. There's a lot of challenges that you face on a reservation in order to play hockey. For practice, like my mom and dad literally grabbed a van, like a 15-seater van, and they would literally go knock on every door and grab the kids, and they would be just begging to come. We wouldn't have practice if they didn't do that. They did everything they could for every kid to get the opportunity to play and to learn from sport. I remember a lot of times when you're young and, like other kids aren't as educated or as aware of themselves and they say something racist. I remember we faced this one racist comment, and the kid was a good kid. He just didn't know what he was doing, and he was talking about his golf course, and he said, yeah, these dirty Indians were on the course and this, and we're just sitting there. I'm like, oh my God. And the kid was almost in tears because he knew I heard him. At the end of the day, it's like, I can't get mad at the kid because what he hears at home is how he's going to react and when he's out and about. So that's what I've learned and what my parents have taught me. And that's the kind of the way I've gone about my business to deal with it, is rather to educate correct instead of trying to, point fingers and, get mad at somebody, because at the end of the day, that doesn't get us anywhere. I made a turnover for the game tying goal, and it just felt like I lost just the whole series. The way people are treating me and trying to make me like the scapegoat, like the reason why we lost. No, I wasn't. It was one play. So for me, like when I had all that, and you get see everything on social media, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all it is racism. And then you get all these DMs, and for myself, it was really just like shocking people would go so low.
It happened so fast that it was. We knew it. We in all our lives we experienced that, but for him to be pushed that far, it's just unbelievable. It was hurt. It hurt so much.
When the negative racist comments came out, our first thought was, how is Ethan?
I didn't want to go to our team party at the end of the year. I didn't want to do a lot of things. I just kind of wanted to stay by myself. It was terrible.
I reached out to him right away and I sent him a message of support.
We just packed up and we left. We need to be there. So when we got there, it was, he cried, broke down, and so did we. But that was pretty tough.
I know it was directed to him, but the messages were directed at us as Indigenous people.
It was an emotional time, a very eye-opening time.
They wanted to break him down, and they didn't want to see him succeed.
Being on a stage at that level, I could see that loneliness.
When you're a professional athlete and in the spotlight, everyone thinks they could take a swing at you. And honestly, at first I was scared to step out of your comfort zone and try to correct people and have those hard conversations. And for me, I was just gonna ignore it, just roll with the punches. And then my fiance actually stepped up for me and made a Facebook post for our friends and family to know what I was going through.
I had to use my voice. I had to express how I felt, but to our family. And then once I seen that it was already picked up by everyone, it was sort of like a shock. It was a bigger thing than we thought it would be.
And next thing you know, it's blowing up on Twitter. It's all over here and there. And my first thought was like, okay, we're gonna have to do something about it. And then we made the statement video. And to this day, that was probably one of the, if not the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I've been subject to racist behavior on social media. I'm here to stand up to this behavior. I have to be vulnerable. I have to honestly put myself out there to try and make change. And I've never grew up thinking I was gonna have to do that. You know what I mean? Like I thought I lived in a safe environment, and you know what? Turns out reality hits you hard when you're at your lowest point. And I'm very happy I had my fiance and Asia there to help me go through it, and help me point me in the direction of what's best for myself and First Nations people, and pretty much the world.
We've raised our voice and we said something for everyone else, not just ourselves. So it felt like bigger than us.
I never thought like if I did this, made this video or statement, that I'd get that kind of response from other people. For me, it was very motivating to want to work harder and to try to help make change and to keep speaking up and telling the truth. Sometimes speaking up's the best thing for you.
He's really developed in that, and I'm so proud of him.
He always repeats the words of his grandmother, love one another, be kind. He lives by that.
I didn't deserve what happened to me, and today we got to move on. We got to move forward.
When he comes home here, it's like a hero coming home.
Ethan is a huge role model for the younger generation, and he just wants to do everything he can to make sure that these kids, that their light doesn't go out and they continue to love the game.
I would like to help other kids and help them enjoy the game. Let them feel comfortable with whoever they are, and knowing that it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a game. Everyone deserves to play just like any other sport. That's what I try and encourage and motivate kids to to do what they love.
So if that wasn't amazing enough, can you believe that Ethan is actually donating his time to us today? He's here for free. So without further ado, please give a very big and warm welcome to Ethan Bear.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, hello everybody. Appreciate the introduction.
Well, Ethan, if you would like to share a little bit with our youth conference here, we have about how many people? 220 youth and young people across the province of Saskatchewan. I believe your home reserve is here, Ochapowace First Nation. And just if you had anything to share with the young people here, I know you have to run off to hockey practice.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. It's obviously important for everybody, and I'm happy to be a part of it. Yeah, like I don't mind sharing my story and spending time with you guys. This is it's kind of part of my life. Every day, like I got the privilege to play hockey in the NHL, and a lot of you people support me and what I do, and it means a lot. I can't express that enough, and appreciate for being here.
Thank you very much, Ethan. So I think I want to go right into questions. If there's anybody who has a question for Ethan, just raise your hand and we'll have our mic runner ready. So how much time do you have with us, Ethan? 5 minutes, 10 minutes less?
I like 20, 30 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I actually practiced already this morning. So it's actually 4 p.m. here in Carolina. So
wow.
I can have all the questions you want. Anything you got to ask, I'm an open book. I'm here for you guys.
Okay, so we have a question in the back in the white shirt there. So when you bring them the mic, just give your name, where you're from, and you can ask your question. Do we have a mic runner? Way in the back, white shirt, stand up. Everyone else, get your questions ready.
Hello, my name is Liam Netmaker. I'm from Attack Group, and I got a question. What do you do to prepare for a big game?
I kind of have a routine. Obviously we skate in the morning, so that kind of starts there. Obviously breakfast and whatever nutrition guide I got for myself. I do that, and I keep it really simple. There's nothing too special about what I do other than I have a pregame nap that's about 2 hours long, and when I go to the rink, obviously you do everything else like a hockey player. You tape your sticks, joke around with the guys, try to stay loose, and then as a team we usually do some video to prep on who we're playing against, and from there then after that, everything that I've done prior to playing, working out, training, nutrition, that kind of all my preparation kind of starts in the summertime, and then throughout the year you get your routines, and I think a lot of that it starts even the day before, getting good sleep. As simple as it sounds, it's very important. It affects me on a daily basis, so I try to take a lot of that serious, and that's really what I do. At the end of the day, when I go out there, I'm playing a game, and at the same time, it's my job to be playing at my best ability. So everything, that's just pretty much what I do. It's not the flashiest or the funnest, but to me, it's my life.
All right, thank you very much, Ethan. We have another question in the back there. Introduce yourself, your name, and your nation.
Hi, Ethan. I'm Brock McLeod Didika. I come from Wapet, Dakota Nation. And how was it facing what you faced? Because I'm an athlete too, and I play multiple sports, and I've faced it too. Like racial comments about my hair and all these name calling that brought me down. But I just want to know how you handle it, and something that I could hold on to help me through what I go through as well.
Obviously it wasn't easy. When someone goes at your race and who you are as a person, it hits home, and it's not something that it's easy to go about. Like if you're an athlete, you can take criticism on your game or what you need to improve on, no problem. But when you go at who we are as people and what we stand for and what we believe in, that's when you cross the line. And the hardest thing for me was just speaking up about it. I talked growing up, I wasn't a very outspoken person. I wasn't, if something was bothering me, I wouldn't really tell my parents or my friends. I just kind of, have that be a man mentality and just kind of, be quiet about it. And that's, that's not the right route to go to. Sometimes I've said it before, being vulnerable, talking about it, because at the end of the day, that's not the truth. That's not who you are. What or who you who you were raised by or what you believe in. A lot of people don't understand our culture or where you come from or why you grow your hair long. I dealt with that same thing. Growing my hair out in hockey, it was something I was afraid of. I didn't want people to just think, you grow your hair out just because you're native. It's a really colonized thing to say, but at the same time, I understand what you're going through, man. I'm here for you. I support you, but what I did is, you try to block it out, talk about it, but at the same time, stand up for yourself. It's always hard to try to correct somebody when they don't believe in what you're saying, or they're just raised wrong. And that's what I've actually a tool I've learned with speaking with therapists and mental coaches is to just have I have empathy for other people. A lot of them, I'm empathetic. They didn't get to learn or who we are, and and what we do. It's sometimes some people are just selfish, ignorant, and they refuse to learn the truth and to understand where you come from and who you are. So that's one thing is that, sometimes you gotta feel sorry for those people who just don't understand or care to, because that's not your problem at the end of the day. Your problem is to show up, be who you are, and you can believe in whatever you want, but as long as you're being a good person, doing the right thing, that's all you can do. And at the same time, you got to protect yourself.
Applause for Ethan Bear. We'll have one more question. If somebody wants to raise their hand. Oh, there's 2 questions there. So we'll have them both. Stand up, please. Introduce your name, your nation.
Hello, I'm Seth Martel from Soto First Nation. So this is kind of a 2-parter. I knew last time you were on the Oilers. What team are you currently playing for?
I play for the Carolina Hurricanes now.
Oh, yeah. So do you think you could get me a 10-day contract?
I don't know if I can do that, but I might be able to get you on a team in Freddie. We'll see.
Okay, a tryout too, yeah.
Okay, next question.
I'm Kamika Sequipinis. I'm from Little Pine First Nation. And my question to you is, if you were to look back at yourself as a kid, would you ever thought you would have been in the NHL?
Growing up, all I've ever done and wanted to do was to make the NHL. It's kind of, playing hockey is kind of all I wanted to do. I was actually very, very fortunate to have a very supporting mom and dad. And my mom was actually read all these books on how to make the NHL. Many different things like no video games, no girlfriends, like no partying or anything like that. So growing up, I was kind of a loner. So everything I've done was just to play hockey, and that was just my escape. And at the end of the day, when I think about that a lot, but growing up, like that was my goal, and that was what I was going to dedicate myself to. It was playing hockey. And if I didn't make the NHL, well, that would have been, that would have just that would have been okay. As long as I was willing to give my best and do everything I possibly could to give myself that best chance to make it. Then if I didn't make it, then that would have been reality. But moving away, my parents actually never sent me away. I decided to move away when I was 14 because I knew the hockey was better in British Columbia, and the school that I was going to go to would have given me the best chance as a hockey player and the most exposure. So I took that risk to move away and to live with a family and to just give myself that opportunity. And that, I think from that point on, I was willing to do whatever it took to make the NHL. And there's a lot of sacrifices, a lot of dedication, and it wasn't easy. Like it was hard. Every day was, when you're 14 and you move away, you miss home. It was the first time I had to go to a white school and be in that environment. And obviously, I had an accent. I sounded different. I wasn't as educated as other kids, so I was kind of behind. But at the end of the day, I was there to play hockey, and that was my, that's where my work ethic was. And then it wasn't easy, but I took it one day at a time, and I knew that my goal was to, if I could do it and sacrifice this, then you never know who the next kid can do it. And I'd be there for them, because I know how hard it is when you have to step out of your shell. You're different. At the same time, like I didn't talk to a whole lot of people, you know what I mean? Like but that was just that was the reality of it. And making it was probably the most rewarding thing I've ever felt. And so I just so making it's still a privilege today, and that's something I'm never going to take for granted.
Ethan. So I had one last question for you. So you said you spent your entire life wanting to be drafted into the NHL. Do you remember the day that I don't know if you got the phone call or the email or something that you were going to be drafted? And can you explain a little bit about that day and what that might have felt like to our youth listening?
Yeah, the draft is, you never know. You never know if you're gonna get drafted or not. You hear rumors here. This team likes you. This team has plans for this or that. My agent was like, "Yeah, we're gonna go to the draft," and he really believed that I was gonna get drafted. And you know what? I was like, I don't. My first time I was like, should I go? Should I not? Like, if I don't get drafted, this is gonna be embarrassing. But we took that risk, and he really believed in me. So, that gave me the confidence to go. And my whole family was there. Our chief at the time, Chief Margaret Bear, was there. It was And then when Edmonton picked me, when it first happened, like I didn't even know if I heard my name right. Like I was just like, oh, do I stand up? And, my brother, my dad all stood up there just cheering, and I was like, oh, okay, that's me. And I stood up and I walked down there, and like every step felt like you're gonna fall over. You get jittery. It's like this is like winning the lottery. And it was just an amazing feeling. Got to go and meet the Oilers staff and shake all their hands, and thank them for picking me as a player. And then then after that, just celebrated my family, and then got to work right away.
We'll give one final round. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. We have one last question for you, Ethan. We have Counselor Dustin Fiddler in the back there waving me down. So we'll get the mic over there for the closing question. And I just want to thank you again, Ethan. You are a hero in the eyes of so many young people out there and so many people in this room. So we appreciate your time and the words that you have to share with us. Go ahead, Dustin.
Hey there. Thank you, Ethan. Counselor Dustin Ross Fiddler from Waterhen Lake First Nation. I just want to say, when it comes to my NHL 22 game, you are like the all-time breaking records defenseman on every team I make. So, I think you broke every record, even Gretzky's goal scoring record in the season. I broke that with you as a defenseman. So thank you for that. But on another question, I'm a big hockey fan, so I've seen a lot of your games. Can you tell us what it was like, that Battle of Alberta, when you took on Matthew Tkachuk in the full bench scrum, and what was going through your mind and all that? Because I think that might have been your first NHL fight. So thank you for your time, Ixa.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, obviously. Obviously Battle of Alberta, it's two rivalry teams, and when you play those games, you never know what could happen. And it was just kind of heat of the moment. It was a close game, and big scrum happened, and everybody was kind of grabbing everybody, and at the same time I grabbed the Chuck, and in that moment he asked me if I wanted to go, and when you ask a native guy if he wants to go, you're not going to say no. So at that time I just said, yeah, let's do it. And I actually, at the moment, I thought everybody was fighting, but it was just we were the first fight, and then obviously the goalie fight after that. But that was a pretty pretty crazy event, and it's something that everybody always asks me about, so it's pretty cool.
Thank you for that, Ethan. So we have All-Star. Go ahead, give him a round of applause. We love him. That's one of our heroes. He's a hero of Indian country. So I'm supposed to let you know that we have All-Star Bridget Laquette up next, right after you. I guess you're her opening act. No, just kidding. Just teasing. But we want to thank you very, very much for joining us today. And we'll see you around in the NHL, I guess. See you on TV. What's that? Okay, so everybody stand up and clap for Ethan Bear. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thanks for having me.
So next, I want to give a warm welcome to our all-star, our other hero, our Shiro, Bridget Laquette. I'm sorry we are so behind schedule. Oh my God. It's not my fault. Just kidding.
They said
Yeah, did you want the video on?
Are you playing a video? Yeah, play it first. Sure. I didn't even.
Is it your video?
I didn't know. I
Okay,
think
no.
Allie wanted a video.
Only if it's her video.
Well, no, it's on. It's yeah.
It's about you?
me, yeah.
Oh,
But
do you
Allie
want it
wanted
played?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah, play it.
Gives me time to.
Yeah, and then I'll introduce you.
Bridget Laquette, Mallard, Manitoba, Cody First Nation, and I'm a pro scout for the Chicago Blackhawks. Boy, you're doing a good job. All right, let's turn around. Yay! I grew up in a small Métis community about 4 hours north of Winnipeg called Mallard, Manitoba. It's about 150 people there growing up, and there's nothing there. There's a water pump house and houses. I actually had to beg my dad to put me into hockey. Him and my grandpa both thought it was kind of a, it's a boys' sport, it's rough. Finally, he bought my first pair of skates, and I kind of never looked back. The outdoor rink that my dad made me, I could spend hours on there just stick handling and shooting and skating. And finally, he put me into organized hockey in Winnipegosis, which is about a 45 to 50-minute drive. I played hockey there for a few years. Our first summer hockey tournament, I think it was in Winnipeg, and I got into a shoving match with a girl in the corner, and I was skating up the ice, and she called me a dirty Indian. And, I was angry. I cried because I'm a crier, and I was just so frustrated, I think, when I kind of encountered that. And my dad helped me with that. He kind of turned that negative into a positive, and he told me to beat them on the ice. It's just it was so simple, but, it was kind of using that, turning that into motivation. Overcoming that obstacle of racism in hockey, I kind of used that, again, as motivation. It did get tiring to be called every single name in the book, but then it's okay, they're only taunting you because you're one of the better players on the ice, right? So then you just you kind of just push through it. And how, I guess, I always thought how you respond to it is tells a lot about you. In 2018, I became the first First Nation to play on Canada's women's Olympic team. When I was at the Olympics, my sister had made a Facebook page, a fan page for me, and she was kind of managing it. And that's kind of when people started to know my name. Then Chicago had reached out to me, actually reached out to my Facebook fan page. And I was like, wait, that's kind of interesting. And I opened it and thought I was getting punked. And they said the role was a pro scout, and my region will be the Western Hockey League. And I'll be watching all the NHL drafted kids that play in the Western Hockey League. And I'll be basically tracking their progress, writing reports on them, and letting them know if I'm a fan of them or not. Okay, so my name is Bridget Laquette. I'm from, thank you. We're on the NHL Indigenous Alumni Tour. We're in Fishing Lake today. We're here to motivate the kids.
I believe with all my heart that what Bridget achieved and what she's had to face, our hats are off. She's just a wonderful ambassador, not only for the female gender, but for her generation of Indigenous blood.
Can you tell me about the picture?
Well, it's an Indigenous person waving their hand to the sun.
I'm a part of the NHL Player Inclusion Committee, as well as the Female Hockey Advisory Committee for the NHL. Our main goal is to make sure that everyone is accepted and equal to each other. And, anyone can play hockey. And I think the NHL is doing a great job. We still have a ways to go, but we're moving in the right direction. To be a role model for the Indigenous youth, it's extremely important to me. I think, growing up, I didn't have that person in my sport that was, that looked like me, that went through the same things that I did. And I guess to be that person for so many other people, it's honestly an honor to see the kids interact with them. And then it's oh my goodness, you're Bridget Laquette, but it's I'm just like you. I was just like you. It is possible to achieve your goals through sport and make it to the NHL, or make the Olympic team, or play on Team Canada, and just reassuring them that it is going to be hard, but it's worth it. Inspiring the youth is number one. Even if it just reaches one person, that's enough for me. Hockey is for everyone, and it doesn't matter where you come from.
Round of applause, please. So Bridget Laquette is a Canadian women's hockey silver medalist who has overcome significant obstacles to pursue her dreams and become the amazing leader she is today. Born in Dauphin, Manitoba, Bridget is a part of the Cody First Nation. She is a tremendous role model to Indigenous youth and has exemplified an attitude of perseverance throughout her journey. By being named an NHL Pro Scout for the Chicago Blackhawks, Bridget broke barriers, becoming the first Indigenous woman to scout for an NHL franchise. Please welcome Bridget Lequette.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I feel like the video just said everything that I was going to say. So, yeah, I guess, well, I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. It's honestly truly an honor to be able to come and share my story. And again, like I said in the video, like if my message just reaches one person, like that's good enough for me. So yeah, like I said in the video, like I'm from Mallard, Manitoba and Cody First Nation, Saskatchewan. Identify from both places just because both places are like obviously, you know, really have helped me tremendously, you know, to get me to where I am today. You know, I've obviously had to overcome a lot of obstacles to get to where I am today. So first things first, I grew up with eczema. I still have eczema, and that's kind of one of the obstacles that I had to face growing up, was having really bad skin. And, you know, growing up in such a small community, I feel like you can't really fit into like a certain, you know, a group, I guess. Like there's probably like 100 kids in my school from nursery to grade 9. And I loved playing sports. I could just go out and recess, play like every sport possible. And I just didn't fit into a certain group. Like I got teased often for, you know, having bad skin, got called a bunch of names. And, you know, it was very hard for me growing up because, you know, I didn't know how to react to it. And on top of having bad skin, like it really hindered my, you know, confidence as well. So I wanted to quit school so many times. Like I remember crying and running straight to my cuckoo and my chum's house every day. And almost every other day trying, you know, asking them to like, if it was okay for me to just quit school essentially. And you know, one time I went running straight to my cuckoo and my chum's house and they were asking me what was wrong. And my chum prayed for me. And my cuckoo would always try and make me feel better. And she'd always tell me that I'll be your only friend in the whole wide world. That's all you need. All you need is me, which is cute. But when I was 5 years old, I couldn't see past like tomorrow or the next day. And I was like, I want more friends. Anyway, so my chum put me on his lap and he told me that, you know, one day, you know, God's going to put you in a place where everyone's going to notice you. He's like, don't give up. And he's like, go back to school. And here I am just bawling my eyes out on his lap. And so from that point on, I think that's when I kind of fell in love with just like hockey and where I found my passion. And just a note, through going from being someone that went through bullying, you know, always be kind and always be respectful for, you know, because you never know what other people are going through. You know, I was a kid once and I know I've said some things probably too that I wish I could take back, but you know, I live my life like I want to be kind to people and open and accepting. And you know, I still remember like I played on so many hockey teams where like so many people would just either like treat me really bad or like treat me really good or like ask me how my day is, and that goes a long way with me. First impressions. So always be kind and always be respectful. So from that point on, I chased my dad to every single rec tournament, you know, softball tournament, hockey tournament, you name it. And I just could spend hours on the outdoor rink just skating and shooting and whatnot. And I started to well, again, like I said in the video, like I had to beg my dad to put me into hockey. He finally bought my first pair of hockey skates and I never looked back. I started like, as soon as I started playing hockey, I kind of started to get a little better. And I obviously all those hours on the outdoor rink started paying off. And I went, and that's when I had to face racism. And I ended up going to play in Winnipeg, and a girl called me a dirty Indian. And again, like I didn't know how to react to that. For the first few times people had said racial slurs to me, I got so angry, I got so sad, and I cried because I'm a crier, very emotional person. And so yeah, like I guess I just kind of turned that negative into a positive and kind of use that as fuel and continually like, you know, they said these everything to me, like go back to your reserve, like they've told it, I can't even repeat it right now. But anyways, they just said a lot of really bad things. And I was so competitive. I am such a competitive person that that's all I wanted to do was win. So I use that and turned that as fuel. So from that point on, I started getting invited to try out for all these high performance hockey teams and Team Manitoba, and I played on the NHC team for 5 years. And then the first time I tried out for Team Manitoba, I got cut, and I showed up to camp out of shape. And do you guys know what the beep test is? Yes, no, the pacer test, anything? Okay, so the very first time I ran the beep test, I got a 4.7, which is not good. You're running for 4 minutes. So not okay. So I showed up to camp extremely out of shape. I thought I could go in and just toe drag and take slap shots from the blue line and not work hard. And I got cut. My sister made the team. She was a goalie, and she ended up making the team. Went to Kitchener, got a bronze medal, and I was stuck at home in Mallard. And I just didn't like that feeling of not being good enough. And I remember I was sitting at my table in Mallard, and my parents are huge into goal setting, so we're really big into goal setting. And my dad basically told me, he's like, what do you want to achieve in 5 years, 10 years from now? And of course I wanted to graduate grade 9 and go to high school and, finish high school, get go to university, play NCAA hockey, make Team Canada, maybe make the national women's team, get a degree, and maybe play on the Olympic team one day. And this is just after I got cut from Team Manitoba. So I just wrote this all down because I wanted to just put it out there. And just because it's great for I guess to set goals for yourself. And pretty much that day, it was what am I going to do today to achieve my goal next year or the year after, and continue to do that, and maybe make the Olympic team one day. So I started going for runs. My dad bought me and my brother rollerblades, and we were rollerblading about 15 minutes away from Mallard on the highway, and we'd be rollerblading from hydropole to hydropole. My dad would be in his car honking at us. And then sometimes we'd be on behind the school on a cement pad and just, full equipment with rollerblades on in the heat, and just doing figure eights and working on a specific skill here and there. And, just doing that, and going for runs and just being as active as I possibly can. So when I came back to try out for Team Manitoba, that I wasn't going to get cut again. So fast forward a couple of years, I ended up making Team Manitoba. I ended up getting top defenseman of the tournament nationals that year. I got captain Team Manitoba. I made Team Canada, U18 Team Canada. And actually I have 2 siblings. I have a sister and a brother. And the very first time I tried out for Team Canada, my sister got invited as well. So we both went. She ended up getting cut, and then I ended up making the team 2 years in a row. And I made Team Canada 2 years in a row. The last year I made it, we won a gold medal in Chicago. And I got top defenseman of the tournament, top 3 players of Canada. I was on top of the world. I had 36 NCAA Division I schools calling my parents and asking them for me to go there and all the stuff. Am I interested? And I wanted to go to the University of Minnesota Duluth so bad, because they had a history of, great, players going there and Olympians and everything like that. And I ended up choosing to go to the University of Manitoba because my sister was there, and I was like, oh, it'd be cool to maybe, play on the same team as her and stuff like that and be close to home. I ended up playing 6 games at the University of Manitoba. And rewind back to the World Championships, the University of Minnesota Duluth head coach came up to my dad during one of the games and was like, hey, where's Bridget going? And my dad was like, nope, she's staying in Canada. And then they'd be like, well, if she ever changes her mind, we're always going to have a full ride scholarship for her, so just let her know. And I ended up playing 6 games at the U of M, and I just ended up calling up the coach, and I was like, do you still have that full ride for me? And they did, thankfully. And then I ended up going to the University of Minnesota Duluth. And through that time, I guess, I started to I didn't grow up around drugs or alcohol. My parents, my dad stopped drinking when I was about 2 years old. So I didn't grow up around that. But when I went away for college, I just kind of went crazy, to be honest with you. I just, partied, and I played hockey and I trained, but I had a hard time kind of balancing my social life and my training and I guess school. And I did that for 2 years. but I actually did like well enough to make all these like teams and for the NCAA, and then ended up making Team Canada, and I got centralized for the first time with Team Canada, the Olympic team in 2014. And I thought I could go into that centralization with the Olympic team when I was 20 years old, and I was very unprepared. I thought I could come in and just do what I'm doing and party and not be focused. And, you know, I took it for granted, I guess. And I was very unprepared physically and mentally. And I ended up getting released probably about 3 months out of the 2014 Olympics. And I took it really hard. Like you know, looking back now, obviously, you know, hindsight's 2020, but in that moment, like I was like, oh, I was so close. Like I was, you know, top 28 players in Canada, like all this stuff. And I took it very hard. Like I was in a very dark place. I had no drive. As soon as I got cut, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to go back to school. And I wanted to quit hockey. I didn't do a single thing for 6 months. All I did was eat fast food and pretty much partied. And I ended up gaining like 30 pounds. So from that point on, like I hit like May 2014, where it was like, okay, like sat down again with my parents, reset. And I was like, all right, am I going to try it again for another 4 years? Like I'm 21 years old at this point. Like I can still do it. And my parents, obviously, they didn't want me to give up because that was like my ultimate goal is to play on the Olympic team. And then I still continued doing what I was doing. I was still like partying, and I ended up going back to school. And I ended up finishing with, you know, a couple of years later, I ended up finishing with my degree and everything. But I partied. I pretty much did the same thing I was doing before I tried out for the Olympic team. And I ended up making Team Canada 2 years in a row. And I feel like in this time, the span between May 2014 and I'd say about December 2016, like it was a lot of growing for me. Like I feel like I was like, I thought I could get away with just, you know, partying and being a high performance athlete, but then like not being focused in what I was doing, I guess. And I kind of felt like a fraud, to be honest with you, because like I would do like a lot of these talks and stuff. And, you know, I remember thinking back, like I talk about staying away from, you know, all the bad stuff kind of thing. But I was doing it, you know, and I guess I grew as a person a lot in these years. So I ended up making the decision in January of 2017 that I wanted to, you know, go sober. And the first thing I did was, obviously it was very hard to ask for help and kind of admit that I needed help. You know, I reached out to a lot of people that were close to me. Like I reached out to, it was like Michael Furlan, because he was, I think he was like 5 years at that point or 4 years. And we talked because he was one of my buddies, and he told me, he's like, you know what, if you go back to it, like you're just going to look like a fool. So you have to be like serious about this. And then my dad, I talked to my dad about it and everything like that. And you know, what I learned in that year, I guess, of being sober, like it was the hardest to admit that I needed help, but then, you know, it was probably one of the best things I've ever done. You know, it was, you know, those people that really, you know, care for you and will support you no matter what. And, you know, I hated the way I felt. I remember the day that I decided I wanted to go sober. I just got back from a trip in Japan. We played Team Japan. And I was thinking back, like, I was just like, I hate the way I feel. I felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. Like, I just, you know, I was burning bridges left, right, and center. And, you know, I felt like I was wasting everyone's time. And I remember the last time I actually drank in Canada, like I was in Calgary, and I went out till 2 a.m. and then I had to train at 8 a.m. And I came in and I told my trainer, I was like, no, I don't feel like doing it today. He's like, okay, go. He'll be like, go ride the bike. But then like 7 of my other teammates were like all lifting. And then like I was like wasting, you know, my time, my trainer's time, Hockey Canada's time, because they were putting all that time and money and effort into me, like being a high performance athlete. So I ended up reaching out to the GM of Hockey Canada, and I told her what I wanted to do. I was like, I need help. I want to change my life. Like, I'm not happy with the way I'm living. I feel like I have so much more to do in my life, but I feel like I'm just like stuck in this place. And she did like, she was like, okay, well, we'll get you whatever you need. Like, we'll pay for if you want to go to therapy, if you need a counselor, like anything, we'll pay for it. And, you know, all these like, all of my like the best teammates that I've ever had, like they all stepped up and supported me. One of my best friends that I was on the national team, she stopped drinking for the first year that I stopped drinking. So that was great. But anyways, I ended up getting centralized again for the 2018 Olympics. I came back and I was just like more focused on myself and my lifestyle choice. And I felt like I was just more focused, prepared. I thought clearer, and I was more present. And, you know, as much as like the whole centralization, which is about a 6-month-long tryout, prior to the Olympics, and they picked 28 players from Canada, and you train in Calgary full time. And, you know, obviously it was a lot of ups and downs, where some days I thought I was going to make the team for sure, and then some days I wasn't. But I mean, what helped me most in that moment was focusing on what I brought to the table, what I brought to the team, and doing the best I could at that specific role. So I ended up making the team. The day I found out I made the Olympic team, I was so nervous. I couldn't express any happy emotion. Like, I looked very mad at everyone. Like, I couldn't like even smile. And I remember walking into the office, and there was a table, 3 coaches on one side, the GM, and there was an empty seat for me. And they were like, "Come in, Bridget." And I kind of just like looked at them. I didn't even smile at them. And then I sat down, and 5 seconds into sitting down, 5-10 seconds into sitting down, the coach stands up and reaches over, and she says, "Congratulations, Bridget, on becoming an Olympian." Thanks. And that was one of the most like relieving times in my life. Like, I didn't even shake her hand. Like, all I did was just put my head on the table and just like let out a big sigh. And, you know, I didn't believe I was going to the Olympics until I was at the Olympics. Like, I remember when I was walking in the opening ceremonies and they announced Canada, and that's kind of where it set in, where it like gave me goosebumps, where it was like, I made it. Like, that was kind of where it like hit me. And I couldn't help but think like all of my family back home, my community, my reserve, like, you know, so many people, you know, supported me. And, you know, honestly, the Olympics was a blur. Like, it was like, it happened so fast. Like, I was there to play hockey and that was it. But post Olympics, like, that's kind of when it was like, it was a lot of fun. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up my notes here, guys. Yeah, like, it was a lot of fun because I got invited to speak at like all these communities across Canada. And, you know, growing up, like I said in the video, you know, I didn't have that person that was like me in my sport. Sure, there was like tons of NHL, Indigenous NHL players that you could look up to, which I looked up to Jordan Tutu. And, you know, but there wasn't a woman on Team Canada that looked like me, that went through the same things that I did, that, you know, that I could, I guess, look up to. And I guess like filling that role, you know, was so inspiring to myself because, you know, again, like seeing everyone's eyes light up, where it's like, you know, reassuring them that, you know what, it is hard. Like, it is hard to get to, you know, achieving your goals. And I always remind a lot of the kids that I speak to is that, you know, it doesn't matter what your passion is. Like, my passion was hockey. Like, I love hockey. I could spend hours on the outdoor rink, but it doesn't have to be hockey. You know, it could be, you know, if you want to be a teacher, a doctor, like anything, pick something that you are passionate about, that you want to, you know, spend the rest of your life, you know, kind of achieving, and stick with it and do everything you could to achieve your goals. This past year, I didn't get centralized again for the 3rd time, which honestly I thought I was going to, which is why it came to such a shock to me. But yeah, this is kind of when I discovered a lot about myself in this last year. I ended up, the day I found out, sorry, I'm just trying to like think here. The day I found out I wasn't getting centralized, like I cried for like 2 days. I like shut my phone off and I just cried for 2 days. But like 3 days before that, I got contacted by the Blackhawks to potentially be a pro scout. And I you know, at that point I was like, wow, like I feel like things happen for a reason, and like one door closes and another door opens kind of thing. And but it was hard to like have that positive attitude. So the next, like from May to probably November, like I was in a really dark place. You know, I've always struggled with my mental health, and I've never been so open about it than I am now. And, you know, I ended up, you know, I ended up quitting drinking in January of 2017. But then, I never had a problem with like weed or anything like that, right? And I started coping in another unhealthy way, which I was starting to take edibles last summer. And then I almost like I felt like I was addicted, like I couldn't stop. And I remember I was in a trip into Fino, BC. I was on a holiday. And I took it like right in the morning as soon as I woke up. And then I was like, wait, like if I'm so happy, like what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, why can't I just like go and enjoy my day kind of thing, right? And that kind of carried on for another month. And then I realized that I was kind of like in a really dark place where I was like, having all these negative thoughts, and like I was kind of just spiraling down again. And, I was considering drinking, like things like that. And I just didn't know, like, I didn't know what to do. Like I needed help. So I reached out to my family doctor, and, I told her everything. I was on anxiety medication for I think about 8 months at that point. And, I was like, I feel like it's not working, like things like that. Like, what do I do? And I was like, I feel like life shouldn't be this hard. And she ended up hooking me up with a psychiatrist. And I was just like, I feel like I just like my life's just like crazy kind of thing. And I ended up speaking to a psychiatrist. I ended up getting diagnosed with ADHD, and I had traits of borderline personality disorder from the trauma that occurred throughout my life. And I honestly, like, it was probably one of the best things I ever done was to ask for help and get help from a psychiatrist, because now I'm on medication that is like, night and day has made my life better. And, thinking back to how dark of a place I was in November, like I'm like 1,000 times happier now. And thanks. And what had helped me then in November, I remember I was out in Halifax. I was playing hockey in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And I was supposed to go to a reserve out there to speak right after I was done hockey. And I remember this was like right when I hit like rock bottom. I felt like I called my agent, called my parents, and I was just like, I need to come home. Like, I was just like, I can't do this. Like, I can't go to Cape Breton. Like, I can't do it. Like, I need to come home now. And my dad was just like, all right, well, come home. And then they ended up sending my brother-in-law out to Calgary to fly me home. And I spent the week at home with them. And then like what helped me most was surrounding myself with people that made me feel safe, that made me feel like I could be myself. And, it's probably the best thing I've ever done, because then since then, like, I've been on medication, and then I started working with therapists and talking about everything. And yeah, it's probably one of the best things I've ever done. So, and this past year, I've done really well with the Blackhawks and had a lot of fun and a lot of learning opportunities and stuff like that. But again, like I said before, like, you can achieve anything that you set your mind to. It's going to be hard. You're going to have trying times. You're going to have to persevere, but it's definitely worth it to achieve your goals. So, don't give up.
We're going to take some questions. Thank you very, very much. So we're going to take a couple of questions from the audience. Who wants to ask the first question from our Olympian on the stage? Yeah, right there. So we'll get the mic to you so everybody can hear your question and the response. Introduce your name and where you're from. Just right in front of you. Yeah. Your name, where you're from, and your question.
Hi, my name is Samuel Bird, and I'm from Montreal Lake Cree Nation. My question is, what was your passion, and how did you find your passion for hockey?
Honestly, I just love playing sports. I chased my dad to every single rec tournament from when I was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old. And then I just, I had to actually beg my dad to buy my first pair of skates. And when he did, like, I just spent hours out there, even when I was terrible. Like, I remember when I couldn't stop and I'd just be like looking up at the sky, catching snowflakes. Like, I still remember that. And I just loved being out there. Like, it was like a safe space for me.
Testing 1 2.
That's it. We're live here at the Epicine Youth Conference. Nida and Siglasso and Roberta BD. Kumsumbat Nagni Egata. Introduce yourself.
Danse kakadaw gidoal kishinasiasan. It's really lovely to be here with both of you. Yeah, thank you for having me. Kinas komen nawal.
Danse, yes.
There you go.
Halfway.
How many hours have you been selling?
That's all I know. I mean, unless Agua is one of them.
Egua, and?
Agua, yeah. Agua. Yeah, you were talking about NBC earlier, trying to listen to. I believe it's on at 11. There's that Cree. I don't know who he is, but he likes to say agua a lot. Agua.
Ga.
Agua.
Yeah.
So, Keisha, just going to. We were just talking about, being the two-spirit and bringing that. How important is it to create this space for people, on social media or even in here? How important is that?
I think it's incredibly important for, our youth, for Two-Spirit, Indigenous queer youth, growing up, questioning their sexuality, questioning their gender identity. It's so crucial to see, Two-Spirit representation and to talk about this because, prior to colonization and us internalizing colonial mindsets, two-spirited people were honored and still are honored and celebrated. They were part of our ceremonies. They were, they are medicine. Two-spirited people are medicine. So it's so important for, youth to see, themselves represented everywhere. You know what I mean? And I really hope that moving forward, a lot of Indigenous youth who are queer, who are trans, who are two-spirited, know that they're loved and know that they'll have support. And I want it to be normalized, but not only normalized but celebrated. Yeah. I go say.
¿Cómo estás? I'm just kidding. Stay. I'm just kidding. But no, that's very good. And it's almost like having ceremony when you go and create this space. But unfortunately, the way it is with the LGBTQ community, the two-spirit, the only place that young people feel, as you see some of the people here, the young people, is when you create this space. Like you said, you want it to be normal and social, celebrated. How do we get that message out to the people outside of here? And in a way, decolonize that way of thinking and take it all back.
Yeah. So I feel like moving forward, I think it's really up. The honest is, cisgendered and heterosexual people to really do that work to ensure that our communities are safer, for people to come out safer, for folks who are questioning their gender and questioning their sexual orientation. It has to come from those people. It has to be the entire community, standing up and supporting, Indigenous youth who are trans and who are queer. One way I see it happening is people initiating youth programming where we actually educate, Indigenous youth from the get-go about how Indigenous cultures, not only on Turtle Island, but globally, have always had more than two genders. This is very common globally. And it was only, really brought by Europeans, that the binary of women and men, this binary was brought by Europeans. So to educate Indigenous youth very young and to, I feel like that would actually make a very accepting and very loving community for people who are different in that aspect, different, who are queer and trans. Yeah.
So first,
all right.
Good. Very good. And before we get started here, last one, you've lived across the world, across everywhere, kind of experienced globally, and now you're going to make your way back to your home reserve. How important is it to incorporate all that, all your experiences, but then build that Cree foundation at home and in your language and your culture?
To give kids the opportunity to learn that self-defense.
Even though I've grown up around the world, I feel like a lot of my power was being grounded in who I am as an Ejido. It has been grounded in that. And a lot of my passion today comes from my love for my people, my love for Nogom, Nisagioak, Nawagamaganok. I love my people. And I want to see my people succeed. I want to see our language be the language that is used dominantly again, because that carries the way our ancestors have always viewed and seen the world. I feel like I'm getting goosebumps because I really love my people and I love our language. And, I feel for our youth, especially youth growing up, on the reserves that are part of the Lac La Ranch Indian Band. I feel for them. I want these opportunities for them. And I'm going to use all the privileges, all my experiences, all my knowledge to really, try to make our communities better for our youth. Because I think everything needs to come back to our youth. We need to encourage our youth to be proud of who they are. We need to instill that pride in them so that they pick up the language. And it's hard, especially because so many youth are struggling, because our communities are so impoverished, deliberately because of the government. It's hard, but, I hope, we will see a way forward for our communities, and I'm really excited for that.
Cool. Nazun well must choner soon Kisha do no halon that we're gonna go back to our presenter and yeah, we'll see you around.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kinanasta
Kinanaskamitin. Wow. Kinanaskamitin. Wow.
And here we have Josh Montana. So Josh Montana is 23 years old. He is a proud member of the George Gordon First Nation. He has been a positive role model and leader for both his peers and his community since the age of 12. He has been recognized for his hard work, dedication, and success through both sports and business. Josh's most recent accomplishment is he has been training for and working for his entire life. Josh has been handpicked for not one, but two of Canada's national teams. He was named one of the top 16 fastball athletes in the country, making it onto the junior men's national team, and will be playing in the Pan American Games in South America in May of 2022. Holy crap. He was also named to the top 52 athlete pool for the senior men's national team. And if they finish top 4 in these games, Josh will attend the World Baseball Softball Championships in October of 2022. Josh will be the only Indigenous man to compete in the World Championships since the 1990s. Josh's triumph as a professional athlete is now at the center of his career in business after accepting a baseball scholarship to the Canada College in Redwood City, California. At the age of 17, he worked diligently to obtain his associate degree in commerce with recognition from the dean. By channeling his success, proficiency, and talent to the world of business, he has climbed quickly to his position as Vice President and Steward of Relations. Josh has worked with Wichitawak Limnos Consulting Services, WLCS, for 4 years as the operations supervisor and engagement lead before being named Vice President. So one more round of applause for all of our panelists. So I want to start with Josh, actually. We'll go from this way and we'll move down the line. And I just want you to introduce yourself in your own way and maybe just whatever you'd like to share, how you would like to introduce yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Mike.
Hello? This one? Is it on?
Maybe that one, yeah.
Yeah. This is Juice. Might fall here. Nice. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hey, everybody. My name's Josh Montana. From the George Gordon First Nation in the Treaty 4 territory. I'm 23 years old. I'm grateful to be up here and just have kind of a stage and a panel to share my experiences and kind of what I've been through as a young athlete. All these accomplishments that I've made by 23, it's great on paper, but what I really like to focus on when I come speak to youth is the message and kind of what I've been through. Not too long ago, I was in your guys' seats, and nothing like this was really happening when I was a youth. To get great people like this up on stage and be able to listen to and share your accomplishments and kind of what you've been through. So with that being said, one of the messages that I really wanted to touch on today was just that you guys belong. A lot of the times when I was on the road, this game's taken me places that I never thought it would. Never did I think that I'd be able to bring my cookum and my mushum to Venezuela to watch me play ball, or Argentina, and just travel across the world and play a kid's game at the end of the day. And that's what we need to realize. These sports up here that we're playing as grown men and professionals, it's really a kid's game, and I'm really thankful for that. But along the way, I haven't always felt like I belonged because I was Indigenous and kind of my skin color. And one thing that I really like to touch on when I go is I had to be twice as good with half the opportunity being an Indigenous person. And I'm sure a lot of you people in this room kind of understand what I'm talking about. A lot of the times we've been looked over as Indigenous people and Indigenous youth, and we've had to, frankly, work our asses off to get where we need to be. And I'm just here to let you guys know that you guys belong. You know, you guys are the next leaders, the next presidents, the next prime ministers of this country, the next professional athletes, is that the next business owners, the next investors. And I just want you guys to have that confidence and know that you belong. Us three up here, these panelists, we believe in you guys and we're here for you. If you guys have any questions for me, feel free to stop me and just kind of put your hand up and I'll be around after as well. But I just want you guys to know that we support you, and it's good to have a community here back home that you could rely back on wherever you are in the world. And that's why I'm proud to be Indigenous and I'm proud to be up here, because we have such a strong community, and it's good to see so many brown faces in one place.
Thank you, Josh. And Dustin, what would you like to share with our young people today?
There's a package right there on my bin. The white.
I'm from
All right, Jonathan, hello, Danse. We've yeah, I speak lots of languages. I mean, but yeah, we're joined here by Kendra Jesse, and we're just gonna chat with her about the youth conference. Well, I'll let you introduce yourself in your own way, your Sucker Creek way.
Awesome. So, Tanse, hello. My name is Kendra Jesse. I am a Korean Ukrainian woman from Sucker Creek First Nation in traditional treaty territory, and I'm a fancy shawl dancer, a certified personal fitness trainer, a wellness advocate, and a social media content creator. And I'm also an auntie, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister. I really value my roles as a family member, for sure.
I'm just happy I'm here with everybody.
Ingo my name is Roberta Beatty. Kumsumpatnak Nidotse. And I do recognize you from hockey, from the NHC, as a player and probably as a coach as well. Yeah, because I think I played against you and I coached against you. That's where I recognize you from. Yeah, Team Sask.
Yeah, I played for NHC for 4 years growing up. I think from like 20, when was it? I don't know, it was my grade 8, grade 9, grade 10, and 11 years. So I got to go to, I think it was Winnipeg the first time, then Ottawa, and then Saskatoon 2 times in a row.
Yeah, back to back. I think that's when we played.
Yeah, my final. Well, the last year I was there, we actually got a bronze medal. So it was like nice. My first year, we didn't win a game. I don't think we were not very good. I think we were one of the like second worst teams in the tournament, and then just growing and progressing with those girls and like becoming better. And it was we really all motivated each other. Like really, like everyone was just on their own journey and playing on their own teams, their own clubs. But like whenever we would come together for that tournament, it was so fun. And every year, everyone just like improved so much. And then like my last year I was there to win a bronze medal was really rewarding to just see that growth that we made as a team, because a lot of those girls I played with on my first year were still there that final year. We had a really young team my first year. There was a lot of us who were young and first years, and so it was nice to just grow and develop as a team together. And now I'm still like, a lot of those girls are like my lifelong friends that I still play hockey with, like just kind of in rec leagues or still at native tournaments. So it's fun. I've made like so many lifelong friends from there that like I probably would not have maybe been connected with if it wasn't for that. And another story from NAHC actually is my hockey team manager. She was my hockey team manager the entire time I was playing there. And then when I wanted to learn to dance, when I wanted to learn a fancy shawl dance, she was the woman who made my first fancy regalia. So it was a really nice full circle moment. And she gifted me an eagle feather also with my journey of learning to dance. And she saw me really grow up and grow into a woman and start to become more into my Indigenous identity. So it's really a lot of amazing positive things have come from that tournament.
From NHC and hockey, I know a lot of lifelong friends as well for me, and like definitely took me far coaching as well, and then playing a little bit of university as well.
Yeah, I want to get involved with coaching too. I
I
want
wanna-
to start coaching and like come on, like start being a part of the game on the coaching side of things because I miss being around the game. I miss being around the rink and with youth and just I've started to coach a bit and like I really enjoy the experience and it's a nice opportunity to like work with youth in a setting in a place where it's like they want to be there, they're choosing to be there. It's not school where they're kind of forced to be there and sometimes they're like they don't want to be there. Like with hockey and sports it's fun because like the youth want to be there, they want to learn, and so it's nice to be able to influence them in a positive way.
Definitely transitioning from a player to coach. Like you never really leave hockey either. Like watching, playing. You're still playing in Indian tournaments or even like coaching. So like, it's good to hear. I'm doing the same thing. Hopefully, get back into coaching next year.
Nazun, good stuff. You know, it's you're part of the Nike campaign. I see you're promoting glasses on social media, I believe, too. Yeah, Facebook ad, and very busy. How do you manage to do all this stuff and attend the conferences like this?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of it I can give like just respect to my parents for always supporting me and everything that I do, everything that I want to try, every new thing I want to take on. They've always been supportive and they've always been supportive of my journey, especially with hockey. And then as I got to be an adult, they've supported me a lot with my struggles with mental health. And, as I came into my identity as like an Indigenous woman, a mixed person, they've just always supported me and always really had like good intentions with me and my journey. And so it's been nice to be able to be supported by my family and like anything I do and just knowing that I'll always have them there, like cheer me on. And my mom is like my number one fan. Like she's always like trying to be there whenever I have anything going on, even if it's just something small. Like she wants to be there. She wants to support me. And even for the Nike campaign, she was there with me all day. She woke up at like 4 a.m. and braided my hair for me for our 6 a.m. start time. And she was there the whole day. And she wasn't even wearing proper socks. She was wearing little socks and she's getting cold. So they had to give her some new Nike socks to wear for the rest of the day. But yeah, it's just, I think definitely just my parents and having their support and knowing that they're always proud of me. They're always happy of everything that I'm doing. Has helped a lot. And also just my younger siblings have been the most motivation, like to really turn my life around and like get my shit together and start being a better person. Like they're quite a bit younger than me. I'm 27 and my brother's 16 and my sister's 10. And so I just saw the really unique opportunity that I had to be a good role model to them and influence their life in a really good way, especially my sister. Like I remember like a few years ago, like she literally was just like she just wanted to be me. Like she was so like obsessed with me and like she's always wanted to dress like me, talk like me, like do everything that I'm doing. Like she would observe the habits that I have. And like I remember she was like 4 and she'd be trying to do like her own workouts and stuff like that and like trying to like eat like healthy food and stuff. So it's just I just really saw that influence that I can have in their lives. And I knew that I wanted them to have better experiences and a better upbringing than I had growing up. And so they really have motivated me to just be the best person that I'm capable of being because I always just want to set the standard for them and like set high standards for them so that they can go above and beyond that and they can do way more than I'm doing. That's what I really want for my siblings. I want them to be able to do more and just I think just having a good supportive family has really allowed me to be able to do everything that I'm doing. And also now that I have a supportive partner also now. We started dating about a year ago and so that's really helped also. He's always supportive of all my goals and dreams and everything that I want to do. He's always telling me that I can do it and that I'm capable. And whenever I have doubts or I'm not feeling good about myself, he's always there to really help and just support me. And yeah, I have just a really good support system. I think is what has allowed me to just really thrive and flourish and do everything that I'm doing.
Good stuff. As you mentioned, your family and having that support system. What kind of message can you send to the people listening about dealing with mental health? As I mentioned here, I believe I heard it in one of the panels that, you can be on TV, you can show all this stuff, you know, they
How do
to
you deal with
maintain.
criticism and stuff like that? Like, how do you bounce back from that kind of stuff? Because you are in the public eye.
Yeah, definitely like the lateral violence and the negativity that's come with starting to gain a platform and like having people know my name and know my story and who I am. It's something I've struggled with, but I've had a lot of good mentors in my life that really they celebrate me and they support me and they know my heart, they know my intentions, and so they really support me. But I just try to focus on the positive and the good and the people who love me and are there for me and celebrate me and want to see me do well and are there for me on my journey. It's a lot easier like said than done to just focus on the positive and try to not focus on the negative, but it's really just at the end of the day you have to focus on the people who love you and care for you and are there to celebrate you. Because there's my partner actually, like I was having a really hard time the one day with it was after my Nike campaign, and someone had made a negative comment on there and stuff like that, and I just was feeling really down about it, and he told me that like it's everything in life is about balance. And so he said, the people, like there's always going to be people that don't like you or don't support you, and that's just a part of the balance of life. He's like, not everyone's going to like you or your message or your goals and what you're trying to do, but he's like, that's just a part of the balance of life. And you can be the best person ever and there's still going to be people who don't align with you or don't like you. And so it's just remembering that it's a part of the balance of life. Like there's good and bad and everything. And like even just like with sports, like a really big like lesson I've learned is like just that like winning and losing, it's a part of it, it's a part of the sports, it's a part of life also. And like like the losing aspect is just as integral to the game as the the losing aspect is just as integral to the game as the winning aspect. Like you can't have winning without losing. And so I just try to really focus on the good and the positive and all the supportive people I have in my life and not allow the negativity and like lateral violence to bring me down. But there's definitely times like where it does still, but I'm just grateful that I have good, supportive, like loving people. And I just always try to stay true to my heart and my intentions. And like, Creator knows my heart and he knows my intentions. And so that's really all that matters to me.
Cool stuff, Nazoo. And, I actually interviewed your partner.
Yeah.
Played hockey with your dad years ago. And just in closing here, we're going to go over to the panel here. Do you think you can give us a Sucker Creek Dean Flett laugh? Or
Yeah, I saw that when you interviewed my partner and you asked him, you're like, what's it like to have dinner at Dean Flett? I laughed real hard at that.
Yeah, it's funny. I think he's in Facebook jail here once again. He's out.
He was out a couple days ago. Yeah, I think like just this past weekend he got out on Sunday or Monday, I think it was. Yeah. Now we'll see how long he's out for.
Yeah, cool. Well, Kendra, we're going to take it over to the panel. I want to thank you once again, and nice to meet you.
All right, thank you. Nice to meet you. And like I said, mo estás? Go back to the panel here.
Is Nikita going?
There with my mother, right? So single mother. I was on welfare. I struggled with alcoholism, and seeing family members, young family and friends that struggle with that as well. I didn't want to be like everybody else, so I had to find a way to get out. And for me at that time was hockey. I was 16 years old. I was playing junior B as a midget age player. I took off. I didn't even love hockey, to be honest. I just did it I was okay at it. And then, my biggest challenge was getting out and trying to find a way to get out and stay out so I can do something with my life so I can be who I needed when I was growing up, not having that male positive role model in the community. I wanted to be the first of many things, right? So I made a lot of sacrifices. Like I said earlier, I didn't have the support system like a lot of people did. I found a way to make everything work for me. And a lot of it was swallowing my pride, like sleeping in cars, sleeping on gym floors, don't even know when your next meal is, But I was, what is it was saying? When there's a will, there's always a way, right? So I always believed in that, and I did that, and I always had to remind myself because one of my teachers once told me that's what is tattooed on my arm. It says, "Do just once what others say you can't do, and you'll never pay attention to the limitations again." And I've always believed in that, and I was first in many things in my community. I was being a fighter, being an amateur champion, getting my black belt, and being the first professional athlete from my community, and proudly run my business, So, yeah, that's it.
So I know a few of you have, all of you actually run some form of business, right? And so I want to give you a quick chance to talk about the businesses that you have and the work that you do, just aside from your careers in sports. So if you want to start, Josh, and we'll go through Dustin and Stu.
Yeah. So my day-to-day job, I'm a businessman and investor kind of on the side. But so my business, kind of like Andre touched on, I work with WLCS, and I've been with them going on 4 to 5 years now. Actually, 2 months ago, I just got named as our senior management with it. So I'm the vice president of stewardship and relations.
Yay!
Thanks, guys. It's a private industry, and it's a private consulting firm. I'm one of 3 kind of senior managers on it. We work throughout the oil, gas, and potash industry. I say that with pride because we're 100% Indigenous owned. So I control all our government relations, our relations with communities, our relations with interprovincial governments, federal governments, and I'm just kind of I'm the leeway. I like to focus on Indigenous stewardship rights and make sure that our people are at the table if projects are, I guess, concerning us and kind of going through our traditional territories. So I come at it from a big Indigenous standpoint, and I try and make it work for both sides, because at the end of the day, we need to work towards our own self-sustainability, and whether it be throughout industry, renewable energy, entrepreneurs, and that type of thing. And that's what I do. So
Thank you, Josh. That is amazing. And I think he's honestly a trailblazer when it comes to the private sector, and he inspires me in that regard. So thank you very much for the work that you do, Josh. So we're going to ask Dustin what he likes to do with his baseball facility.
A year and a half ago, open up an indoor facility at home. And then we just started this academy now. Their ages between 12 years old up to 18 years. So I'm there every day, and it's a grind every day to find all these kids and all that stuff. But we found them, and then I'm happy with all the stuff I'm helping out there now. I got I hired 4 or 5 other coaches, and I'm happy with all the stuff. So we're busy there every day. So it's an honor to be back at home and helping all these kids again. So it's good.
Thank you very much, Dustin. So I noticed a growing trend that when people hit some paramount peak of success, that's the moment where they really start to give back to the communities. And I just want to remind the young people in the room that yes, one day your dreams will come true. Yes, you will have these positions. But at the same time, it's important to look at these people and remember that those are the moments and those are the times that you give back to the next generation. So next we will have Stuart talk a little bit about, I believe it's the training that you offer or something. Yeah, I'll let you talk about it. Sorry.
No, I opened up my business, my gym in 2015 in Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. But yeah, it was a way for me to give back. But sorry guys, I'm just kind of.
It's all good.
I'll just start what we do now. It wasn't easy in the beginning, put it that way. From 2015 to 2017 was a lot of dark times, but I kept at it and I never gave up. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I'm not going to say like we're successful right off the bat. There was a lot of days I was stressing, but I
All right, we're back here at the Episayan Youth Conference. Roberta Bida Nida Nisigidason, Kumsumpat Nak Nidotse. And go right here we have
Nikita Kopeswat. I'm from Mooseman First Nation in Treaty 6, and I'm finishing my 4th year of environmental science.
Okay, all right. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your interests and your passions?
For sure, my interest in environmental science began at a really young age when I experienced boiled water advisories on my community, and then I moved to this city and realized like when they experience the same thing, it's handled so quickly and they have a lot more resources available to them. And that's when I first kind of noticed like there's a huge gap between what's available to cities versus, you know, how these same situations are handled in our community. And I'm like, well, why isn't anybody talking about this? Like, why, how come there's no indigenous people in the science industry that, you know, are advocating for our voices to be heard? And so that's what led me down the path of environmental science.
Awesome. Oh, wait, there's another.
Oh, thank you.
And a question that I have though too, like exposing the youth to like this information. How do you guys like plan to like, you know, expose them to that information? Because a lot of times we don't have like a news outlet to like keep the youth up to date.
hmm I think what's really interesting about this generation is, you know, we all have access to the internet. We all have social media. It's huge in our communities now, and it's provided like a really positive impact because, you know, we don't have to travel and we don't have to necessarily come to these big events. We can kind of reach them from the comforts of our own homes and have those interactions and be able to mentor them from a distance. So
Yeah, for sure. I know, like, I'm super thankful for these events like this to expose them to like this type of information, climate change, like what you were talking about as well, environmental science, like water is life.
Keep your hand up. Yes, stand up. There you go.
And like hearing David Suzuki like talk today, like everyone was listening. He was like very blunt about it. What do you think about that?
yeah, he's pretty much summed up like everything I've learned in my degree too. It's a very big problem, and it starts with like policy. It starts with like our governments, and you know, like who's using the water. You know, who's the biggest polluter of our water, and kind of look from that perspective. And that has, you know, they need to be accountable for that, and that's why we're here. That's why we're getting prepared. We're getting ready to, you know, do the work that needs to be done.
Yes, for sure. All right, is he coming back or no? Okay.
We can give you a minute. It's okay. There's no pressure.
I thought you were coming back. Okay. All right. Another question that I have is like just going back to the theme of this conference, like how do you deal with resiliency like along your journey as a student and as an advocate?
Yeah, that's a really great question. When I first started, I had to start looking for my supports because I moved to Calgary. I didn't know anybody. I didn't have that community connection, and I really suffered in those first couple years. And I realized like I need to find my people. I need to find my mentors. And something that has really changed for me was finding other Indigenous scientists who have already gone through this journey of post-secondary, who are now working in these industries, and using them for guidance and leaning on them for support when I'm going through tough times in my degree. So finding those supports has been really helpful for me. It's also grounded me and reminded me like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? Why am I suffering? Why is this so hard? You know, like just kind of gives you clarity when you're going through these struggles. And so, yeah, staying grounded.
Yes, I agree. It's like, and the quote that I like to live by is like, it's not working against you, it's working for you. So like, if it looks like a setback, you know, it's still a challenge for you to learn.
Yeah, I really like that.
And yeah, and for sure, like having mentors and like having that support system is definitely important as a student, and you're learning like you need that support. Like it can be tough and isolating from like moving from home. It is.
And you don't realize how important it is to have those until you don't have them. And then, you realize like I really miss being around my people. Like Indigenous people are just like they're brilliant, they're funny, they're hard to, find in other people. It's like
Yes, the humor, all the above, that support, the love there. You need that. Definitely can't do without it. I agree. Well, it was nice to meet you.
thank you.
All right, can you get? 40 yards. All right. We're done. We can pan out here.
I don't know your name.
Stuart. There's Dustin in the red and Stuart in the black.
Okay. Well, I'm not too sure who I'm talking to. So Mr. MMA.
That's Stuart. Stuart Fontaine from La Loche.
I have a personal question about your business or your kickboxing dojo or whatever. Talking more so like what are the prices and whatnot. We'll probably talk about that afterwards. But
yeah, he wants to train with you.
Oh yeah, no, I'm one of those guys. Just come on down.
Once again, I know we're going back and forth to the panel and trying to talk to as many guests here at the Youth Summit. And we've got here Hendrik Baptiste here. What do you think of day 2 now? Yesterday, a lot of talk about water and the environment, and today you get to see athletes and all that stuff. What do you think of day 2 and I guess overall the Youth Summit conference?
Today for day 2 that talking about the athletes, I guess it brings a lot of pride to who we are as First Nations people.
That was the only
and
panel that actually made
it's
me
like
cry, so
really
you guys did
putting
really
us out there, like. And when we go out to being proud and going to other places, when we represent our home and who we are and represent all the things that we come through, like not only all the struggles and then all the good things too, and our ancestors. So it's really like honoring our ancestors too, going out there and being proud and acknowledging them and what they went through, right? And it's really good to see, and even all the other youth around here. Like I'm from Red Pheasant Cree Nation, and like another I was thinking earlier today that when I would go to other reserves and other places, I would like when the people would pray, they would stand up and pray, but I would stay seated, just because that like I was told by my cookum that when we pray, we're supposed to stay as close to the Mother Earth as we can when we pray. And so it wasn't out of disrespect when they would all stand up, but I would stay seating. But then other people, they would say, stand up, Hendrik, stand up. And then after a while, I would stand up. And then after I was talking with some of those elders, and I told them that it wasn't out of disrespect that I was doing that. It was because I wanted to remember and respect my way, what I was taught. And so, but then there was this woman, she spoke, she said that when we come to other places, we come as a guest, we come as visitors, we come in a good way, and we don't come to change. And because we go to another land, we have to live under their rules, under their teachings. And so even when they would pray here, I wanted to sit down, but also wanted to respect their way and stand up and follow their way. Yeah. And it's good to see all the other youths and other people my age from all the different reserves and nations. Yeah, it's really good to be here.
And the question that I have right now, since for this event, what tools do you want to take home with you from here?
Let me think.
I know it's a loaded question. Like there was a lot of speakers, like a lot of lessons to learn. But it's like one thing that like just really stuck out for you.
I guess really trying to stand up and use my voice and to speak. Like there's a lot of like my friends my age, they're the youth representatives and they're using their voice and they're not shy and I want to try be able to do that, to break through that shyness and nervousness, the doubt, and I'm trying them, but I'm still young. I will learn to get there.
Well, you're doing a really good job here. We're very well spoken. You're doing very good.
Pretty good, yeah. You're doing good. You're still in high school. Yeah, still in high school. It's good to have you and represent your home community and always carry those elder teachings with you to go on. And I think I want to thank you. And we're going to go back to the panel right now. So maybe in the future or tomorrow or later on we can chat again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
The suitcase and it was all wrinkled and I was like thinking how Andre keeps his suit looking so crisp and nice and looking so sharp. So here I am just ironing my little blazer this morning, but I thought I'd better dress up a little today. This is Kata.
Hi, my name is Kata. I'm like super nervous. I'm not that good at speaking at events. And I am from the Tsuut'ina Nation. My mom is from Kakawishtihow and my dad is from Tsuut'ina. And I am 15 and I am still learning to use my voice. And yes, thank you.
See you, guys.
I'm just a little bit nervous myself up here. Being a school teacher, I'm so outspoken and vocal and being an everyday motivational speaker for our children. But it's a little different when we have adults in the room. So I want to thank you all for being here today and being able to listen to everyone's journey here. Everyone has a journey. This feather was, or not this feather, but this is a feather I borrowed from Andre. I was gifted my first eagle feather from one of my students' parents. And it was such an honorable thing. He come to school with his backpack and he had this big cardboard sticking out of his backpack. And in it was a beautiful eagle feather. And that was the first time I was ever given an eagle feather. And that was shortly after we got back from the INFR finals in Las Vegas. And so this eagle feather represents a journey. Do you see this rib right here? That's a journey. Everyone has their own story and everyone has their own journey. And I'm going to ruffle Andre's feather a little bit. I hope he doesn't mind. But along this journey, can you imagine our grandparents and our parents' feathers, how it would look? On this journey, our feather gets a little bit broken each time. Through the obstacles that we face, the racism that we face, the intergenerational effects that we faced. My parents are both residential school survivors. They are elders in our community. They are 83 and 84 years old. And they attended the FSIN hockey tournament and they both have COVID. But we just pray that they are healthy and you think those positive vibes and send them positive vibes right now. But on this journey, we go through so many things and our feather gets a little bit tattered. But it's up to us within ourselves to start to find the things that heal our journey, to heal our spirits. And the horse has taught us so much things. The horse is sacred medicine to our spirit in our journey. And these beautiful horses here that in the video have taken us to so many places where we've always dreamed of going. And I don't want to say never dreamed because we have big dreams. And it's up to us to reach for those dreams. And so I feel it's so important for us to have a vision and goals. Set vision and goals. I made this vision board in 2017, and it sits on my bathroom mirror where I can see it every single day. On that vision board was to be the INFR world champion. And it didn't happen right away. You have to work at it. So 2 years, I seen that vision board every day, washing my face, brushing my teeth, you know what else. And 2019, that dream came true. So it doesn't come easy. It does take work. It's up to you to make it work. And you find it deep within yourselves. And I always tell my children, my students, my nieces, my nephews, you tell them, I can and I will. So say that to yourself every time you find a difficult situation or obstacle. You say, I can and I will. My little niece was going to the dentist one day, and she said, I need to talk to Auntie. I need her to give me a pep talk. And so I told her I can and I will. And so she was able to go to the dentist. But it's those positive self-affirmations that help mend this feather in your journey. And I just wanted to say that it's up to you and to create a journey for yourself, a healing journey. And horses have always been a part of our healing journey. So I'll just, in grade two, I had, has anyone ever had Indian affair glasses? Yeah. Okay. So I remember going in grade two with my mom to the optometrist, and they pulled open this drawer, and there was about 5 sets of glasses you could wear in there. And I was like, oh, is this all we get to pick from? And so I picked out a set of glasses, and they were like these big square looking things, you know, like clear. They looked like my mom's old glasses. But that was like, they made fun of my glasses in school, like that, right? It was part of what kind of broke our spirits a little, as well as the racism that we faced in schools and how the teachers treated us. So I remember going home one day and bathing, and in the bathtub, I'd scrub my skin. It would be so red. And it scabbed over because I was scrubbing it so hard. And I wanted my skin to be white because the white kids got treated better than we did. And on my journey, my sister committed suicide. I was just 5 years old when she committed suicide. And so that is a little mess in our journey as well, on our feather. Sorry, Andre. Yeah. Also, my parents are both strong and resilient parents. They both survived. They're survivors because they did make it home alive. And they tried the best that they can to be wonderful parents. But to our home had alcohol in it as well, right? And we seen that in our home lives. And then I ended up getting an eating disorder at 17. And that was another ripple in my feather. And went to university. I was became a school teacher. And I always thought, you know what? I'm going to be a better teacher than what I had in school. And so, and that was my whole mission, was to save our children, was to inspire them and motivate them to be the best that they can be, and to reach for their stars and set goals and chase their dreams. And I soon became a mother. And sometimes my mom's voice would come out because she was raised in residential school, and they weren't shown no love or a nurturing mother to say, I love you or I care for you. So I didn't really have that growing up. I'm sure some of you have that same story. And sometimes when we'd get hurt, we'd get heck, or if we did something wrong, we'd get the pinion string. But those were little things in our journey that kind of hurt our spirit, because you really wanted to make them proud and you wanted to do well to make them proud. But they are so strong, and that's where we get our strength from, our natsitsudes, our parents and our ancestors, because they went through a lot to get for us to be here. And so we need to heal this journey, this spirit of ours. And so we do things that bring us natsitsure. We do things that bring us strength. And so what are things that bring us strength and natsitsure? Our horses, me and my daughter. And what else brings you joy? What brings you joy, Andre?
Warzone.
Warzone. Warzone. Some of us love doing TikTok, so TikToks bring us natsitsure, strength. Kata?
Dog Olive.
Our dog Olive. So every animal, every horse, every animal has a spirit. And so they bring us natsitsure. So our dog Olive, let me tell you a little story about our dog. So you'll see her on our TikToks as well. But my husband was diagnosed with MS in 2019. And so that was a little in our journey as well. So we had to learn about MS. We had to learn, and it's not a curable disease, but you have to respect it. And you respect it by learning about it and learning how to cope with it. And so we had to learn about diet, exercise, nutrition, and how important it is to be healthy, our healthy bodies, healthy minds. And so so my husband was diagnosed with MS, and he hated our dog. Before that, he was like, I mean it, Sonia, I'm going to give this dog away if you don't train her. And she's like this cutest little thing. Like, we got him from Ethan Bear's family, from his sister-in-law. And so it was so meant to be that how we come across her. But she's a little healing spirit as well. And so when he was laid up for a month, he was bedridden. And our little dog, who was right beside him, our little Olive, she consoled him, she comforted him, and she was just this little spirit that helped bring his spirit alive. And so your pets are also healing in your journey, your dogs. So everything has a spirit. And I just want to share that it's so important to pay attention and use your gift of voice to share, because our voices were once powerless. And it's so important for you to hear and listen. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you very, very much. So maybe we'll have one or two questions, if that's okay, before you leave us. And so you can have a seat if you want now. So Siaskas, the Sutina people representing. Good. There we go. So does anyone have a question for the world champion barrel racers here? We have one question right there in the back. The man in black. Your name, where you're from, and the question.
Danza. Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kihiu Preston Gopher. I come from Soto First Nation, Treaty 6 territory. So I know I was fortunate enough to have a sit-down conversation with you privately. I was just wondering if you can explain some of the work that you do with the youth and the importance of that healing journey with the horse and all that amazing work that you do along the sidelines of your journey and all the amazing things that you do as well. Because I know we sat down and I kind of told you that I had the same vision to do what you're doing, but in my home community as well. So I just wanted you to share a little bit about what you do and how it helps our youth and the importance of the horse spirit and our native culture and our traditions. So.
Thank you, Kihu. It was such a pleasure meeting you, and I was like, oh, that guy, he's so awesome. I just love what he's about and his connection also with the horses. And being an educator in the school system, I would do sharing circles with my students. And the one day I was asking the question, I said, how would you feel if you were taken at a young age? Because we're talking about residential schools. And the young boy, he's like, Miss Sonia, I was taken away. He's in foster care. And so that's when I realized that our children are still going through the same situation as we did so many hundreds of years ago, that it's still the case. Our communities are facing a lot of difficult times, and our children are still facing all those challenges. And so the stories they come to share with you in the school, you get that secondary trauma. And as a school teacher, I felt like, you know what, these horses have really helped us heal. And why horses is because they are sacred medicine for the spirit. We used to use horses for so many things, for so much of our livelihood. We were nomadic people, and our grandparents, our ancestors were wonderful horsemen. And what not a better way is to share that spirit with others, and how people can learn from the horse spirit and the horse culture, because horses are so sacred.
My spirit is just bursting with pride with all these conversations about the horse spirit. I was actually gifted the name White Horse walking from the east when I was, I believe, 18. And I remember one of our earlier presenters shared about being named Thunderbird from the west, and how she lives in Vancouver. And it's funny because I'm moving to Toronto in July. So it's like the east, and how the grandfathers will name you based on where you live sometimes. So it's pretty interesting how that is. Kata, did you want to share anything?
I think with horses being a part of my life, they are helping me heal my journey to become a better person in the world, and use my voice to show Indigenous issues to people that may be uneducated.
Great answer. So one final round of applause for our guests. Thank you very, very much for coming. I'm sorry. We have one more question. I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm from Mooseman First Nation. My name is Deely, and I have a question for Kata. I understand you and your mom have lived in a small horse trailer for upwards over 6 months. Is that true?
Yeah, we lived in Arizona for 6 months during the winter. It was so hard. I honestly did not like it. I could not wait to come home. And I missed hockey so much. But it was so much fun living down in Arizona. We got to barrel race every day and ride horses. Hence why we are so tan right now.
I just have a question. Did you have to do a lot of chores while you were on that journey, and what was that like?
Yeah, every morning we woke up at 8 and did chores, and our horses, our whole day was revolved around horses and what they were doing, how they were feeling. So chores every single day.
So horses are first priority.
Mike?
Oh, the horses were our first priority for everything. Before we even left to go to the city, we had to make sure they were okay.
Righty. So that concludes our presentation for our Indigenous sports panel. What an amazing panel that was. Thank you so much, Sonia and Kata, Dodging Horse. I think you are both amazing, inspiring people. So we will. It's okay. Thank you very, very much. Look at that. It's perfect.
We can both talk. I'm free. You guys are getting right. Tanse. Roberta Sigla, so nice to meet you. Kilamaga. Your name.
Stuart Fontaine.
Fontaine.
Tanse, Atlanta. Yeah, hello. welcome back at Dunziniga. We've got Stuart Fontaine, Connie, the past recent panel we had here. What was it like for you to come and speak at this event here?
It's pretty nerve-wracking. I'm not gonna lie. I was mumbling. My mind was 100 miles per hour. I couldn't. I was thinking about it, I couldn't say it out loud, but I tried my best. Yeah. It was good though. I mean, a good experience. Yeah, thanks to Chief Ali Bear and your friends there that make me feel, feel welcome. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cool, Nazun, good stuff. What is something you take away? You've been taking part of the conference the last couple of days. What is something you're going to take away as not only as a panelist, but just a spectator here at the FSINU Summit?
Oh, sorry, I'm starting to get nervous again.
It's all good.
Yeah, no.
Well, there he is. Round of applause for Cassius.
Yeah. Should I just be honest?
Yeah, just
I did most of the time standing in the back. Rarely here when I'm back there. So yeah, but I mean, the thing I can take is just the people that I met, the youth that I've talked to. Like I'm kind of a weird fella, so after everything's done, I'm working out like at 1 in the morning, and we have some kids come in there, some youth, and they've been asking me questions. I got to talk to them at 3 in the morning, just talking upstairs, right? So I mean, I got to meet a lot of kids, a lot of youth, and share my experience with them, and give them advice and stuff like that.
just connecting with them through sports and like exercise, like that type of hard work. Like you're like teaching them through what you're doing.
Yeah, like I mean, he knows. We come from the same community where we really had nobody growing up to look up to, right? Like he's trailblazing with his podcast, and look where he is now, right? I just remember when he first started, like last year. Look where he is now. It's crazy, right? And being like we're trying to become like role models for like kids in our community that just take chances and take risks and see where it takes you, right? So I get to share that with a lot of kids more than just my sports and stuff like that. So, I'm mumbling on, but
No, that's pretty good stuff. Like you're showing the youth by what you're doing. So it's like not so much like a lot of what you're saying. Like I know it's hard to say what you want to say when it's like you're in front of a camera. Like there's a lot of people listening. It's hard, but like you are showing them by what you're doing though. So that's awesome.
Yeah, Nazun, good stuff. It's good to see you go up there. I can tell you're very nervous even with this. It comes over time. It's just something you got to do. Just like in fighting, and I'm sure you didn't know how to punch right away. It comes over time. And then the more you get to do this, the more you get to experience these events. It just comes. And even here today, what is other than being on a panel, what is something for you take for yourself personally that you're going to work on? If in the future you're ever asked to do this stuff again?
Honestly, I'm gonna try my best to work a lot better in public speaking. I'm a very intimate person. So in my gym, I'm comfortable. I'll say what I want. I'm in my what do we say?
Your element.
Yeah, my element, right? And I get to communicate and relate to a lot of these kids, and and it's cool because they're tuned in. Well, as I'm here, as I'm looking, I like to speak and eye contact with people when I talk, right? So when I'm up there, it's like everybody's sitting at the tables. I'm like, who's listening right now? Yeah, that's something I'll work on is my public speaking.
Cool, Nazun, good stuff. Well, we're going to take it back to the panel here, and I just want to say merci cho to Stuart for joining here, and it's very good to see Dennis in a representation up on an event like this. So with that, merci cho, and we'll see you around.
You said mustache.
I go say mustache.
Hey, one more time, Andre.
There you go.
Heads again. Okay, all right. Another time.
So tell them if they're like, pick
Heads or tails? It's tails. Okay, another round. Heads or tails? Either or. Heads. How many do we have left? Put your hand up. Okay, we got quite a few left. Okay, all right. Heads or tails?
heads or tails, pick.
Hurry, hurry.
She's cheating.
Tails. Okay, that cleared the room. How many more people are standing up now? One, two, three, four.
Come to the stage.
All right, everybody come to the stage for the finale. Up on stage here. Don't be shy. Yeah, give them a round of applause, our finalists in the heads or tails competition.
Stand at the front of the stage, guys.
Okay, everybody decide whether they're going to pick heads or tails.
Hands on your heads, hands on your tails. What do you pick?
Which one? Okay, Andre, go ahead and flip. Tails. Uh-oh. Aw.
Okay, give them 5 seconds to pick.
Okay, you got 5 seconds now to pick besides heads or tails.
Looks like they're all tails. Somebody's got to be heads.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one
Need
head.
some variety.
The rest are tails.
Okay, go ahead, Andre, and flip. Tails. Uh-oh. All right, give a round of applause for our 2 finalists here.
One person has to pick heads.
Okay, so one person needs to pick heads and one person needs to pick tails. So, okay.
Heads, tails.
Heads or tails. Okay, go ahead, Andre. Tails. Woohoo! All right. Come tell us your name, your nation, and one thing that you've learned so far.
Alrighty, here, welcome back. Here we are joined by Sethri Martel from the Soto First Nation and just outside North Battleford. Just want to say welcome and thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for inviting me out.
Just
Yeah.
ask you to introduce yourself.
Oh. Sethri Martel from Soto First Nation once again.
Okay, so
I'm not too sure.
I'm gonna try and do a couple more names and see.
Well, good stuff. It's good to do. You know, what do you think of day 2 of the Science Youth Summit?
You only know about
really
it.
lots of good information out there.
That's hilarious.
Kept us really informed.
Can you read this?
There's really
It
lots
says
of
Morgan Watkey.
good
She just won 3 prizes.
giveaways and whatnot. I actually won this cap today.
We're gonna move to the next one. You just won 3 prizes.
You want
Okay. Next one is Dance Cheating.
That beadwork.
good stuff, you know. It's always good to see. What is one of the things that you're going to take, not only if you play sports or not, but we've had a lot of sports players here today, and you know, alongside the LGBTQ community presenting and coming up there. What is something you take away?
So next we're going to have.
Well, actually, I am currently playing basketball and kind of recreational hockey. A few things I would take away from today, sports section, probably some some programming. I just discovered today that we had a dojo up by Meadow Lake, which is actually pretty nice. That's close to my reserve there.
And please give us your
I really
PSN.
like that.
No?
Yeah.
Congratulations. So next we will have.
Have you been able to speak to any of the sports panelists in person?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. I've been wanting to.
Yeah, they're around here. Definitely reach out to them, get some personal tips from them.
Yeah.
Take advantage of that here.
No, yeah. I really wanted to have a word
Logan
with
Sujon.
Stewart, the MMA fighter. Because I've been.
I know he has a PlayStation. Or wait,
I
I
haven't been in boxing, but I've been training boxing for maybe the past 3 years. Looking to potentially go pro one day, maybe, but we'll see what happens.
And then
Yeah,
finally
the
we have
opportunities are
Marissa
endless for sure.
Sear.
Make sure you go and reach out to them. And I just want to say thank you for joining us here, Seth, and we'll chat with you. Good luck in the future. And, make sure you connect with those people that you see out there that have been through that and get you where you're
So
going.
now I want to give everybody a
Thank you very
little
much for having
break.
me. It's a pleasure.
All right, it was nice to meet you.
4:30 for JR LaRose's presentation. So please be in the room at 4:30. We will do a big draw at 4:30. So be back in the room right on time all the day.
Testing.
And bring everybody else that's out there
Can you hear us?
at 4:30 because I'll do a draw for one of the tablets.
Test 1, 2. Alrighty.
Here you go.
We're gonna go bring on another guest here. Doing Zinige. We're gonna bring Yaze Teneyatie no ba Nint Aha do Edlanet Allen.
Sustele doen Zinige ja. Kan den gode hil gita sinik ezi gitao sebasont lo sini ya zit Nederlande.
Yeah, Nazu Dana Gode Si Slamba Saho honored. You know, athletes who only see in daily and don't see nicht igan two honey see the bar second day at you Nazula honey.
Ja, den gode die you nisit o hoti ya sit die kunt o hoti ya ne gode don't uno bahoi eile. Like Teneland in night deal Teneland dani John. See when you read them, it's only yon touch in is in the yon the net a hunt a positive version lene. Alternate did not did and a distant kitla than a noradin holy that unknown in noch anio no hayatio that do than done on the sea. You become really lene, noch alani only like no traditions, spiritual condition traditions don't they go to really lene. Good doing than a go there can do yeah got now on a netio non it ye kedana he bekorja he this yeah se baus it's in Nederlande do antne das jao there can't was sit this town non it then go there then a lot in a holy then it's ana helding all ja be ya tjener nas see down the in the zone like and na ya he thought it was then is an ana helding betra and now holy den goda handling hilchu wesunk etsan den altune yaw euro bancho a jaw den no ken yaw kudu den en nachala ne hilchu en ayesti ye bonority wow.
Yeah, Nazu like you going to you know Atlani then a suit in a base had don't is seen it on it then a gathering maybe do not kinena ho maybe another day then I go to then I suit in a base to really take not sure how much alani koni seen und on the Atlani then.
Well, but I had in this 2006 it's in the gatherings or Aljani. Then a sunklina then a sunklina nuni grand council nunit real ine. Then I go there how on the bow health bars in real that do then a sunklina nunit real in walin than it than the sea. You have at on it also hotels hilsi how real you're a hunt a honnet a 2016 on the dinner gathering then I said till on it you see Daniel Anthony that's still not all the audio then el galata janu not nahiyati your narrative to shoes it in right day down in Linny you took at the gatherings down in there Black Lake who Oi Tatuli Lake Lutoke Erliuntoka Dana Sunkana Haral Huti Dilne.
Yeah.
Over 10 years. 10 years Huti Dilu could you don't the record it and go the ha nunit ahadril in holy which also the ro then Nanland it then go there rules in there a year no it's an idea I don't know city see a teen like two at the go there that built it done in there 40 years ago 14 sa honey 15 sa honey si a ti dotio si chani dotio a year beki yao si a ti na chu sa chanio did that te don it but that's real to te shuzo review a yake yalado could do asne das jao that then go that that's a deal si a yehunis kind of did us set a cause that on it the grandkids the great grandkids.
Yeah, Nezu and currently like Ani that
We'll make this a team
that Donnie la Cola and Nether a lot of the Nagode their aunt they like yesterday I Tilanahi the Nagode the panelists that the EDC the two Bachalni at the North Laiha, Nezula. And I want to point out Doon Zinige San Nena who the last time I got to interview you actually. Doon Zinige it was Facebook memories.
Oh,
You've
yeah,
already
Stony
seen that.
Rapids,
Stony
yeah.
Rapids, it's very good to see that so we get to share that. Must see Choner was soon doing Zinige Saluntain that.
Yeah, there's one the hill when there's one yet here at Ud and Nildon is in the zone. You're doing a good job. How much in the service, as soon and on Esana, did then as soon then Hodonus Hano, let's see the channel, the channel.
Masicho.
Good to meet you, Masi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we're gonna doing Zinige. We're gonna bring on the next guest here. I've been privileged, I guess, now to interview. I haven't met her husband, but I've got to meet Sonia, championship barrel racer. Is it?
Yes.
I'm not too familiar with all the.
Cowboy lingo?
No, I'm from way up north.
Yeah.
It's, but we'll get you to. Very good.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Alrighty, yeah, we're good. So I'll just ask you to introduce yourselves and welcome.
I'm Sonia Dodging Horse. I am from the Tsuut'ina Nation, originally from the Kakowishtahoe Nation of the Treaty 4.
My name is Kata Dodging Horse, and I am from the Tsuut'ina Nation, kind of mixed between Cree and Dene.
Cree and Dene. Yeah, I'm Dene. Yeah, it's good. Good to see. I like how you identified that. That's, must see. It makes me feel good. And I want to go into your presentation there a bit. How important is it to share the struggles you talk over the years and using the eagle feather and now being a champion barrel racer? How important is it to reflect back on those moments to get to where you are today?
Well, of course, everyone has a journey, and we have our own healing journey as a mother and daughter. I believe that Nata, our creator, put us on this platform and blessed us with that opportunity, and to be able to share with other mothers and daughters that, building this healthy relationship with your children is so important, because we come from a time when residential schools played a whole important part on our communities and our families, our mothers and grandparents, and the nurturing that we didn't receive, growing up. And although my mother and dad loved us so much, it's the impacts of what it has done to our whole communities and our children.
Yeah, that's very good to point that out. What is it like for you to to do this with your mom? You get to travel. You spoke about living in a trailer in Arizona, but it must create a special bond between you, inseparable almost.
Yeah, I'm so thankful to like have the opportunity to like win that championship, to have a platform to spread awareness for Indigenous issues, and having a bond with my mother is like so important because I wouldn't be able to do, like, I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for my mom, and I wouldn't be doing like barrel racing without her, and I'm just so thankful to have her.
Cool. That's good. That's good. And she's very proud and happy to experience that too, I bet, you know. I want to go back to, you know, I'm very, like you said, I'm not good with the cowboy stuff. And how did you get into it as a child?
Oh my gosh. My whole entire family is like a rodeo family. My dad is a champion calf roper. Brothers are all into rodeo. My sister was a barrel racer as well, my older sisters. And they were all getting ready one day to go to a rodeo. And I was like, Dad, I want a barrel race. Can I barrel race? And it was the local town rodeo. And he said, You want to barrel race, my girl? And I said, Yeah. And so that was my first, it was 5 years old, and I didn't have cowboy boots. I got black gum boots that were in the closet, and that old raggedy hat that was one of my brothers that I put on, and that was my first love of the sport.
Cool, Nazum. And for yourself, you know, it seems like you picked up barrel racing and maybe some hockey from your dad. How is that going for you?
Yeah, I kind of like both took after them. So I'd get the barrel racing and rodeo from like my parents because my dad did do rodeo too, and barrel racing from my mom, and hockey. And then I quit hockey for a couple years just because I felt like I was pressured to do it, but I found a love for it again, and I both love both of them very equally, barrel racing and hockey.
Cool, good stuff. You know, if you know, I know you have the Dodging Horse Ranch. How is that going for you guys now?
Okay, yeah. So Dodging Horse Ranch. So Dodging Horse Ranch represents the legacy of the residential school survivors. The number 44 was our Granny Katie's number in residential school, and so it's a place where we were able to find our voice and share our stories of the true history, and be able to share that with everyone that comes to the ranch. And we worked with corporate, we worked with educators like from the city and university. The Ambrose University comes out to the education students, and so we're able to share that journey through our horses. And horses have been such an important part of our life and healing, and being able to share our stories.
Cool, Nazum. Where can people get a hold of you? You know, to get to some of these programs at Dodging Horse Ranch.
Yeah, so we have a website. It's www.dhranch44.com. So DH is Dodging Horse, Ranch, of course, is Ranch, and 44 is the significant number for the residential school number of our Granny Katie. So dhranch44.com. And then we're located on the Tsuut'ina Nation. Very beautiful scenery and setup, and it has been healing for us and a lot of people that come.
Cool. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining me here this afternoon. You know, I got to talk to your husband. Never met him yet, but maybe one day soon. But I got to meet you. So, Masi Choner Hossein.
Thank you. See you, guys.
Alrighty, we're going to go back to the panel here, the next panel. J.R. LaRose, I believe, is up next. So, with that, Masi.
Thank you. That was easy.
And hard-fought journey that began in a low-income housing in Edmonton's inner city. JR's upbringing was significantly impacted by his mother's exposure to abuse suffered during her time at Indian residential school. JR overcame an environment of poverty, drugs, and abuse. The sport of football was the opportunity that JR longed for. His passion for football as a youth would turn out to be his profession as a young man. Now retired from football, JR is a gifted speaker whose story of redemption is universal, breaking down racial and generational walls, bringing forth a sense of hope and humanity. We are going to play a short video before we welcome JR to the stage.
Jeremiah 29:11 reads, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord.
plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you hope in the future. I feel like I'm living that plan out. I feel like the things that happen to us in life, they're not designed to stop us. They're designed to reposition us so we can come in contact with what God really has for us. And so everything that I do, man, I do it to honor God because I feel like God gave me a second chance at life. And so I feel like I'm doing what God put me on this earth to do.
In life, we all face different struggles. And what I've come to realize is that when we face adversity, there are two types of people. There are people that say, why me? And there's people that say, try me. But in the end, we need to figure out what our why is. Why we do what we do. The reason why I do the work that I do is I know that there's so many other kids, so many other youth, people in general that have gone through the same things that I've gone through. And I want them to know that they're not alone. And by me sharing my story, it's healing. Every time I share my story, it's healing. I'm able to heal, and I know that I'm able to impact other people. I have walked a mile in these kids' footsteps. I've been there, I've done that. And my story is so relatable to what they're going through, what they might be going through right now. You talk about, kids growing up without their father. I've been that. I've experienced that. Family members that have struggled with addiction. Majority of my family, has struggled with addiction. My mom died because of her addiction. Her body just started to shut down. We talk about sexual abuse. I've been there. I was a kid that was sexually abused. So it's so important for us to, or for myself to give back and tell these kids that there is a better way. It would have been so easy. Would have been so easy for me as a kid to want to quit, but I wanted to break that cycle. And the way that I broke that cycle was I knew at a young age I was going to have kids, and I didn't want my kids to go through the same thing that I went through. And it's a choice. We all have the power of a choice. There's no secret to it, but you've got to learn to surround yourself with positive people. That's the only way you'll obtain whatever it is that you want to be in life. The biggest thing for me when people ask you are like, how did you do it? What inspired you? I didn't want to allow my situation to become my excuse in life. I recall this one time, this young girl was actually in northern Manitoba, came up to me after, and she said, JR, after hearing your story, we have a lot in common. She said, my mom passed away the same year your mom passed away. And then she said, my mother's name was Bobby, and that's my mom's name as well. And she gave me a big hug after, and she just said thank you. And that's what pushes me to continue to do the work that I do, is because if I can just inspire hope in other people and let them know that they are not alone, and that there is light at the end of the tunnel, then that's what it's all about. That's what my true calling is to give back and help other people. I remember when Henry Giersma Williams came and spoke at my school one time, and I was like, I want to be exactly like that man, and to be able to live out my childhood dream and achieve that, playing professional football for the Edmonton Eskimos. It was a dream come true.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Please give a warm welcome to J.R. LaRose.
We're good. All right. Tansei, how we doing this afternoon? Ole. Real weak. Let's try it one more time. How we doing this afternoon? It truly is an honor to be back. Treaty 6 territory. I just want to give a couple of shout outs first. First one to a good friend, but also Vice Chief Ali Bear, her amazing team, everyone that was a huge instrumental part in making this conference happen. It's been a crazy 2 years, but thank you so much, Vice Chief, and again, everyone that's had a hand in making this come forth today. So let's give them a round of applause real quick. So for the next little bit, I'm going to be sharing a little bit about my story. You know, the title of the conference is Resilience. The great thing about storytelling is every single one of us, we come from different walks of life, but the fact remains the same that we've all faced some sort of struggle, some sort of adversity. My message is one of being able to overcome that, but learning from our mistakes. And so it's important that I need to start off by talking a little bit about my family. But before I do that, I forgot to mention that I played 9 years in the CFL. I started off my career with the Edmonton Eskimos, now called Edmonton Elk. I played 4 years with them before realizing they were trash, jumped ship, signed with BC back in 2010. And I played 5 years with the Lions, retiring in 2015, but in 2011 was very fortunate to win a Grey Cup championship. So I brought my championship ring with me. And normally what I do during my presentations is that I pass it around so people can have an opportunity to look at it. And so I'll do that today as well. I only ask that you take a few moments to look at it, pass it to your neighbor, because there's a lot of people in here. Feel free to take a picture, but again, just remain silent. But as you look at the ring, you'll see there's 99 diamonds on the front of the ring, which signifies the 99th Grey Cup championship. So the front of the ring is made up of diamonds. The rest of the ring is made up of white gold. The ring is valued at just over $20,000. So I ask that you're careful as you pass it to your neighbor. Anyone thinks they're slick and wants to try and take it to the casino, I'll catch you hopefully, or we'll get my security. Mara, where are you at? Are you right up there? The first man? So what I'll do right now is I'll pass it and we'll start it over here. So you can grab it, you can pass it around in the back. So the great thing about storytelling, I think it's important that, you know, I need to start up by talking about my mom. And so my family comes from a reserve, One Arrow First Nations. So I'm half Cree and half Nigerian. But my mom, just like many of our family members, was part of the residential school. So she was taken from her community at a young age, placed in the town of Duck Lake where the residential school was at. And so while my mom was there, you see my mom was left-handed. Every time my mom would go to use her left hand, she would get hit with the strap. She was forced to use her right hand. My mother spoke her Cree language fluently. Every time my mom would go to speak her language, she would get slapped in the mouth. She was forced to speak English. My mother also had a medical condition, and what this condition was my mom was not able to control her bladder. So there'd be many nights that my mom would end up wetting the bed, and what the nuns would do is they placed my mom in the middle of the room, like I'm standing in front of you right now, and they placed the sheet over her head that she had peed on to make an example of him from all the other little girls. So now you can imagine the amount of hurt, anger, and embarrassment that my mother was dealing with at such a young age. So now as my mom is now done with the residential school, she's now becoming a young adult. She leaves Saskatchewan, moves to Edmonton, and she's now making Edmonton home. My mother never dealt with all the traumatic things that had happened to her at a young age. You see, my mom didn't know who she could talk to or who she could trust. So my mother ended up turning to drugs and alcohol as a way to numb her pain. And as many of us know that, you know, drugs and alcohol isn't the solution. It really ends up tearing families apart. So I was born February 27, 1984. I came into a broken home. I came into a home where my mother was a full-blown drug addict. I grew up not knowing my father. My father actually got deported back to Nigeria while my mother was pregnant. So I know nothing of my dad other than pictures. And I remember as my mom was, I might have been about 6 or 8 years old, as we're going through these pictures of my father, my mom says, my boy, this is who your dad is. And I gotta be honest, as I was going through the pictures, I could see the resemblance. You see, my father was a very, very handsome man. And so I was like, you know what? I'll go ahead and call this guy Dad. But that's all I know my dad is, just pictures. But I'll be very honest. One of the things that bothered me the most growing up, not having a dad in my life, was I was gifted athletically. So I was involved in we had a basketball team, volleyball team, whatever we had at our school, I was involved in. But not having a dad, I would always think that after my game or during the game, my dad would enter into the gymnasium, surprise me, and be there to just show up. That was never the case. As I'm getting a little bit old, I'm about 10 years old now. There's a man in my mom's life, maybe not more than 6 months. But I remember approaching this man as he's sitting on the couch watching TV. His name was Adam, and I said, can I call you Dad? The man looked me at the face and said, he didn't say it rudely, but he says, JR, you're not my son. You cannot call me Dad. 10 years old, just putting myself out there, wanting to be accepted, wanting somebody that I could call Dad, to not having to deal with, this type of rejection. So now as my mom is struggling with her addiction, she's now in and out of rehab. And so oftentimes she would drop me off at different babysitters' places. I remember this one time my mom says, my boy, I'll be back to pick you up tomorrow. Well, tomorrow ended up turning into 2 days, 3 days, it had gone a whole week. I hadn't heard from my mom, and it wasn't until after the 7th day that she had finally picked me up and took me home. So I was raised downtown Edmonton, just off Jasper Ave, till I was about 10, almost 11 years old. And then we moved to the north side in this low-income housing unit. There used to be blue townhouses right by Commonwealth Stadium. And so my mom is still struggling with her addictions. She now found a new babysitter to drop me off at. In this new place, at first, everything seemed to be okay. See, there was a man that was there. He'd take me out front. We played road hockey in the front yard. We'd throw the football in the back. But after about 6 months, things started to change. Things started to shift. As my mom would now go to drop me off, she could never figure out why. I would clutch on and I'd grab my mom. And I'd beg her, I'd say, Mom, I don't want to stay here. I don't want to be here. My mother would always kiss me on the forehead and tell me everything was going to be okay. Well, everything wasn't okay. Because after that 6 months, things started to change. And as I'm now starting to let my guard down, thinking that this will be that positive male influence that I've been looking for my whole life. And that moment of being vulnerable is when I'm now being taken advantage of. Now being sexually abused by a man that I thought was going to be that positive male figure I've been longing for. So I remember many nights I would cry myself to sleep. I couldn't understand why these type of things were happening to me. I thought something was wrong with me. And so I remember I was so ashamed and embarrassed of the things that were happening, I wouldn't dare talk about it. So what I would do is I'd start fights at school as a way to unleash my anger. After being suspended a few times, the principal brings me into his office and says, JR, if you get into one more fight, we're going to have to expel you. You got to get involved in some sort of sport that allows you to get out your built-up aggression. He says, JR, why don't you try and play football? Football is one of the sports you can run around, hit people, and not get in trouble. And so I calmly looked at my principal. I said, you mean to tell me this game of football, I could run full speed at somebody, try and take their head off, and I won't end up in your office? He looks at me and says, yes, that's exactly what you can do. And so I'm like, where do I sign up? I'll never forget my first football practice. It was like love at first sight. I'm running around, I'm smashing people, people are hitting me. But it's the first time in my young little life that I had coaches there building me up, telling me great job, building up my self-esteem. It was also the first time that I found something that I was extremely passionate about. I realized then that I might have an opportunity to take this football thing to a whole nother level. So now as I'm about 15 years old, growing up on welfare, there are often times where I didn't know where I was going to get my next meal from. So what I would do, I lived close to a mall in Edmonton called Kingsway Garden Mall. And what I would do is I'd go to the food court and I'd hover around. There's an A&W. I'm not sure if it's still there at Kingsway Garden Mall, but there's an A&W in the area. And I'd hover around, and what I would do is I'd now watch other people eat. Again, I didn't have money to buy food, but what I would do is I would hope and pray that people would leave their leftover tray and not throw it away, because if they didn't, I would then sit down and eat other people's leftover food. You see, that was my childhood reality. Oftentimes people ask, JR, if you could change anything from your childhood, what would it be? I'll be very real, tell people nothing. The things that I've gone through have made me the man that I am today. You see, it's a choice. I no longer choose to allow the abuse to have a negative impact on my life. That was stuff that I couldn't control as a young boy. Growing up without a father wasn't my choice. That was my father's choice, not to be involved in my life. I'll tell you what, I promise that by him being absent in my life has made me a better man today. Because I have two young boys, 18 and, well, they're not that young anymore, 18 and 16. But I promise you this, my two young boys will know who dad is until the time that I'm gone. And that's a choice. Maybe you're sitting here this afternoon and you can relate to some of the things that I'm talking about. Maybe you're sitting here and say, JR, you know what? I have family members that struggle with addiction. Maybe you've been abused, or you grow up not knowing your father or one of your parents. That cycle doesn't have to continue. It can stop with you. It has now stopped with me, knowing that my kids will always know who I am. I will always be there for my two little boys. So now I'm getting a little bit older, and I realized that I had an opportunity to take this football thing to a whole nother level. Here's me after one of my provincial football championships. But now in my senior year, I've realized that I had an opportunity to get a scholarship. I had 4 Division I schools in the States willing to give me a full ride scholarship. I had almost every university in Canada offer me a scholarship to play football. Now I'm faced with having to make some choices. You see, I thought I was such a good athlete that these universities do whatever it takes to get me into the school. So I stopped going to class, I stopped handing in assignments, came to a point where I didn't end up having enough credits to graduate. And I'll never forget, the coach from Central Florida, he flew up to Edmonton and asked for my transcripts, my marks, before they could offer me a scholarship. And so as I'm now sitting across the table from this coach, I pass him the sheet across the table. He's looking over my grades, and I can see him. His face turns red. He's visibly mad. He says, JR, you've just wasted my time. Not only have you wasted my time, but you've wasted my school's money. He said, at some point, you got to grow up and be the man of your house. Not only be the man of your house, but make your mother proud. He knew a little bit of what was going on in my living situation. He dropped me off at home, and that was it. That was the last time I talked to that coach. But it made such an impact because I knew then and there that I wanted to play football. I'd always wanted to have an opportunity to go down and play college football in the States. So that summer, I did summer school. Hated every part of it, but I knew it was necessary. So then I started playing junior football for a team called the Edmonton Huskies. I played 3 years with the Edmonton Huskies. And after my 3rd year, I got an opportunity to go pro. Oh no, I got a scholarship, sorry. I finally got ready to go to university. And so some family friends, we went on a camping trip as a going away party before I went to university. And on our way back, my cell phone rings, I pick up the phone, and it's the head coach of the Edmonton Elk now. His name was Danny Machochi at the time. He says, JR, we've been following your junior football career. We want to give you an opportunity to try out for our football club. So I spoke for a few more moments. I ended up hanging up the phone. But now I start calling all my bros, family members, letting them know I got a shot to go pro, to playing for my hometown team, a team I grew up watching. It was in that moment of me trying to celebrate was when I found out who my real friends were. A lot of my friends said, JR, it's absolutely unheard of for anybody to go from playing junior football to making that jump to playing professional football. We don't think you're big enough. We don't think you're strong enough. We don't think you're fast enough. And so now I'm listening to all this negativity from my so-called friends, and it's really starting to weigh me down. One of my best friends could see the negative impact that it was making on me. He pulls me aside and he gives me a deadly bannock slap. Just, yeah. He didn't give me a bannock slap, I'm just lying. But he pulled me aside and he said, JR, If the Edmonton Eskimos didn't believe in you, they wouldn't have picked up the phone. You see, this is professional sports. They don't have time to play games. I said, you know, you're absolutely right. All this negativity that I was getting from my so-called friends, family. I said, I wanted to use that to fuel the fire within. I wanted to shut these haters up. So 2005, I go to training camp with Edmonton. I played on defense. I came in the league as a corner. So I go to training camp 2005. I had the best training camp that any defensive player had during training camp. But I'll never forget our first preseason game. We're playing against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. The quarterback throws the ball to the guy I'm covering. I step in front. I get an interception. The crowd goes wild. As I'm looking throughout the stadium at Commonwealth Stadium, watching people celebrate, and I'm celebrating with my teammates, at a moment where I kind of looked through and I started thinking of all those people that said I wasn't big enough, I wasn't strong enough, I wasn't fast enough. Well, guess what? Those people had to buy a ticket to watch me live out my childhood dream. And so I'll never forget, and I say this to so many other people, especially in our indigenous communities, we have so many people that are trying to do good. And it's like a crab in the bucket. We see one person that's trying to make something out of their life. We get a whole bunch of people that latch on and try and hold you back. Prove those people wrong. Don't let anybody, you can't be this or you can't do that. We spent the last almost 2 days listening from amazing indigenous speakers. It's the first time where I've been a part of so many influential people, young people. I said it earlier in the question, you can't be what you can't see. Every single person in this room, we've seen lawyers, scientists, other professional athletes, people that are using their platform. There's no reason why you can't be whatever it is you want to be. The people that were here earlier today, yesterday, are proof that dreams come true. But it starts with a choice. You got to learn to surround yourself with other like-minded individuals. Because if you don't, you'll never obtain whatever it is that you want to be in life. So now after our last preseason game, they have about 50 rookies in a cafeteria. They let you know if you made the team. They call you in the office one by one to let you know if you made the team or not. So there's about 50 rookies. It got down to 5. I was one of the 5 rookies that were left. They pull me into the office. I'm sitting across the head coach and the general manager. And the general manager says, JR, we like what you've done here in training camp. We want to offer you a contract to play professional football. And I'll never forget, as he slid that contract, all I was thinking in my mind was like, I had actually never really worked on my signature before. And so they slid that piece of paper and I just had to sign this little dotted line. I took that pen, it's a true story, I signed my name all over that bottom part of the paper. Just thought I was real deadly. The next day, it's a true story, the next day they called me back in the office and they said, JR, we asked you to sign on the dotted line, not all over the piece of paper. And I was like, I'm sorry, I was so excited. I really was. It'd almost be like one of these cookums in here winning a big satellite bingo. Yeah. Or winning at the casino. You don't want to get too excited because you get family members trying to borrow money off of you. Yeah. But now I'd made it, I signed the contract. I'm playing for my hometown team. This is a picture from 2008. But I'm playing for my hometown team, a team that I dreamt of one day running out of the igloo. I'd idolized guys like Henry Gizmo Williams, Warren Moon that had played for Edmonton way back in the day. So now I'd made it. 21 years old in my hometown. I'll be very honest. I did not know how to handle success. The media were now building me up so much, calling me the hometown hero. I was starting to believe the hype, thinking that I was invincible. I'd worked so hard to become a pro. Now they have me on billboards as you enter into the city, commercials. They gave me a brand new truck. Partway through that 2000 season, I became such a hot mess. I started drinking, I started doing drugs. I became such a distraction to the team that halfway through the season, the head coach brings him in his office, says, JR, you're not the same person that we brought here in training camp. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to release you and send you back down to your junior football team. I remember leaving his office being extremely disappointed. But the thing that hurt the most in 2005, Edmonton went on to win a Grey Cup championship. I wasn't part of that championship team because of the stupid choices that I was making at that point in my life. I should be passing around 2 rings instead of 1.
But I'm a very firm believer that things happen for a reason. I needed that. I needed to be humbled. So 2006 comes along, Edmonton calls me back. They said, JR, we're gonna give you one more opportunity to prove to us you have what it takes to be a pro, not just on the field, but off the field as well. So I go to training camp, I make the team. Personally, things are great because I'm playing pro football again. As a team, we absolutely sucked. They went from winning a championship the year before to now 2006, we didn't make the playoffs. First time in 34 years, Edmonton didn't make the playoffs. Fast forward 2007, still trash. 2008, you think you get a little bit better. Still trash. Kind of like the Rough Riders. It's fighting words, I don't care. But partway through that 2008 season, we're playing against Winnipeg. I'm running down the field, and as I'm running down the field, I hit the guy in front of me. As I hit the guy in front of me, my right leg is sticking out like this. As my right leg is sticking out like that, one of the dirty Winnipeg players runs by. Yeah, he wasn't dirty. Runs by, hits my leg with his knee, snaps my leg in half. The break was so loud, you could hear it echo throughout the stadium. So if this was my leg, my bone pushes out this way, my foot is pointed in the opposite direction. So I'm lying on the ground, I'm crying, I'm a hot mess. Like, oh yeah, somebody call my coco. Tell her to bring the bear grease. I didn't say that, but I was crying, I was a hot mess. So I'm lying on the ground and our team doctor runs up to me, looks at my leg, and this is what he does. He goes, JR, it doesn't look good. Shut up, of course it doesn't look good. My bone's pushed out this way, my foot's pointed in the opposite direction, like just lie to me. Tell me everything's gonna be okay. Ambulance comes on the field, they start pumping me full of morphine, they take me to the hospital. I have 3 surgeries on my right leg. At the end of the season, I meet with our team doctors. Our team doctor says, JR, the way you shattered your leg, you probably won't play professional football again. So I'm out all of 2009 season, learning how to walk again. It was such a bad break. My bone had literally just exploded. So I'm out 2009. 2010 comes around, I'm running again, running full speed. So I go back to Edmonton. This is April 2010. I go to an open trial for Edmonton. I have put up great numbers. I'm sitting with the guy in the green whose name was Danny Machocha. I'm sitting in his office after my trial, and he says, JR, you put up pretty good numbers, but we don't think your leg will hold up, so we're not gonna bring you in. So then I flew to BC the next week, worked out for the BC Lions, had a great camp, or a great trial. I'm then sitting with the head coach, Wally Buono, in his office. He says, JR, we'd like to bring you in, but in order for us to bring you in, we've got to release one of our veteran players. And so I calmly looked at Wally, I'm like, cut the man, I need a job, bring me in. And he was like, JR, it's not that easy, give us a few weeks. And I was like, Coach, I don't have a few weeks because Winnipeg was actually gonna fly me out the following week to work me out. And so he said, get him to cancel your flight. Give us a few days go by, they send me a contract. I sign the contract, now I go to training camp. I go to training camp in Kamloops with BC. I end up making the team. Fast forward now, second last game of the season. We're playing Edmonton. And when I play sports, like I love to talk trash. I love to get under people's skin. Off the field, I'm a super nice guy. Smile, super nice, super approachable. On the field, there's any athletes in the room. We've seen some of the pro athletes. You flip the switch and it's go time. So there I am talking trash to some of my former teammates. Like, let them know, like, if I get an opportunity to hit you, I'm gonna give you everything that I got. So off to the Edmonton sideline, there's also that doctor that said I wouldn't play professional football again. So I go up to that little munyao, that little white doctor, and I'm like, hey, doc. Had a little smart grin on my face. I said, I made it back. First play of the game, we kick the ball off to Edmonton. I'm running full speed down the field. I get about 5 yards down the field, and they bring a little man to try and block me. Matter of fact, come up here. Yeah, you, come on, stump out there, hurry up. I'm on a time limit here. Oh, real slow this one, jeez. What's your name?
I'm Raymond.
Raymond?
Raymond.
Nice to meet you, Raymond, I'm JR. So you see this picture right here? We're gonna reenact this picture right here. So I'm serious, I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna put you right in that teepee, you can go to sleep real quick. I'm just kidding, go sit down, let's get out of here. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna play a few clips. So if I ever did hit Raymond, this is what it would look like.
First and 15. Willie sets out. Got him. Oh, ball came loose. That's the newcomer. Justin Wilson drilled by J.R. LaRose.
Out of Delaware State, welcome to the next level. J.R. LaRose.
So my Saskatchewan faithful.
First half Saskatchewan. Big to Sheets. Raj Smith took a big hit. Hello. J.R. LaRose unloads since Raj Smith isn't getting up yet. J.R. LaRose going to step up and try and rob the curl, and he just puts the shoulder right in the chest. Tosh Smith with the hit route.
I wasn't going to do you dirty like that, my man Raymond. So now we kick the ball off to Edmonton. I'm running full speed. They bring a little man like Raymond to try and block me. I put my helmet in the middle of his chest. Boom, knock him back. The returner catches the ball. He's running towards me. He gets about 10 yards away from me. In my mind, I'm like, whoo, I'm going to hit this man so hard. I get 5 yards away from him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the returner's lead blocker. Now, the lead blocker, he was a little bit bigger than me. I was fearless. Mario, stand up real quick. You don't come up here, though. You're too big. Just stand up. He's a little bit about his size, but probably about way more muscle, a lot more handsomer. But I said, I'm fearless. I'm going to hit that man just as hard as I hit the other little man. So as I go to launch myself into what seemed this giant of a man, as soon as we made contact, it was like running into a brick wall. That man hit me so hard, my whole body just started to shake. You ever see one of those bobblehead dolls just bobbing like this? So I hit the guy. Now he's pushing me backwards. As he's pushing me backwards, I plant my right leg in the ground like this to stop me from going back. As soon as I plant my right leg like this, one of my clumsy teammates falls on my leg, chops my leg down like this. The giant of a man pushes me back. I break my leg. I dislocate my ankle. I tear all the tendons in my foot. So now I'm lying on the ground, but this time I'm not crying. And I'm going to tell you why I didn't cry the second time I broke my leg. The first time when I broke my leg, TSN had a close-up of my face. And I don't know about you when you're hurt, but I'm an ugly crier. Like I make that ugly, like, there's nothing cute about that face, right? But you know when you let the air out, you gotta let the air back in. So picture this, TSN has a close-up of my face. I let the air out, bring it back in. And when you cry that hard, when you do that, that's when you know you're really hurt. So I bring the air in. Now you obviously have got to let the air back out. So picture this again. On national TV, TSN has a close-up of my face. I brought the air back in. Now I got to let the air out. So for some stupid reason, I decided not to let the air out of my mouth. So now as I go to let the air out of my nose on national TV, I got the biggest snot bubble, just bloop. To this day, my friends still make fun of me for having a snot bubble come out on national TV. So now the second time that I broke my leg, I'm lying on the ground, I'm not moving, and I wear a visor. You can see in some of the videos, like you can't see my eyes, I have a dark visor. One of my best friends on the team runs up to me, says, JR, get up. You're slowing down the game. This is the first play. All I could do is point at my leg. He looks at my leg, he starts freaking out. He starts waving the medical staff over. Our team doctors come running up to me and they look at my leg. Well, don't say much. But let me tell you something. At every major sporting venue, they're supposed to have an ambulance on hand. That day, the ambulance was running late. So what do I see come out of the players' entrance? This ugly green John Deere cart. Pulls up beside me. Three of my teammates lift me up, put me in the back of this cart. take me to the dressing room. I'm waiting for the ambulance. So the ambulance finally comes, it arrives. Oh no, sorry, it doesn't come in. I'm still waiting for it. But now the doctor cuts the tape off my cleats. I wore tape on my cleats, it's like an ankle brace. And as soon as he removed the cleat from my foot, that's when he'd realized that I had a dislocated ankle. My ankle was now pushed out to the side. So the doctor says, JR, as soon as the ambulance gets here, they got to take you in for surgery to repair your leg. But before they do that, we've got to pop your ankle back into place. So I look at the doc, I said, so doc, are you going to give me any pain medication so I don't feel anything? He says, no, anything, we don't have an IV to give you, so anything we give you orally is going to take, 20, 30 minutes before it kicks in. It's going to be too late. He says, JR, this is what I need you to do. I need you to put your gloves in your mouth, bite down as hard as you can. On the count of 3, I'm going to pop your ankle back into place. So picture this, my leg's broken. Doc, you're going to pull on my broken leg to pop my ankle back into place. All he says is 1. I start breathing real fast. 2. Pop! I opened up my eyes. I looked around that dressing room. I made sure there are no cameras in that dressing room. As soon as I realized there are no cameras in that dressing room, I started freaking out. I'm crying, I'm yelling. I was really more pissed off though because he lied to me. He said 3 and did it on 2. Yeah. Treat me like INAC, just lying here. Just kidding. So now the ambulance, 5 minutes goes by, they come back, take me to the hospital. I have 2 more surgeries on my right leg. So my right leg is like little Home Depot. I got a titanium rod from my knee down to my ankle. I got 4 screws, 2 screws, a long metal plate on the outside of my ankle. Airport nightmare. So now I'm out again, obviously the rest of the season. I meet with our team doctors end of the year. Our team doctor says, JR, the way you broke the same leg twice, it's absolutely unheard of for anybody to come back from that type of injury, especially breaking the same leg twice the way you've done it. He says, JR, will allow you to stay here, do your rehab, but just know we're going to bring someone else in to take your spot. And so I honestly thought my football career was done. 5 months go by, I'm running full speed again. Edmonton brings me back, BC brings me back. They couldn't believe I'm running full speed. They bring me back on the team. It's now 2011. Week 6, we're playing against Saskatchewan. Getting ready to give them a real deadly licking. But partway through that practice week in 2010, but week 6, I get pulled out of practice by our general manager. He tells me to go to his office and that I need to call home, that there's been a family emergency. I call family back in Edmonton. They'd let me know that my mom had passed away. They found my mom earlier that morning. And I know I talked about my mom being a drug addict for so many years, but my mom was somebody that I truly looked up to, especially when I sat with her through the adjudicative process of understanding what my mom had gone through the residential school. My mother was a hero to me. I got my warrior spirit from my mom. And so I remember breaking down in the office crying. They flew me home that afternoon, and I get picked up at the airport, family, sister. I stayed in Edmonton for about a day and a half, helped my family get the funeral arrangement set up, and then I flew back home to BC. We had a game to play. So we ended up playing Saskatchewan. We beat Saskatchewan. We went on like a 9-game win streak, became first place in the CFL, which means we had a first-round bye in the Western Final. We're playing Edmonton. We beat Edmonton. Now I'm playing in the biggest game of my career, Grey Cup Championship in BC Place, in front of 56,000 screaming fans. You talk about an electric experience. I'll never forget walking into that stadium 2 hours before kickoff, looking in the stands, seeing people from all over Canada coming to celebrate the Grey Cup Championship. I remember being a young boy running around my backyard, pretending to hoist a wooden trophy, thinking that was the championship. So now 2011, we end up playing Winnipeg. We beat Winnipeg. Now I'm standing on stage. My family was there. There's a picture of my youngest son at the bottom. Standing on stage, when I realized that my childhood dream had finally come to pass. After the celebrations in the locker room, I had a moment where I was able to reflect on my life. You see, it would have been so easy to want to have that victim mentality. It would have been so easy to blame other people. But I knew at a young age One day I was gonna have kids, and I didn't want my kids to go through the exact same thing that I had went through. I wasn't gonna allow my situation to become my excuse in life. And so I wanna leave this with you. I said it earlier. We've seen all the successful people, lawyers, chiefs, other professional athletes. You can't be what you can't see, but now we have seen it. There's no reason why we can't have other people 5 years from now, 10 years from now, up here giving presentations, giving hope. I'm living proof that dreams do come true, but it starts with a choice. Don't be afraid to dream big. Anything is possible. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here this afternoon and sharing my story. Hi, hi. Thank you. Do we got time for Q&A while they're setting up, or for the next, I don't know where my man, do we get time for Q&A, or while they're setting things back up for the next group? Okay. Do I have any questions? Okay, we'll put it to the group. Any questions? Any questions? All right, we got one right here. I don't know where the other mic is. We'll go shh, so I can hear the question, please. Shh. Mario.
Hi, my name is Samuel Bird, and my question is, how long did it take you for your second recovery?
I was running full speed in like 5 months, 4.5, 5 months after the second time I broke my leg. I don't know if the doctors are better in BC than they were in Edmonton, but.
How about the first one?
The first one, it took me 1.5 years. Yeah, it was that bad of a break, and then I had issues with my Achilles tendon as well, so it was a hot mess.
When you had your second injury, did you have any thoughts like you wanted to give up, or like you thought your career was over?
That's a great question. I did. I honestly thought that my career was going to be done. I didn't know anybody that came back from that type of injury the way I broke my leg twice. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Anybody else got a question for me? I really can't see. Yep. Oh, don't even give this guy the mic. Go ahead. No, you're good. All right, any other questions? I can't see with these lights in my eyes here. Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Don't ask me nothing when I get down here either then. Yeah. Oh, in the front? Sorry, yep.
What's your favorite team you played on?
Oh, that's a great question. BC by far, because I won a championship. There's one in the back there with the hat, or in the middle.
I just wanted to ask, how is it making friends on your teams? Because I know in my experience with the Army and stuff like that, that you become like absolutely best friends with the people who go through the rough stuff with you. And like, how is it in football?
That's what I love about sports. It's similar to the Army, is you have each other's back, regardless, right? And especially football, it's, aside from MMA, there's no other sport that is as aggressive, and as well as rugby as well. But it's, all throughout my years of playing football, I still have friends to this day, from when I played community football all the way into the pros. And it is, like you said, it's a special bond. So it was easy to make friends because you're with these guys all the time. So yeah, that was a really good question. Thank you. Anything else? Oh, there's someone in the back? Nope. Oh, right there.
How much trophies did you win?
How many children do I got?
Trophies?
Oh, yeah. I was gonna start counting. Yeah. How many do I claim? Oh, I'm just kidding. How many? I only won one Grey Cup, but at every level that I've played at, I've won a championship. So I won 2 at high school, 2 junior football, and then 1 in the pros. So. All right. Oh, right over there. So we'll do one more.
Yeah.
Okay, one more. This last one.
My question is, what different career would you choose or chosen if you weren't in football?
Oh, that's a great question. I was going to go to school to be a social worker, and only because I wanted to work with youth. So, I mean, obviously I didn't end up doing that. But yeah, that's a good question. I wanted to be a social.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody out in Facebook, YouTube land, social media. Then we've got myself, Willis Janvier Houchet, and Inte Las Tuazi, and
Roberta Beatty Siglason. And Igua. We
Igua.
have here our current youth representative. Introduce yourself.
Oh, yes. Hi, everybody. My name is Darian Lonechild. I am the current FSIN youth representative. I come from the White Bear First Nation in Treaty 4 territory.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us here, Darian. And let's get in about being a youth representative. What does it mean to you to be to represent the youth for the past 6 years now? I've heard, because of 4 years. So, what has it been like for you?
Well, honestly, this opportunity has been life-changing for me. It gave me the opportunity to see myself as an advocate for First Nations youth in Saskatchewan. And so what the role entails basically is being a voice, but most importantly, you need to be a listening ear. And I think that's incredibly important when you get into this role. You need to be a listening ear to the peers in your community, to urban Indigenous youth and youth who are in First Nations in the north, the south. There's a lot of unique perspectives in this region. And so I think it's important to put yourself out there and to be a friend to many other youth, so they feel comfortable enough to come to you with priorities and issues that are important to them, so you can be a voice and speak on their behalf. So in 2018, I was elected, and I was also elected with the male youth representative, Roland Baldhead. And so together we recognized that there were some things that are really important to us personally. And so personally to me, I wasn't fortunate enough to grow up with knowing my language or with ceremonies. And so it wasn't until my teenage years where I had to actively seek that out. And so Roland and I discussed that about our personal stories. And so we decided to organize culture camps and give urban Indigenous youth an opportunity to learn land-based education, to be able to experience ceremony and practices that really make that are integral to Indigenous identity. And so we were fortunate enough to be able to host culture camps, one in Standing Buffalo and then one in Grandmother Bay. And so we did one in the summer and we did one in the winter. And so it was a wonderful opportunity. And so when you're elected as the youth representative, you're also automatically put on the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council. And so with that, you represent the collective region of Saskatchewan along with other representatives across the country. And so basically you come together and you discuss priorities that are happening in your region and bouncing ideas off one another and collectively coming up with issues that you want to advocate together. And so that was such a highlight, I think, in the last 4 years, has been being able to meet other outstanding and vocal youth across the region. And it's been really incredibly, it's been an honor, honestly, to serve.
And with the culture camps that you've been able to do, like how has that affected, like from COVID and whatnot? Did you guys have to do like hybrid?
Actually, before we were able to host the culture camps before COVID hit. So once COVID did hit, we were kind of at a standstill, honestly, and so that was really difficult. But so yeah, we were fortunate enough to be able to host these culture camps before the pandemic.
Okay. And I know you guys had like a lot of opportunities to like travel around the country and whatnot. How was that experience was like for you guys?
It was absolutely an incredible experience. I've been to places that I've never had the opportunity to go. So one of the things that were really important to us on the Assembly of First Nations is to bring attention to the climate crisis. And so in Wendake, Quebec, we were able to host a national gathering on climate, environmentalism, and water. And so being able to go and travel to Wendake was really interesting because I don't speak French. And so going into like Quebec City and stuff like that, I was kind of like a little bit intimidated. It was like, I only speak English.
You say Ganawage? Is that where you
Wendake.
went? Wendake, okay.
Yeah, Wendake. Yeah.
Okay, Kanawake is a different reserve
Yeah,
in,
yeah, it
in
is.
Quebec. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what you said.
But we also had the opportunity to travel to New York City, actually, to attend the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, and so it was an incredible opportunity. New York is such a big city, so that was intimidating as well. But going to this large forum and listening to many Indigenous leaders talk and share powerful messages was also really inspiring for us. That we could go back home and take those messages home and feel empowered. And so, yeah, traveling is definitely a part of the role. I was able to go all across Saskatchewan to different powwows and high school graduations and deliver messages of empowerment and motivation. And that felt really incredible. One of the things that I was really fortunate to be a part of was anti-drug walks that youth organized. So in Piapot First Nation was one that was really memorable. And then also in Cody's was another anti-drug walk. And so being able to just share space with young people who are wanting to collectively take a stand against drug dealers in the community. It was really empowering. It was really powerful to see. And I think that's one of the most memorable moments in the role.
All right, Darian, a lot of good stuff and a lot of reflecting back on. We've got a few good young people here who are going to take the reins here. And tomorrow, I guess, what is something, message you leave for them as they take on, whoever gets elected to take on the role? What is the message you leave for them?
The message that I want to leave with the incoming youth representatives is that I need our young people to know that their voice is so integral. It's so needed within the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. Sometimes you feel like you don't have a seat at the table, but sometimes you got to go out there and you got to use your voice and demand a seat at the table because we have a lot of valuable perspectives to provide. And so I think never give up. And just remember that you have a place here and your perspective is incredibly important to advance our people and our nations.
Tapuide, kada we got spaghetti, never give up. Sana ma.
Top way, good stuff. Well, I want to thank you, Darian, for joining us here and sharing that with us. We're going to take it back to the presenter right now, Mario Hennick. Must see show.
You say.
Money. You know why I sold drugs for money? Because we didn't have any money. I didn't become a gangster to live this high functioning, fashionable life like everyone thinks that gangsters are. I did it to try to get out of the struggle. And I wanted to be the best damn gangster that I could be. And you know what that brought me? A whole lot of pain and struggling and hardships. Now I'm trying to paint a story here. A young kid from the reserve. I grew up in the reserve. I spent 12 years in my reserve. I moved to Saskatoon at 13 with nothing and nobody. I had an auntie and another auntie that I considered my mother. No father in sight, same thing. I had no friends. I moved to Saskatoon. I had no money. I had nothing. And for me, the only opportunity that I had at that time was to join a gang. And it wasn't even the fact that it was a sense of belonging, but it was some place that I could go that was better than the life that I had at home. And all my friends were doing it. So I thought, why shouldn't I? It's crazy how these things, that you become a product of your environment. If you're around people that are successful, you're going to become successful. If you're a young native in the hood hanging out with gangsters, you're going to become a gangster. And that's the truth. I didn't know at the time where it was going to take me. I didn't know all the mistakes that I'd make. I didn't know all the pain and suffering that I would cause my people. All I knew is I was just trying to survive. Talked about it here. Andre talked about it. I was 15 years old. At 15 years old, I had already done so many horrendous things. And I thought they were cool. I thought I was down for the cause. I had no regrets, no remorse. I didn't care about what I did. I didn't care whether I lived or died. I just thought this was my life and this is what I was meant to do. And at that time, it was a dark and lonely place because it took me to the bottom of the barrel. I was 15 years old. How many people in here are 15 or younger? Raise your hand.
We got a few people. Okay, so imagine this, being 15. At 15 years old, I was charged for attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, home invasion, break and enter with assault. A young Native kid just lost. I did all these things because I was hurting inside. I was angry. I was mad at the world. I didn't have money. I wanted to belong. I wanted to survive. I wanted the things that I never had. And so I went out and I thought that these were the things that were going to make me happy and make me successful and do all the things that I needed. But the reality was, 15 years old, I sat in a jail cell. I remember those guards, they came up to me laughing at me. And I said, why are you laughing? They said, oh, you messed up. I said, why? You're looking at 7 years in jail. I was 15 years old. I sat there with my head down thinking, this ain't the life I want to live. Because the reality of it, do drugs, you're in gangs, you're either going to end up two places if you're lucky, jail or death. If not, you're going to suffer and live a life on the street. I've seen it so many times before. All the people that I grew up with, all the people that I consider my brothers and my sisters, if we didn't bury them, then they're sitting in a cell. And if they're not sitting in a cell, they're on the street. And these are our indigenous people. These are our young people. These are our cousins or nephews or aunties or uncles or nieces. And they're out there suffering and hurting. We talk about intergenerational trauma and some of the effects that it has on our people, our addiction, poverty, gangs, mental health, and depression. These are some key notes that our people face, especially as young indigenous people. But I'm here to tell you that your voice does matter. Wherever you're from, regardless of how old you are, where you come from, who you are, what people tell you. If you believe in yourself, you can ignite the fire within and do the things that people think that aren't possible. And I've been seeing that here. I've been seeing people come in here, talk about how they were doubted, how people didn't believe. And other people came and said, no, man, you ain't gonna do it. And so for me at 15 years old, I did 13 months in a secure custody facility on 22-hour lockdown. I sat in a cell by myself, 4 walls, out a window. I couldn't even look out of my window. I had 3 books, 2 pencils, 1 eraser. And that was it. I knew I was guilty for the things that I did. I knew that I was feeling the remorse of the things that I did because all I could do is think about my thoughts and the things that I've done to the people that I had hurt. And I thought, well, now what do? Do I give up or do I try to find a better way of life? I said, you know what? I'm guilty. We had this organization called Straight Up come in and they talked to us. I said, you can leave the gang, you can. And when I heard people's stories about how they left the gang, I said, I want to do that. So the first thing I did, after spending 13 months in 22-hour lockdown on remand at the age of 15 in Kilburn Hall, I said, you know what, I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I pled guilty. I did my time. I got out. I told my gang, you know what? I don't want to live this life anymore. And they said, you know what, you did your time, you pled guilty to everything, you took the time, we'll let you walk. And so at that time, I got out at 17 years old because I had to do 2 years. I was sentenced to 3 years. I got out at 17. I met some great people. I did some speaking. But the reality was I had left the gang, but I was still doing things that gangsters did. I was still doing drugs. I was still doing the things. And so what happened was I ended up going to the pen shortly after. I was 17. It was 2 days before my 18th birthday. I was in a head-on collision while texting and driving under the influence. The cops came and they put the cuffs on me, threw me in the back of the car. And I just remember them, being in the hospital and them saying after I was in the car accident, they said, Mara Henneke, under arrest. I was 17 years old, 2 days before my 18th birthday. They said, you're under arrest. I had just finished doing 2 years in prison. And I'll never forget that day they told me. I was driving. I was in a car accident on Circle Drive. They said, Mara Henneke, under arrest for dangerous driving causing death and impaired driving causing death. When I was 17, I was on a head-on collision that killed a 70-year-old man. And I knew at that moment, if I kept living the life that I was living, once again, I was either going to end up in jail or death. But this time I had done something that I could never take back, no matter how many stories that I said. And I was just a young kid. Just a young kid. And for the system, I was just another young Native kid that was never going to make it. That's what they told me anyway. I got super connected with my spirituality and who I am as an individual. I worked out every day. I never gave up. Once again, I pled guilty to everything that I was facing. I said, you know what? I did it. I'm guilty. I can't hide. I can't take back what I did, but I could try to live a better life for the both of us. And so when I got out, it talks about it in my biography. I got out $500 in a backpack full of clothes. I took the first job that I could because I was 20 years old. I finished my grade 12 in the pen, but I had a criminal record, so I assumed that nobody was going to hire me. But I knew that I could work hard and achieve something. So I got out and I got this job at the halfway house for $15 an hour roofing. And I started roofing. I started roofing every day and roofing every day. And I became really good at it. And before I knew it, I was like, you know what? I'm going to start a company. It's like, I'm going to start a company. You know, because my business before was always selling drugs. So I figured, well, I could have a business in a legitimate space. And so I started to talk to people and I started to make it happen. You know, because at the end of the day, there's two types of people. People who talk about doing it and people who go out there and do it. And I wanted to be one of those guys that went out there and do it. So I did it. I started a company at 21 years old, Mario the Roofer. You know, those guys that told me that I'd never be nothing, that I couldn't accomplish anything, came back and said, oh, I knew you could always do something, man. I always believed in you. I'm like, I don't think you did, but okay, right on. You know, that's solid. With that being said, I started to work hard at it. I continued to do it, and I continue to do it today. But what I wanted to tell you today was that I wanted to leave you guys with a short and simple message, because I do believe that I'm probably over time. But I wanted to say that regardless of the things that you go through and the mistakes that you make, you can always turn it around no matter what other people think or say. So many of our people get caught up in these systems, and all they ever see is the bad. They only see the struggle, but they don't see the hustle. And so for me today, as an Indigenous person at the young age of 23 years old, I continue to come and I continue to share this message of hope and talk to each and every one of you that are sitting here in these chairs, because our families, our relatives, our friends are all susceptible to gangs, addictions, and jails. And they need to know that they are loved, that they do matter, and that their voices do matter regardless of the things that they have done. Because many of our people did these things because they never had another choice. I see it all the time. I see our people going in and out of foster care, group homes, growing up angry, growing up poor. So we need to continue to give hope and to lift each other up, because so many people hate on each other for the most dumb things. We need to look past our differences and find our similarity. As Indigenous people, we've been here since time immemorial, and we've learned to live together regardless of our nation. And this needs to continue to be implemented, to work together to build a healthier community. Because the only way to continue this life and to actually recognize that the struggle is real out there and people do die from addiction every day is to realize that we can start doing something about it. The opposite of addiction is connection. And once we can come together and align together like our Mother Earth that comes together like a circle like this, it's the circle of life. Everyone always talks about, oh, the medicine wheel, the medicine wheel, the medicine wheel. I always hear people talk about it: physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. And people will have three of those things, but one of the key things I see that are always missing from our people that I so thankfully learned while I was incarcerated was spirituality. We need to learn to reconnect with our spirits and reconnect who we are with Indigenous people, because for so long, We were told that, oh, you shouldn't go to ceremony. No, that's illegal. That's witchcraft, whatever. You shouldn't believe in this. So today I stand here as a proud spiritual man that does practice ceremony. And it's something that I continue to work on, continue to develop that relationship with a power greater than myself, because I've seen the places that me thinking I was God took me to the lowest of the low. When I started to give thanks, even for the little things. One of the big things that I tell myself every day is the opposite of self-pity is gratitude. Even if that means just being grateful for one little thing in your life. Being grateful for the food on your plate, grateful for the clothes that we have, the opportunities to even be here at this event. Because I remember being that age, missed school, I missed years of my life. Some people might call it a waste of life. I call it a time for me to learn to become a bigger, better, stronger man and learn wisdom that no other person can learn unless they live that experience. And so I come here today to speak about the things that I have went through, so hopefully you don't have to go through the same things. I call it addiction and gang awareness because the reality is these things are out there. And we need to be aware and we need to acknowledge it. We need to say, you know what? This is a pandemic. Our people are suffering. I work at the Friendship Center. I see people come in and go all the time. I feed them meals. And I think to myself, that's somebody's brother. That's somebody's sister. I'm sure many of us know people that are out there struggling. And so before I end this, I just wanted to say a quick prayer just to acknowledge the Creator and each and every one of you that are here. We give thanks, Creator, for this beautiful day and this opportunity to come together with one another and to come together with love with each other. I give thanks for our leadership and our elders and those that have come before us to show us a better way of life so that we don't have to go through the same struggles that they have went through. I give thanks for each and every one of you that have been a big part in this and have come together. I thank the Creator, Kismantos, for continuing to guide us in whatever journey we go through. Pray to the Creator that He continues to watch over us and guide each and every one of us, from the eldest to the youngest, to remind us that we're never alone. No matter where we are in our lives, we're never alone and that we are loved. I pray to the Creator for healthy families and a healthy community with each other where we can come together once again and love each other. I pray to the Creator that He continues to guide each and every one of us. I pray for those that are struggling on the streets with mental health and addiction. I pray for our people that are in hospitals, our people in jails that are lost. I pray to the Creator that He guides us through whatever struggles that we face, regardless if people see the pain or not. I pray that this pain goes away. I give thanks for the life, Mother Earth, and for the opportunity and the gift of the water that we have received. And not only the water, but Mother Earth for sustaining us since time immemorial for all the things that we do have. I pray that the Creator continues to carry our nations and will help us to lift each other up. I pray for the young people and the future generations that they hear these words that have been spread for the past few days and that their lives do matter. Their voices do matter. And we come together in a community setting like so, that we are loved together. Hey.
Thank you, Mario. So stay standing there. In our ceremonies, one of the highest recognitions that you have when you see our chiefs wearing war bonnets with all these eagle feathers. The eagle feather is one of the most important recognitions that you have, because when you recognize someone with an eagle feather, the spirit world, the Creator, Mamu Tawi Mausimanto, also recognizes that person. Because of the beautiful journey that Mario has shared with us, tonight I'm going to honor him with my eagle feather and recognize him as somebody who has overcome something great and something beautiful and is an inspiration for all of us. So thank you very much, Mario.
I don't know if you want to do questions or not, but
So, without further ado, before we get too far behind schedule, next we are going to have another Indigenous superstar he grew up right here in Saskatoon, I believe. Joey Styles is a well-known name in Indigenous communities as well as in the larger public across Canada and internationally. He has a solid track record in the music industry with mainstream radio hits, awards, a Juno nomination, a huge online presence, and an extensive list of tours, live shows under his belt. Joey has collaborated with some of the biggest names in the industry, and his music has featured in the Hollywood movie Wind River that delves into the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. He has appeared himself on Kevin Costner and Taylor Sheridan's Yellowstone television series on Paramount Television. His song Save Your Soul was featured in an opening episode of the explosive hit series. Styles' songs challenge society's views of Indigenous people with online streaming and tens of millions of collaborations with big names such as Dragonette, Bun B, and Ty Dolla $ign. He has showcased his talents to the delight of his fans. He overcame a troubled past and gained a respectable following while inspiring a generation of Canadian musicians, as well as recognized by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC, as one of the top 25 Canadian rappers of all time. Please welcome Joey Styles.
What's up, y'all? How you guys doing? So, after seeing your guys' performance, you guys put a lot of heat on me. I'm a little nervous up here. But I'm going to tell you guys my story and what I did to overcome all the obstacles I had in my life. Because you know one thing everybody on earth has in common? We all have struggles. Donald Trump has struggles. Justin Trudeau has struggles. LeBron James, all of us, highs and lows. So you see right here, I'm a proud overachiever. I was not supposed to be a rapper. I was not supposed to be on TV. I wasn't meant to be in movies. I was from Saskatoon. They're not supposed to be hip-hop stars doing that. So I got to learn how to use this thing real swift. So this is a little clip off a documentary which was on APTN. It showcases my life, what I've been through in the last years.
This is that's the hole right there. That's the real. This is the real Joey Styles right here. Sugar, sugar kid.
You're not gonna see your best friend from pass over to the other side. Met her at the discotheque. She stepped to me and was stylish.
Hey Joey, let me see your fish.
I'm a man who brag like Johnny Cash. Dirty minded, filthy trash. Filthy trash. Let's rock and roll. Rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. Oh, I'll sing you songs. I'm a bad young Ray, Indian outlaw. But she's coming home with me. She's all alone with me.
Even in like wars, I've had people want to kill me. You know, I've had people put money on my head. I took some of the elements of last year when I was trying to be a better person and kept some of those. But then I went back to the true nature of who I am, the nature of a beast, like straight outlaw, you know? Living it to the max and repping for a group of people that don't get proper representation, that we're looked down upon. Like people are saying we're alcoholics. They're trying to say that we belong in jail. They're trying to say that we're uneducated. They're trying to say that, you know, we don't look after our kids, man. Like there's a different side of us, and there's a reason why this monster is created. And I'm the perfect example of what it is. Nice.
Cutting. Chocolate twist, vanilla swirl. She's all alone with me.
Yeah. Styles.
So that's a little bit of what my life looks like. It's pretty crazy. Me and Jesus have been through so much stuff together. Jesus was the first guy when I wanted to start my record label. He was the first guy I put on. Remember that? In the basement, we were just recording on a little $500 setup, and now look where we are. And it's because we believed in ourselves, or kept our spirit strong. So this right here is the reason I have the spirit I have right there. That's my cookum. That was at a Sundance ceremony. So all the bullets that came my way, all the fights I seen where people were getting stabbed, all the bear mace and everything I went through with police, she kept me strong and rooted. She was like better than Mother Teresa. Never drank, never did drugs, never did alcohols. With one man, never went to bingo. So to me, she was the purest soul I ever met in my life. So when I was going down a dark place, I always had my spirituality. Like Mario was saying, a lot of people lose that. And when you lose that, you forget who you are. When you come here, I always tell people this. You come here, basically your spirit and your body is like a car. So if you're driving forward, right? And all of a sudden you look here, but you're trying to get to Vancouver, boom, you're going to crash. You look over here, you're trying to drive to Vancouver, crash. Rear of your mirror, crash. Why? Because you got to keep your eyes on the prize, stay focused. The same thing goes for life. Looking over here, comparing yourself to others. Looking over here, oh, this guy did this. This is no fair. The rear of your mirror, what does that represent? Your past. We all have a past. I guarantee you there's not one person in this room that hasn't been through something that's not fair. So tonight, when we perform, you're going to see my guys. I want to introduce them right now. Make a round of applause for Lancelot Knight, Jason Chiquita, and Dark Sean. I love these guys, and I love all you guys. I'm so grateful to be able to travel here. You guys are so much inspiration. Everybody that came here, because like I said, I wasn't supposed to be here. You know, there's so many things where if it wasn't for Creative Kichiwana 2, I wouldn't have been here. So culture. Late Frank Asipas was one of my teachers. Late Roderick Pelche is one of my teachers. Spirituality is my thing, you know? And this is where my story starts because it's intergenerational, right? That's what they say. You guys heard of intergenerational trauma? Who heard of it? It's like the stuff that your family goes through, your parents and your grandparents, it affects you. So we came from poverty. My father grew up with 12 brothers and sisters, or 9 brothers and sisters in here, plus 3 cousins that were raised as siblings in this house. So they were exposed to poverty. And there my father is right there with my mushum. And that's my mom who's right there who manages me now. What's up, Mom? Where you at? Oh, she's right there. I can't see. It's a lot of pressure up here. These lights are shining on my face. It's hot and sweaty. So my dad's story starts right here. Same kind of story as Mario. Ended up there for doing something that he didn't even do. He just took the blame for someone because he didn't want his older brother to go to jail. They used to take him to school, and he could have made jail a bad situation, became institutionalized, made it a cycle, you know, where you become a lifer, they call it, where you in, out, in, out, in, out. So many of my brothers and family, in, out, doing that dance. But no, he said, man, I have nothing to do in here. I'm bored. Well, I may as well do school. So he graduated grade 12. He got out of jail. He had his little pillowcase full like combs and toothpaste and toothbrushes from all the poker games he won. So that was me, a little white Nietzsche right there. You see that? Like the white buffalo. Just joking. But anyways, who likes free stuff? Cheaper than Walmart. Who likes free stuff? That's it. Come on, man. Let me see them hands. I got some stuff here I'm going to give away. I don't know where Dark Sean went. Well, I got a bunch of stuff. I got hats. I got shirts. I got watches. I got hoodies. I'm going to give some stuff away after because I appreciate you guys. And if you guys listen, then you have a chance to win that. And tonight, I'm going to throw a lot of that out at the concert. So this is me when I was little. And what do you guys see there? I see a bottle. I see 2 bottles. And I see a scissors. And I see a family. Happened to a lot of us, man. Happened to the best of us. Happened, you know what I'm saying? We all been through it. We all have our struggles. We all face it differently. So my mother ended up being a single mom. But before I go any further, I got to tell you guys who my heroes are. My mom and dad are my heroes. For real. Like, that's it. I don't care about any rapper, anybody on TV. None of that matters, man. My parents, my cookum, those are, you know, family. Again, that was my mother when she raised us. A proud Métis woman. She was actually the president of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan for a while. And, you know, we had a bright life. You know, some of the best memories I have in my life was when we were poor and we had nothing to do. So we just used our imaginations. We made toys or we went and built forts, and that was amazing. Again, young family, mom raising that. Look how many kids there are there. Mom, how many kids you have? 6 kids, right? How many grandkids? Almost 30 grandkids. Who has 30 grandkids in here? That's G if you ask me. So this is my pops. They actually call him G, speaking of G. Mason right here, you see the man right here in red? Funny thing is we used to travel with these guys everywhere across America. The team was called the Hoop Dancers. And you might know some of these guys. Some of them tried out in the NBA. Some of them played in the NBA. Along the way, you know, I was playing basketball. I was just a little dude, but I gave a lot of effort because I'm an overachiever. I do more than I'm supposed to do. I wasn't supposed to make the provincial basketball team. Too short, too little. But every day I was working on my verticals, taking shots, you know, working harder than everybody else. Never want to be outworked. But then this came along. Uh-oh. You guys know what this is? This is trouble right there. So people like me and Jesus, people like me and Jason, a lot of us brothers, we seen this stuff right here, NWA, Juice, Boys in the Hood, and we was like, yeah, this is us. This is cool. We want this. So we're influenced by the street. Same thing. I was playing basketball. Similar type of situation as Mario. I got in serious trouble when I was about 15 years old. The basketball community turned on me because I got charged for, at first they wanted attempted murder, then it got dropped to another one, then it got dropped to another one. Eventually, because of good behavior, you know, we worked it out, and I tried to change my life, and for a while I did. I was playing basketball, but I felt angry because my parents were going through their issues. You know, I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus. And when you're angry, hurt people. So I always use anger instead of sadness. You know, that was my medicine at the time when I was younger. So nowadays, this is your guys' Boys in the Hood of Menace to Society. You guys see that? Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Man, people are doing crazy challenges on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't believe everything you see. I know people that are faking it. They're just making content. They're not really like that in real life. Even some of these rappers I met, you know, I was living in Los Angeles, living in Atlanta, Georgia. I was living in Detroit. And you go meet with these rappers and you find out they're broke. I'm like, damn, I thought you were balling out the frame. But you can't believe what you see, man. TV's a lot of smoke and mirrors. These are me and my buddies right before life started to get kind of a little tricky. And again, one of my brothers there passed away from suicide. The other one went to jail for a murder. My cousin and my brother-in-law right there. We tried our hardest to be normal, to be in the gray area. You know, once in a while, go do something bad, then you feel guilty, so then you go do something good, then you go back, and it's that dance back and forth in the gray area. But my cousin Kevin Moccasin right there, that was my dude. That was like my main man. Like, that's Michael Linklater. Some of you guys might recognize him. He was on my basketball team as well. So, like, Kevin was solid, man. Like, if someone pulled a knife, he'd kick a fence post out and go beat him up. Like, he was tough. But we had this after hours club altercation with someone that he had long-standing beef with. The guy snuck up behind, he's arguing with the guy's girlfriend because she's like, leave him alone. Snuck up behind his girlfriend, stabbed my cousin once in the chest. Kevin passed on, went to the spirit world. And I had a funny feeling that night because that was my after-hour club, but I quit it because I wasn't making enough money for me to be gone all the time. So that was the first night I quit, but I was like, I should go check on the boys. And even though I'm the littlest dude of my bros, I think my spirit, the spirituality I have, the good heart I have, the level-headed I have, like 99% of the time, I was always been the leader of my group. So I wanted to go make sure Kevin was okay. He wasn't passed on. My dad was there in spirit when he went through the after-hours club. My dad said in the dream, and as soon as he walked into the room, like a big room like this, he went to traditional teepees. And he seen Indians riding horses. He said, it was beautiful. There's buffaloes everywhere. The grass was green. The sky was blue. The sun was shining on everybody. So he told the elder, he told the teacher that. And the teacher's like, you were with Kevin when he went to Spirit World, because that was the same night. And at that point, I went down a dark path. Like I said, I was anger. I didn't go to sadness, or I didn't use it as positive fuel until I evolved as a person. I grew up as a human. Like, you know, when you're in your teenage years or your 20s, I think you could blame some of what you went through on your behavior, but by the time you get to your 30s, you got to give that up. Because I say this, remember this saying, there's two types of people in this world. There's victims and there's victors. And I was told that by a real red alert gangster in Edmonton. He was telling me his life story, one of the worst stories I ever heard. And I'm like, man, I'm sorry, bro. He's like, psh, sorry? And he cursed. He's like, yo, I ain't no victim. I'm a victor, man. You ain't got to feel sorry for me ever. And I was like, yo, that's the realest thing I ever heard. So everywhere I go, I run with that. So this is my late cousin, William Wright. At one point in my life, when Kevin passed away, I went to a dark place. People around me were selling drugs. People around me were in gangs. People going away to the penitentiary for murder. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on. There's even at one point, someone put $25,000 on my head to take me out. I went to the 50 Cent concert. I still performed, even though there's people there. I had about like 30 dudes with me in case it went down. And everything I'm telling you right now, there was only about a 2-year period in my life where I was living like this, but it followed me. It haunted me because I'd go to try to do shows in Saskatchewan. RCMP would go tell the community, don't let him come. He's a gangster. And I've never been in a gang. A lot of my friends and family have been in gangs, but I never been in no gang. And that still follows me today. Finally, after years and years of showing that, no, I'm not like this, got over it. So the story where I changed my life, where I realized I didn't want to do crime anymore, where I wasn't trying to be in that life, was crazy, man. It was like out of a movie. So two of my friends were kidnapped, and they were being held in Meadow Green. Does anyone know where Meadow Green is? Yeah, so they're being held hostage in Meadow Green by this one crazy dude, man. Dude was wild. He was on all kinds of drugs. He had knives everywhere, and he had these guys hostage. So these were my Ethiopian brothers. I'm like, yo, we got to get these guys. So I went and got some of my top brothers. And then we started looking around, like trying to find them, going to apartment to apartment, because there's all these apartments everywhere you look. He's there. No, he's there. So, and the whole time he's supposedly looking out the window, laughing, smacking them. He's like, you want pizza? Feeding them pizza and pretend to inject them with blood. Like, it was wild, man. That's what those guys told me. So eventually we find them, get in there, boom, there's guns everywhere. There's bear mace getting shot around. There's machetes swinging. There's pipes swinging. And then I'm covered in bear mace, but I'm pissed off at this point because I got bear mace. So I was like, and I knew we had him because we had him. So I was like, I got to give this guy one kick in the butt at least because all this happened for me. Then I'm like, where is he? He's gone. I'm like, what do you mean he gone? Like, he bounced off his back high and everything like a lizard and got away. So I jumped in my Cadillac, got a brand new Cadillac with big chrome 22-inch rims, and we're driving down. I don't know what street it is. It's like the one where those apartments are on the Meadow Green. Driving down there, and I seen him, and I was sitting passenger because I couldn't see because of my eyes. So I'm like, run over him, bro. It was crazy. So we're trying to run over him. Next, I see cops. I was like, oh crap! So I threw a bear mace out of the window. Stuff's getting stashed under the seat, and the safe's under there. Some other stuff's under the seat. And I remember having this conversation with my one boy. He goes, I don't care if I die or go to jail. I don't give a. That was his mentality. And being young and impressionable, as in my early 20s, I was like, yeah, that's hard. Like, this dude's hard. And Maria Linklater, when we buried Kevin, because the Linklaters were very close with Kevin. That was like their son. She says, you guys don't have to cry. You guys could just pray to Kevin. He's always there. And I remember that. And at the time, my uncle Ishu had passed away, got shot in front of his house, and passed away. Like, just his kids were in the house, and he got blasted coming out of his house. And it was crazy, man. There was like people putting money on people getting tortured, people getting houses getting lit on fire. It was getting wild out there. And the reason why I never joined a gang, the reason why I was never worried is because of guys like Will, my family. Why do you have to join a gang when you have a family? I wasn't a gang member. I was a family member. And I was in the back of that cop car, and I was thinking to myself, you know what? I do care if I go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. It would suck. I was in Kilburn Hall for a little bit as a kid, and it was so boring reading Archie comics. So the next thing you know, I prayed to Kevin, I prayed to Ishu, because I remember what Maria Linklater said, it stuck in my mind. I was like, get me out of this and I'll change my life. I'll change it. Next thing you know, Mr. LaPlante, you're free to go. I was like, what? I was like so shocked. I was like, okay, just got in the car, just took off real quick. And if the cops would have ripped my car apart, I would have got like a 5 years, because there was like all kinds of stuff in that car at that time. And you know what? Because of my cookum, I changed my life. Because of my cookum, I said, when you make a deal with the spirit, you got to keep it. With the great spirit, when you make that deal and you got to honor it, because you can't be breaking that deal. That's like next level. And then soon after that, I went to Vancouver. I was so broke at first, because I used to have like 15 grand, 5 grand everywhere. I just put on a shirt and I'd be like, oh, sick, there's 2 grand in this pocket. And like everywhere there's money. Jesus remembers those times. He was around those times too, trust me. And it was hard, because I went to Vancouver. I was broke. I remember the one time my boss came there, my ex-boss, because I quit at the time. He's like, how you guys doing? He wanted me back, because I thrived in the street. I was really good in the street. I was calculated. I knew what to do. I was smart. I was kind. I made the right moves when I need to make them. I did things when they had to be done, even though I knew I didn't want to do them. So I was good. So he wanted me to come back. I think I was getting tested at this point. So he's there. He's like, come back, basically. He's telling me. I'm like, I'm good. So I'm like, I went to eat. I'm in this little apartment. There's like about 2-bedroom, and there was about like 6 of us in it living there. So I'm like, okay, let's get something. I'm gonna make something to eat. I go to make something to eat. All there was to eat was the sauce of a ramen noodle. I don't know who ate those damn noodles, but there was a sauce in there. So that's why I had to eat, just the sauce in the water. And I was so broke, and I was so tempted to go back to the streets, because I remembered like the luxury I had of new cars. I had a new Range Rover at one point. I was living in a mansion, North Vancouver, at the top of the mountain. I was living overlooking the whole thing, feeling like a little Creek, Tony Montana. I really felt myself heavy back then. So things start to go better. I put out a rap video, and you guys know this thing called YouTube? Okay, so when YouTube came out, this was like brand new. This little kid made a video for me. I just shot it. And then he's like, yo, we'll put your stuff on YouTube. It's crazy. People will see it. So I put this video out, and it changed my life. I'll just show you guys the first couple minutes of it. It's a lot of the people you see on there from Mario's old crew. And they're some of my best friends.
I came a long way, getting trapped, from the bottom to the top, getting home. I came a long way with my family. Now everyone finally wanna hear me. I came a long way from a base. When the drama comes, you know it's safe. I came a long way from having nothing. Damn, it feels good to finally have some. It feels good to put money in my mama's hand. It feels good to put clothes on my brother's back. I remember way back when I was young. I had to find a way to.
We'll leave it at that. So that video changed my life, because right after I put that out, I was getting messages from like Texas dudes in LA. They're like, yo, man, what's up with y'all, man? He's this guy calling me. He's like, yo, I ain't never seen y'all. Y'all ain't Mexican. What are you guys? Because he never seen natives like that. Like they think we lived in teepees or something. They never knew we have chains. We drive new cars. We play sports. We make music. We're doctors. We're lawyers. We're teachers. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know any of that. So again, my cookum. Got our tattoo right here, Holy Saint. You know what I'm saying? So I lived up to that deal. And because I did, that's when things started to go good. I started to reach all my dreams. Every day I smudge, every day I pray. And so see, these are some of the things, I won awards. I've performed in front of 65,000 people. I have stuff with millions of views and millions of streams. And has anyone heard of The Weeknd? This is a good story to tell you guys, because I think a lot of you guys could take the story with you, and you can feel it right here. And just remember the story.
Weekend, baby. Weekend. You don't know what's in store. Don't know what you're here for.
Listen, Joey Styles killed it. Big inspiration right here, baby. You already know what it is. He's gonna blow.
So that was my dude, The Weeknd, man. Like we were tight. Like we'd be in Toronto. He'd go eat Jamaican food. We'd be sitting there and he'd be sitting across from me. He's like, bro, I'm the craziest writer in the whole world. I'm like, yeah, right. I'm the crazier than you any day, dog. What are you talking about? And I still think I'm crazier than him. So that night, right before that little video clip, I had a show at the Hard Rock Cafe. And you know, like I felt so good. I'm like, I called EXO Week. I'm like, yo, come check my show out, man. So like, okay. Because he was really young back then. I knew him for a lot of years. This was like 10 years ago, right? So I'm like, okay, so we go and meet up, and then I'm like walking in. I just think that I'm gonna have a solo show, like this much people in there. I'm just like feeling myself so heavy, you know? You know when you like put on a new shirt and you look good, so then you walk through. I was feeling like that, real heavy. So I walk in the room, I'm like, and I get in there, I'm like, oh, damn, no one's in here. Sweet, yes. So I was kind of embarrassed, I'm not gonna lie, because I was trying to like show off to my bro that I have fans, I'm killing it. But I said, you know what? It doesn't matter. This is what I do. I'm going to perform tonight like there's a billion people here. So I was performing. I was swinging off things. I was running. I was jumping off the stage, standing on chairs, standing on tables, sweating. Whoosh. Went to his house after, freestyled. We were singing, freestyling, rapping, talking. We always talk about, he always give me singing lessons because he's sick with it. And he goes, yo, seeing you perform tonight changed my life. I'm like, yeah, whatever. That night I was wavy. I was on. This is before I became sober, but I'm going to tell you about why I became sober in a second. But I was probably drunk, on pills, on everything you could probably name. I used to just be turned, like too turned. And I thought about it years later. I'm like, why would he say see me perform change his life? The dude's like Michael Jackson. And again, you know what it was? It was my spirit. It was my sureness of my spirit. He felt my spirit. He didn't feel my voice. He could sing better than me. He didn't feel I'm killing a big crowd. I was the only person in the room, but he knew I'm doing what I was meant to do. Because Creator all gave us a superpower. Whether you're a doctor, you cook, maybe you give the best foot massages in the whole city. That's something, man. People need foot massages, right? So that was my thing. And then that day, I always remember that. Now fast forward. This is on set of. Has anyone heard of my song "Cool Running"? Anybody in here? Couple people. Dope. Much love. So on set, that young lady, this is before we became a couple, that's Carson Gray. Now we're married, now we have kids. And you know what, I used to not be at terms with my age. I was like, I want to be young, I don't want to get old. Yuck, ew, I'm Peter Pan. So I thought it was so dope when I got Tiger Lily. I was like, yo, I'm the man. So this is her when she was young.
How humiliating. John, there's something worse.
Don't look.
Princess Tiger Lily. Research as ever for Peter Pan and his secret hideout. Luckily, 2 boys of his acquaintance were seen falling into this part of the jungle. Have you seen them?
Easy, sin naskus. Sunque te hetko. Zatakeras sakstoha tanu. Setko.
She says sorry, but no.
That's what happens at home when I don't do the dishes. I also want to show you guys that. So that's my family now. Look, I'm so blessed, man. Creator did me so good. My kids are my whole world. Everything I did, nothing compares to my kids. That's my wife. We live in beautiful Haida Gwaii now. That's her with her chief, one of the most famous artists in Canada. His name's Jim Hart. She's from the Stasis Eagle clan in Haida Gwaii. And that was me with my son, Matisse. And in life, there's polar opposites. It was crazy. My dad was sick on one floor of the hospital. I'm sad. And then I go up, my son's born. That's going back and forth, low, high, low, high. And that's what life's about, you know? And you got to pick being a victor, not a victim, because that's the polarity of that. You know what I'm saying? And there's so much to learn from just nature. You look at nature as Nehio Win or Nishnabé or Haida people. You know, you learn from nature. Be like, you know, in earth, it's rooted. You plant roots, you're solid, you're strong. Water, you take the path of least resistance. Fire, rejuvenation, you rebuild. Wind, you're flexible to go any way, you know? And that's how I try to live my life. And I was living in Toronto with Carson when we found out she was pregnant. I started crying because I knew a kid. I knew I needed a kid to change my life. I just knew it for so many years. I was running around different women, doing drugs, drinking, and I was I felt like I was good and I was living the life I wanted, but really I was sad. I was empty. I was lacking something that my spirit needed. So, you know, walking down the beach, I was with Laura Milliken that day. She's one of my great friends, a famous producer. I found out, and then I looked at my wife, Carson. I said, you know what? I quit drinking. I'm never going to drink a drop of alcohol again. She looked at me and she's like, was proud, but she didn't believe it. I'm like, and the reason why is because I don't want to put my son through what I went through. It's heartbreaking, you know, seeing someone hurt themselves that you love. Hurts. And that's when I would, you know, try to like mirror the behavior of a loved one. Like, you're doing this, well, look at how's it feel when I do this. But there's like, cool, good job. Get more of it and come party. So we got married. That's in Haida Gwaii. Paying a tribute to my Cree and Métis side, a Plains Cree and a Métis. And we've been living the life. Me and Jesus were on Yellowstone. You know, I was performing at New Orleans Jazz Festival, doing shows all over the place. It was pretty cool. I actually seen Darcy Bear was there when Chief Perry Bellegarde was elected. It was a very good experience. So I'm going to wrap it up right now. And one of the last things I'm going to show y'all is this. So I told you all about my dad, right? Went to jail, graduated, got out of school, had his battles. But how cool is this?
In the name of the Blessed Martyr and our spiritual patron, St. George, I, Charles, on behalf of the Grand Master, do create, and acknowledge you as a knight within our order.
Bum. That's my pops. He's a knight. So I call him Sir G now because that's his nickname. But I don't know no knight, so like I'm so proud of that. You know what I'm saying? So from jail to being a knight, from me, like you heard all of us, we all been through our struggles. No one's perfect. We all have struggles. You can't really gauge who's got more struggle because we all have to overcome something to achieve something. So that's why I call myself an overachiever. It used to make me upset because I was hopeful that people expected the world from me, but everyone's an overachiever. LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, you name it. So I want to thank you guys so much for having us. Allie, you look so good in that headdress. I was so proud of you when I walked. I was like, damn. Because I remember you from Vancouver. When you were just young, you know, you're doing the school thing. And I want to thank the community for having us. My cousin Dealey, everybody, much love and respect from Joey Styles and crew and family are here. Hey.
Everyone stand up, please. Give him a round of applause. That was awesome. Thank you. Big round of applause, Joey Styles. I think we're going to see them perform tonight with Jesus. So next, we are going to call our Arrows to Freedom drum group powwow performance to the stage. And same thing as we've always done. We want our young people to approach the elders and ask them what food they would like to eat, or just bring them a plate. And at your tables, we're going to go with whoever's the youngest or the oldest at your table. That person will go grab food first. You can go get food now. Whoever's the oldest at your table first can go get your food. Okay, whoever's the second oldest at your table, we need to finish get this lineup going here. And we'll call up once again our powwow group to the stage. Whenever you guys are ready, we are ready for you.
And so yeah, I have a lot of ideas of how I'd be able to remedy these problems that our youths face.
Cool, good stuff. You know, what was that thing for you that said, "Hey, I'm going to run for youth representative of FSIN"?
Just honestly, I've had my own struggles and I've dealt with addiction in my family and myself, and I've dealt with my own mental health issues. And I just don't want anyone, I just don't want our youth to go through what a majority of us already have. And so I would just, I don't know, I don't like the fact that it's so obvious, like there's so much statistics about mental health issues within our communities, and nobody's really advocating for the youth in the way that, like, how nobody's advocating for their mental health or for their like, yeah, for their mental health basically, and for the nobody's acknowledging that once they have these mental health issues, they will turn to drugs and alcohol because that's what they see around them, and that's what they're surrounded with. So they will eventually become a product of their environment, just as Joey Styles and Mario, they were talking about it. And that's I'm sick of that, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. You know, tomorrow is the election. What is your campaign all about? You know, you talk about mental health. What are some of the other things that, if elected, you're going to bring forward, for as a representative for the FSINU?
What is the message that you want to send?
The message that I want to send.
Yeah, for the youth.
That there are options, that there's so much options, that there's different things that they could do instead of just doing the things that they see around them, or the things that maybe their parents are even doing, like with drugs and alcohol and whatever. But yeah, I just want to get the message out to the youth that there are more options for you to take instead of just being a product of your environment and doing what you see and doing everything that you're surrounded by. And yeah, I think just to give them options would even, and outlets, especially outlets, is a big thing. I think that's what I would like to focus on if I was
Good thoughts and good energy into the food that
Good stuff. Well, hey, I want to thank you for joining us here this evening. I know you wanted to come on here and share this message. It's not just the people here. There are many young individuals in 74 nations across Saskatchewan that are going to be represented by whoever is elected tomorrow. So good luck. I want to say must Cho, and we'll see you again in the future.
Yep. Good luck, Dinige. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Estás?
All right.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Te gusta? ¿Cómo estás?
Alrighty, we're gonna end her off here tonight. This is, I believe, there's gonna be a couple of shows here, performances tonight, and tomorrow we're gonna start at 8 a.m. I guess they're gonna serve breakfast at 8 a.m. and then 8:30 registration is gonna happen. 9 o'clock we're gonna have opening remarks from Ali Bear, Chief Ali Bear, Chief Rose Ann Archibald, Bobby Cameron, Elijah Napachi, Darcy Bear, Whitecap, Dakota Nation, Jacqueline Oddman, Drew LaFawn. We got Chiefs everywhere coming from all direction, and the mayor as well. So, and then we're going to have the youth portfolio announcement tomorrow, which is what we were talking about here today. And then how the rules and procedures of the election that is going to happen today. And I'm going to hand it over to the rest to my co-host here. She's going to just go over because, it's all about sharing the youth and how to
The election is tomorrow.
co-host.
So we get to know who are the new representatives tomorrow. Is that the?
Yeah.
And then that is going to be, I guess we're going to know the election results at 1:30. So with that, we're going to sign off here tonight. Si Willa Janvier Hushe, Ninte Las Tours in Lalache, Saskatchewan, Clearwater River Denny Nation, band member of the Histion, and Doonzinege Treaty 6, Whitecap, Dakota Nation.
You say moistas.